Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 101. I had left my routine tasks to my slaves and came here. The moment I stepped on the ship, the girls came to greet me, Maya at the head and the rest surrounding. "We have been awaiting you." Maya's behavior had taken a 180-degree turn from usual. She was acting calmly and gracefully. "Your outfits?" I asked. Maya and her elite women troops. They had once wandered the wasteland looking and acting like robbers, but all of them were now wearing dresses. They were all wearing clothes like those dancers wear. They had saris wrapped around their bodies and golden bangles on their arms. Risha said, "We got to ... Your slave prepared them for us." "I see. Do you find it pleasing?" Before that, I smiled wryly. "What's going on with your speech? Do you not find it pleasing, my lord?" "It's not bad. But it makes me feel weird. Would you prefer if I acted as per usual?" I looked at Maya and the girls behind her and thought they'd all come to greet me. Their appearance and tone was all done with me and an ulterior motive in mind. "Do as you please with the things you make." The words the goddess had said to me when I was summoned to this world popped into my head. Making items, making towns, making countries. Doing as I please with the things I make. This was the reward for being placed in this desolate and ruined world. I had been working till now, starting with a village of 27 people. I had made a country of around 10,000, changing from a time where just surviving was difficult enough, to where people were able to have an economy, events, and festivals. I'd worked hard. So why couldn't I have a reward? I thought. And looked at the women in front of me and their actions. And felt comforted at heart. "No, it's fine. I understand. We shall continue to act in accordance with your desires. Allow me to guide you." One of the elite guard came to my side and removed my coat. She took it and I walked through a path they had made through the center of the crowd. I moved into the interior of the battleship. I was guided through the boorish interior along corridors and curving halls, to a room. The inside was a bedroom. It didn't match the warship at all. There was a large canopy bed in the room. It was created for the purpose of today. "I see." I entered and sat on the bed. The girls entered the room one after another. They all looked at me with moist eyes, the women who wished for me. Looking at them. I felt excited and proud. It felt like the moment I ascended the platform. These women who wanted to be embraced by me. It felt like the moment I was crowned king. "Akito. Thank you," Maya said with a teary look in her eye as we fell onto the bed. From then on. It was a sumptuous feast. The women approached one after the next. And during the breaks we drank sake and ate delicious food. The night me and 50 women enjoyed each other's company. A night of passion. He used the panacea for sure. Energy and health recovery. The next day I woke up to the women's smiles and the realization that CE's Dorka had made progress. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 102. Menu open. I held the card that was previously CE's and intoned the same words as always. Akito type, Kamen card magic LVL, 50/50 magic use. 0100. The menu appeared in front of me. A semi-transparent screen showed my status just like my usual Dorka, but the contents within were almost entirely different. With just my name and the card type at the top, it felt like a trading card. The magic level was very small, as was the maximum values. The status it displayed was completely different from the normal Dorka. The Dorka was magic to make physical items, but this was a different type. If I had to describe it. It was magic to cause phenomena. I wanted to test it out. I chose the topmost shower. A magic square appeared at my feet. It was different from the usual one. The Dorka created circles, but this one was an angular magic symbol. It was more triangular. It began shining, and rain started falling. The rain fell for around 1 minute. After the magic effect ended, I checked the menu once more. Akito type, Kamen card magic LVL, 49/50 magic use, 1/100th. My magic had decreased by 1, but the usage had increased by 1. I tested it some more. I went down the list trying each in order, after laying down a total of 10 squares with the previous shower and waiting for their effects to end. Aikido type, Kamen card magic LVL, 40-50 magic use, 10/100th. It became like this. No matter what I used, the magic would decrease by 1 and the usage would increase by 1, though the reason was obvious. I understood pretty well. 50 huh? I stared a hole through the menu. The magic's maximum level. 50. It was a normal number. But there was one thing that kept nagging at me. I guess I'll try. I arrived at the forest. It had been created by my Dorka and expanded by my slaves' cards. The trees grew thick and large, and the animals were plentiful. I stepped into the paradise protected by the Fountain of Ilia and walked a bit. After walking a while, I saw Risha, master. It seems she had noticed me. She ceased expanding the forest and trotted over. What is it? Well, I have something I need you for, Risha, I said and looked around the forest. It's becoming even livelier. The birds and small animals have increased. Yes, there's even deer. Are they parent and child? I said after noticing 2 deer. Yes, they arrived a little while ago. The mother was injured, so I healed it with panacea. After that they settled here. I see. I nodded and looked at them. The 2 deer timidly approached. I stretched out my hand and pet the fawn a little roughly. Mother and child, huh? Yes. Risha looked at me petting the fawn and deer with jealousy. There was no need to wonder what she was jealous of. After a while, Risha timidly asked, Master, you needed me? Yeah. I nodded and looked straight at her. I thought I might fulfill my promise. Your promise? You wanted a child, right? Risha blushed and lowered her head. Her appearance just now was so lovable. Okay? Yes, you Once I have the child, she can stay with me as well. I know. That's what I intended from the start. Thank you very much, Risha choked out, overcome with emotion. Then, where would you prefer? Here. She grasped my hand and looked at me with teary eyes. I want it in the forest. The forest that I made together with Master. I see. She seemed lovelier than ever as I held her shoulder and gently laid her down. She closed her eyes a bit and entrusted her body to me. Risha tried her best to deal with the pain, trying to keep the smile on her face. It was so unbearably cute that any other thoughts flew from my mind as I loved her. Maximum magic has increased by 1. The voice appeared as we lay there in the afterglow. Risha lying in my arms, charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 103. I took out the card as I lay next to Risha in the forest. I opened my menu and checked the status. Aikido type, Kamen card magic LVL, 40-51 magic use, 10/100th. 2 things had changed. The max magic level had increased and the magic amount had increased. The cause was obvious. It was because I had laid with Risha. By the way, many of the things I had been holding back and resisting, as well as how adorable Risha was, ended up with us going at it twice. That may be why the max value increased by 1, but the amount had increased by 2. Master. What? This is magic for making things? No. This is magic for creating phenomena. Phenomena? That's right. Can you make some dice? Dice? Wait a moment, Risha said and took out her slave card, placing a magic circle and making some dice. They were made using stone, so they were fairly heavy. What are we doing with these? Roll them. 100 times. Okay, Risha rolled the dice as I told her. After 100 times, the results were all over the place. We had gotten each number roughly 1/6 of the time. That was proof that the dice were evenly weighted. Once she finished, she looked at me as if asking what was this about. I'm going to use some magic. Risha is unlucky. Activate. I used 1 magic and made an angular magic circle. The light enveloped Risha. Roll again, 100 times. Okay, I will. Risha did as I told her, seeming curious. Roll, pick up, roll. Pick up. After the 20th time she clearly understood. The results are ... low. All of them are 1s and 2s. Yeah. This is Master's magic? Yeah. As I said, this is magic that makes you unlucky. Keep going. Okay, she continued on. After 100 rolls, over 80% of the dice came up as ones or twos. The dice were the same, and the method of rolling was similar. There was no special trick to what she was doing. Once again I used the magic. This time I gave her improved luck. 100 more. Okay, Risha began rolling with an expectant look in her eyes. The effect of the magic was clearly shown, as if in direct contrast. 5s and 6s appeared over 80% of the time. That's a lot. Yeah, it's that sort of thing. Is there anything else? How about this? I placed the magic without telling her what it was. Risha tilted her head in confusion. After a little while, something changed. The animals of the forest began gathering one after another. They had previously gathered near Risha under the racial effect of the elf-like eternal slave. But this time was different. Animals of all shapes and sizes approached me. The squirrels and birds perched on my shoulders and the boars sidled up to cuddle my legs. The deer and fawn rubbed their cheeks against me. They didn't even care about Risha, who was just a step away. This is? I made myself more loved. The effect is as you see. Amazing. And I can do the opposite. I used magic once more. This time it was become disliked. The animals immediately ran away. The animals who had just been cuddling up to me disappeared like the tide going out. They ran as fast as they could. The boars pushed away from me hard and left. Just like that. That's amazing. The animals liked you so much before. It's that kind of magic. Actually. Are you okay? The magic should have an effect on you too. The effect was placed on myself. It wasn't specified to certain creatures. I had used magic to turn like for me, into dislike. So Risha should be affected as well. I hate you, but you're master after all, huh? Risha seemed surprised at her own words. That but I master huh? She seemed very conflicted. She seemed to be struggling between the magic's effects that made her hate me and the fact that I was her master. It seemed painful. I didn't like seeing her like this. So I undid it. Risha was visibly relieved. She looked at me with tears in her eyes. Somehow I did something bad. I should apologize. I'm sore. I'm so sorry, Master. She apologized first. I'm sorry for saying that I hate Master. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, it was the magic. But it was my magic. I interrupted her and emphasized. Do you think you can just easily resist my magic? Of course, it's Master's magic. Risha seemed surprised and relieved. It seems she understood. I don't want her to get weirdly depressed. This should be good. Master is amazing. It had been changed into admiration as she looked at me with sparkling eyes. I thought so too, honestly. It was magic that could even affect an eternal slave. Eternal slaves find honor in overworking for their master, and even desire to work for the same master with their children. Magic that can affect them like this has got to be strong. Menu open. Akido type. Kamen card magic LVL. 3851 magic use, 14/100th stash. I once again opened my menu and checked the status. I had previous experience with the Dorka. So I definitely had some expectations. This card was already really strong. But it should be able to grow even stronger. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 104. Risha glanced at the forest. Oh, she meant her work expanding the forest. Bringing greenery back to this ruined world was certainly a job. That's fine, go ahead. Okay, Risha happily started moving around. Eternal slaves. A race that obtains happiness from having their master leave them work to do. She continued her work. She placed various magic circles with her slave card, continuously expanding the forest with trees and bushes. Keep going. I'm going to walk through the forest. Okay, I set off alone to walk in the forest. Most of the world was still in shambles. But this area was already practically revived. This forest with sunlight filtering through the trees and the chittering of small animals. It was an oasis. It was the word that best fit this location. I walked for a while, almost not noticing that I had reached the borders of the forest. I saw the wasteland and was about to retrace my steps. When at that moment, monkeys, huh? I reflexively reached for my sword. It was a monkey. But it wasn't the usual one. It wasn't the one with long sharp claws and a vicious appearance, but was as weak as a slime or goblin in games. It wasn't the slave beasts. It was a normal monkey. It was an animal that looked quite cute. The monkey ran from the wasteland into the forest and looked around furtively. It was drawn in, as if in response to the question. The monkey looked around curiously as it moved deeper into the forest. Just like that, the residents of the forest increased. Come to think of it. Menu open. I looked in the menu of my new card. I took a look at some magic I hadn't used. They were encounter up and encounter down. I wonder what encounter implies. Does it just mean encounter, or does it mean that more types of monsters will appear? Well, either way is fine. I decided to give it a shot. I used one magic to activate encounter up. The triangular magic circle lit up and enveloped the forest. I waited there for a bit. After a while, animals and bugs started arriving one after another. Rabbits and small animals, dragonflies, butterflies, and other insects. A large variety arrived and entered the forest. So it's more geared towards animals. Wait. As I was about to come to a conclusion, I immediately rethought. Amongst the animals there were monsters. The large caterpillars with white hair, the Elka. It arrived and saw me. It immediately charged over. I held my sword and split it in half. The Elka disappeared and left behind a large amount of white hair. It wasn't just animals, but monsters as well. This should be useful. I returned to the forest interior and looked for Risha. Risha, how many more animals do you think can live in the forest? Animals. I don't think we're anywhere close to full. I see, then let's increase them. Okay, how? That's my job, I said as I showed her my new card. She soon understood my implication and looked on with admiration. Continue to expand the forest. I understand. I parted with Risha and returned to the outer circumference of the forest. I waited for a while. But no more animals or monsters came. Once again I used encounter up and they began coming once more. I allowed the animals through, and cut down the monsters. A while later the magic effect wore out, so I used it once more. This is like an RPG. I couldn't help but say. It began to feel like an RPG where the monsters continuously respawn. It was a bit tiring, but fulfilling. I continued to gather materials as the animals continued to move into the forest. Mew. This time it's monkeys. I saw a monster monkey arriving in the distance. The brutal-looking slave beast. They were so weak, yet it looked at me with hate as they came to attack. I cut it in two with one stroke. After I cut it, it was enveloped in light and turned into a person. Huh? Could this be an eternal slave? Looking more closely, it wasn't just a normal person. She had golden hair and long pointed ears, an elf-like appearance. It was an eternal slave. I was secretly pleased. I might be able to have 6 slaves. I stopped my magic and waited for the eternal slave to wake up. I waited as the stream of monsters and animals stopped. Finally, she woke up. Th this is? You're awake, huh? Yes. Huh? Your Majesty? You know about me? I tilted my head in confusion. An eternal slave that knew of me? This surprised me more than if it was a normal person. There aren't many eternal slaves I've met, including Raisa. They had all become mine. That's why it was surprising to find an eternal slave that knew me on sight. But in the next few moments, her answer shocked me even more. What are you talking about? I'm Svetlana. Chapter 81. A Svetlana. That's Svetlana, weren't you? A regret? Yeah. I still a. Svetlana looked at herself in shock. The shadow of an eternal slave. A regret. An eternal slave that didn't choose a master eventually becomes one, and looks like a dark elf. Dark brown skin. And silver hair. All in all, It was the opposite of what she looked like now. Svetlana was in shock. She looked at her hands and stared at her hair. Then she grabbed her chest. Most likely feeling for her heart. I''V. Turned back into an eternal slave. That happens? It's unheard of. Unheard of, huh? For now, let's listen to what she has to say. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 105. I was entrusted with our queen's letter. And headed to your majesty's place. But on the way, I was attacked by monsters. I resisted but... You got done in, huh? Svetlana nodded. After losing consciousness from wounds. The next time I woke up your majesty's face was in front of me. I see, it's the same story as the others. I looked at Risha and she nodded. Her story was the same as others who had turned into slave beasts. They were killed by monsters, then became like this. Risha. Yes. You've heard about the past from Myra, right? My second slave Myra. She had once been a slave beast that I defeated and turned back into a person, just like Svetlana now. I heard she was an eternal slave even before she was attacked by monsters. So we can't use her as a reference. I looked at Svetlana once more. Do you remember anything? It can be a memory or a feeling. Nothing. She knit her eyebrows and looked gloomy as she groaned. But eventually she answered with that one word. It couldn't be helped. But in that case it's a bit troubling. Not knowing this was like poison for my mind. I wanted to know so badly. After a while Svetlana seemed to think of something and spoke up. What's up? There was another who came with me to go to Rybek. Were they another regret? That's right. She was killed trying to help me escape. It was by the same monster. Meaning the chances of her turning into a monkey is high. I looked at Risha and we nodded. There were cases where people who were killed together and became monkeys together would stick together and work together. There were also cases where they were killed together and worked separately. But we were still able to turn them back at different times. Either way, the chances that Svetlana's friend had turned into a slave beast was high. Slave battleship Risha. I was standing on the bridge. Maya and several of the women were there. Maya was sitting in the captain's seat looking at me. Is this really okay? I think it'd be better for you to sit here. Risha is your ship. Remember your dignity as captain. I got it. I will. She closed her eyes and reset her face. She returned to the disciplined appearance of the captain of the ship and leader of the elite guards. And so, what will we be doing? I moved the ship to somewhere where people won't come as requested. I will be calling monsters. Defeat them with the ship. All of them. No, let the monkeys through. Then we'll defeat them hand to hand. If we don't, then the ones who turn back will die from the battleship's bombardment. That's right. I nodded. It was nice that she was quick to understand. Can you do it? I'll show you that we can, Maya said with a grin. Then she spoke to a girl who looked like an operator. You heard. Convey it to everyone. Akito expects greatness, okay? She nodded and jumped up to spread the message. I spoke to Maya. I never said that though. It'll raise morale. That's fine, right? I don't really mind. But will it I was about to ask, when I heard a cheer. We could hear it even from the bridge. Why? Maya smirked a bit. I see. If you tell the girls that they'll get a reward if they do well. It'll have even more of an effect, you know? Do as you please. Wait, make it the one who does the most. You really get it. Maya laughed. That was further communicated to the ship. And an even bigger cheer came up. I could clearly tell that their spirits were burning bright. I have to think of what they'd want for a reward. Let's move out. We need to find the monkeys. No, I'll do that. What are you going to do? This. I took out my new card and used the magic. I used one magic and activated Encounter Up. What is that? It looked a bit different from normal. Just watch. Captain, enemies in the distance. There are monsters. They're already here. You did this? Yeah, it's a magic to gather monsters. You can do that too? It's thanks to you guys. Maya seemed dumbfounded. Is that true? Yeah. Maya and the girls on the bridge were speechless, then their faces all blushed. Look, monsters are coming, girls. Huh? I intercept them. Maya came to her senses as she gave the order in a bit of a panic. Immediately after I heard the sounds of the battery firing, mowing down monsters. It was Battleship Risha's first battle, but there was a pleasant feeling in the air. The attacks all avoided the slave beasts, allowing them through. The hand-to-hand combatants were lying in wait and attacked after drawing them in. That repeated. In the middle encounter upended, so I recast it. Captain, dragon at 9 o'clock. A flustered cry resounded through the bridge. Looking to the left, we could see the lumbering appearance of a dragon approaching, shaking the ground. What should we do? We can't defeat it like this. We should retreat and wait, I said to Maya, who had lost her nerve. Akito? Turn the ship. Arm the main cannon. I gave the order in her stead. Main cannon? We're going to shoot it at that thing? Yeah. But if it doesn't work, then I'll do it, I said, indicating True Eternal Slave. She had been preparing to flee, but now Maya's face changed. Understood. Aim the auxiliary cannons at the dragon. Oh, auxiliary cannons? The operator girl was surprised. I was surprised as well. Why the auxiliary? Akito is protecting us. Right now the ship is completely safe. Ah. It's a chance to try various things. I wanted to try the auxiliary cannons before relying on the main one to see if it would work, Maya said, and the operator girl seemed taken aback. The girls on the bridge looked at me with burning gazes. Maya looked at me as well. It was an expression I'd seen before. It was how she looked when I said that the girl who was most proactive would get a reward. This is good. I nodded to show my approval. There was no problem. The bombardment of the dragon began. The dragon took some damage, but it wasn't enough to stop it. No good, huh? Looks like it. Then next. Ready the main cannons. Main cannons ready. Fire. The battleship Prisha shook and swayed as a giant shell flew out. The giant cannonball hit the dragon right in the head and sent it flying. The dragon collapsed and struggled, convulsing. It tried to stand up but couldn't and collapsed to the ground dead. It works if we hit it with the main cannons. So it appears. Thanks for letting us test that, Akito. Don't worry about it. Okay. There'll be more coming. The monsters continued to attack. It might have been my imagination, but after defeating the dragon the battleship's movements had changed. It was still bombarding the monsters and defeating them. But it seemed like the power of the ship had fallen. No, that wasn't quite accurate. It felt like the firepower had lowered to the minimum needed to defeat them. I was protecting them, so they were using the opportunity to test things. They tried, not only with the dragon, but other monsters as well. It was a good thing. It continued for a while. Understood. After receiving a message from the messenger girl, Maya nodded. What's up? A message from among the hand-to-hand combatants. Among the people turned back from monkeys. There's a strange one. It's here. I was excited, expectant. It seems to be ... Hey, dark slave. Huh? It felt like I'd been tripped. I frowned. A dark slave. A regret? Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 106. Inside the battleship Risha's bridge that had returned to Rybeck, the regret that we had picked up brightly introduced herself. She had silver hair and brown skin. She was the perfect example of a regret. She seemed more cheerful than Myra and even younger than Lilia. I'm Akito. Akito-chan, is it possible that you're King Akito-chan? Chan. For a moment I even wondered if we'd been acquainted beforehand. That's right, I am King Akito. You are the regret that set out with Svetlana? That's right, Tilda. Wait, where is Svetkai? Is she okay? Svetkai. Don't worry, she's Kaarkina. As I was speaking, Svetlana appeared on the bridge. She hugged Kaarkina and cried. I had sent a message informing her that she had been found, but it seems like she couldn't wait and came to see her. You're safe, thank goodness. I'm not okay, it really hurt, Tilda. Wait, why am I alive? I should have been in pieces. How did she die? And Svetkai? Kaarkina looked at Svetlana. Within her hug, Kaarkina held Svetlana's hair and looked at it seriously. Then she compared it to hers. Her own silver hair, versus Svetlana's golden hair. Why did Svetchan turn back into an eternal slave? It was an obvious question. Svetlana had calmed down and pulled away from Kaarkina. Then we began explaining. I had defeated Svetlana when she turned into a slave beast. After that, she turned back into an eternal slave and we still didn't know the reason, so that's what happened. Your reaction is pretty weak. Leaving that aside, Svetchan, do you have the letter? No, I don't, Svetlana answered now that she had calmed herself. I was still carrying it with me until I was killed, but when I woke up it was gone. Well, that's obvious. You turned into a monkey. There's no way a monkey would continue carrying it around. It was probably abandoned right where she transformed. I got it. I can speak about the letter. Before that, can I talk with you a bit? She asked me. Yeah, if it's just a few questions, at least until I get that letter. Depending on what it is, I'll need to prepare. Getting some information in advance isn't a bad thing. Even on Earth, diplomatic messages were a ceremony in a certain sense. Knowing the content beforehand was helpful for the messenger and receiver. That was obvious. The sender would have their pride injured if the message was to be refused, and the accepting side wouldn't want to accept something strange with difficult implications. Previous communication was helpful. Saying okay, I'm sending it, okay, I'm receiving it was important. Okay, what is it? Before that, I wanted to talk with Svetkai. Svetlana started. It seems like she's nervous. No, she's afraid. Thinking of her usual personality, it was a strange reaction. Svetlana, what's wrong? Akito-chan is popular with slaves, right? Yeah, 5 of them. All of them eternal slaves? Yeah. Amazing. Kaarkina's eyes suddenly shone. It didn't seem sarcastic or joking. She was truly thinking it was amazing. Is it really? After all, you need to prepare lots of jobs for eternal slaves to do, right? I see. I somehow understood. Eternal slaves desire orders from their masters and feel that collapsing from overwork was a happy thing. Normally someone wouldn't be that popular. Usually it's limited to 1 eternal slave at most. That's why we were unable to find a master and became regrets. I see. Even now, the only other master I had known was Seiya, who only had a single slave. Even skilled Yuria, who had come from Kazan, didn't choose a master and eventually ended up over here. Having 5 is insanely amazing. It's unheard of, Tilda. I'm glad that you think so. And, what does that have to do with Svetlana? Svetkai should become Akito-chan's slave, Tilda, Kaarkina said, and Svetlana started once again. Does that have something to do with the letter's contents? Nothing at all. Then? After all, Svetkai turned back into an eternal slave. I don't know why, but it means she can't come back to the country. Huh? Can it be? I looked at Svetlana and she timidly nodded. Eternal slaves can't enter the country of the regrets. Is that a rule? It is a law. It's sounding more depressing. So since she turned back into an eternal slave, she's been banished? I looked at her and she averted her eyes. There wasn't a reason to but I felt responsible. I thought for a bit, and nod. Okay then, you shall be my slave. However, Kaarkina tilted her head in confusion. There are conditions to being my slave. Working your hardest is a given. I will place a choker on you. And your child shall stay by my side as well. Are you okay with that? I said, and both of them looked surprised. Why is that? No good? No. Svetlana denied it with a loud voice. But, why is that? Could it be that you've talked to your other slaves about this? Yeah, I nodded. It was Lilia at first, but it was a fact. Amazing, Tilda. Congrats, Svetkai, you got the best master. Why yeah, Svetlana blushed. She glanced at me furtively with emotion-filled eyes. Explain what the big deal is. I don't get it. Being together as mother and daughter under one master is an eternal slave's dream. Normally they won't talk about it because a normal master would draw back. Draw back? As in draw back from the concept. Why? They're such cute and lovable little things though. I can't think of a reaction other than happiness if I could have their daughters work with me too. Why would they draw back? I don't get it. Congratulations, Svetkai. I don't get it, but it doesn't really matter as long as they're happy. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 107. Svetlana, who had turned back into an eternal slave, was left behind. I returned back to Rybeck with her and went to the palace. I entered first when I heard a sound from Svetlana behind me. When I turned, I saw her stuck as if she had hit a pane of glass. After I thought for a bit, I remembered. Sorry, there's an absolute barrier around the palace. I reached out my hand to her and helped her up. Absolute barrier? It keeps anyone I don't give permission outside. It is indestructible from the outside. Even using a full power strike from True Eternal Slave didn't work. It might not be an accurate comparison, but I don't think that a shot from the battleship Rish's main cannons would break it either. There's such a thing. But I came here before and could get in? I gave you permission back then and huh? I thought for a moment. The permission for entering the barrier was as simple as turning it on or off. However, there shouldn't be a time limit. At the very least, there hadn't been any proof of a time limit on permissions. Martha's permission hadn't ended even though I had given it to her so long ago. She had no issue entering, and yet Svetlana was repelled. Is it because she was reborn? Whatever. Just wait a moment, I'll let you in. I gave her permission and allowed her inside. She walked through and we went to the office. I sat down in my seat and looked at Svetlana once more. Golden hair, pointed ears, smooth white skin. She wasn't any different looking than a regular eternal slave. However, her impression before was of a calm and collected girl, with her short hair, long sharp eyes, and tone of voice. You might have even said she seemed cold-hearted. But right now, she was blushing while looking at me with moist and teary eyes. It was different from a look of sexual excitement. It was more like the look a fan would give an idol when they finally met them in person. I could understand. It was her way of showing that she wanted to be mine. Okay then, where to start the talk? Please make me your. Don't worry. That's already been decided. You'll be mine. Actually, I have absolutely no reason to refuse. I knew that eternal slaves were the most admirable and lovable creatures in this world. As I said that, Svetlana was visibly relieved. I continued speaking. You will be my slave. I was just wondering how to teach you the rules and tasks and other things. I'll never disobey master's orders. That's obvious. It doesn't even need to be said. Right? And no. That's how it should be. Okay then, where to start? Should I start from my objective? Then maybe I should make an example with my Dorka while explaining the theories and principles of things. Until a while ago that was the best choice, but maybe now it would be easier to make her a slave card and have her learn by experience. That's right. For now let's make her a slave card. I took out my Dorka. Menu open. I chose the slave card, normal, and created the magic circle. I looked at Svetlana's face and stopped. She seemed very uneasy. This was wrong, all wrong. The order was incorrect. Man, what was I thinking? I was mistaken. I smiled bitterly. Mistaken? It's just I'd forgotten my initial resolution. Svetlana tilted her head in confusion. That was no good. I made her uneasy. I made her feel nervous. I need to set her at ease. I can't do things like this to my slaves. I chose something else from the list. Slave choker. I created it from nothing for 10x the magic power cost. Then I held it out to her. Svetlana what? Please smile. That's the most important thing if you are to be mine. You should be smiling and happy as much as you can. Fun. Happy. Smiling. I placed the choker around her neck as she seemed a little troubled. This type of troubled face wasn't bad, but before that I want her to smile. Smile. Svetlana said, making an awkward smile. Magic has been charged by 100,000. Svetlana, who wasn't used to smiling, was both adorable and lovable. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 108. Akido type, Kamen card magic LVL, 3451 magic use, 18/100th stash. From the open menu I chose Encounter Up and Look Up. I paid 2 magic and create the circles. With these 2 magics together the thing I want should appear. I waited a short distance from the rocky mountain I had moved to. It came. I was a bit excited and unintentionally spoke. From the shadow of the mountain a scorpion appeared. It was now an enemy I could identify by sight. When it discovered me, it ran over. It seemed like this one was more aggressive compared to the first ones I had fought. It scuttled over quickly and jumped powerfully. It flew through the air towards me. I turned my body and dodged while simultaneously grabbing its tail. The scorpion struggled. Without waiting I used my hand as a sword and struck. With a soft sensation and a cutting sound, its body was cut in two. Amazing. A voice full of wonder spoke up from behind me. Svetlana, my short-haired slave, looked at me with surprise. To be able to kill something called the Devil of the Wasteland with a single strike. It seemed like she was exaggerating a bit, but I didn't disabuse her of it. I knew it was a strong monster. Just one of them could decimate a town. What's more to do it with bare hands. It has an extreme weakness at the base of its tail that you could poke through with your finger. You can't tell just by looking. But the spot is the same for all of them. If you know that then you can defeat them barehanded. No, that's impossible. It was moving so fast and you'd need to catch it so accurately. TN, Svetlana calls him an Itasama, which means either dear or a very respectful way to say you. Well, I've defeated quite a few of these so I can pretty much tell their movements. They were strong, but I could see the pattern in their movements pretty easily. It was like in a game there would be enemies that utilize tactics in rotation. For the scorpion. If it begins running like that I could defeat it even if I had 1 horsepower. If I missed it'd be dangerous, but since I was used to it that shouldn't be much of an issue. Well, anyways, we're gonna do this. Do you remember how? I asked Svetlana. Yes, I remember. Okay then. Do it. I took a tone of command to act properly as her master. Svetlana took out her slave card. I had made it for her before we came here. A card of her own. Menu open. She took out her menu and chose from the list. The circle appeared on the ground. The arrows split into 2 different directions. The materials that were left behind Svetlana and the scorpion in my hands. Svetlana put the materials inside. I handed her the scorpion. Place everything in yourself. Yeah, Svetlana nodded, seeming excited. After putting in the last material it changed into a dress. It was a dark green dress. It was basically the uniform for my slaves. She picked it up with an emotional look in her eyes. I made it too. It is because you possess that card. It allows you to borrow a portion of my powers. You are able to do what I can. To be able to use your powers. Try it on. Got it. Svetlana nodded and started changing right there. I'd gotten used to it. Eternal slaves. My slaves don't have much of a sense of shyness when they are in front of me. It was like how princesses and princes don't feel shame from the looks of their servants. Except in reverse. But my eternal slaves recognize that they are mine and don't feel much shyness. Svetlana was the same. She naturally undressed and changed into the dress. I changed. It's light, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Actually, it's not light, it's like. It doesn't weigh anything, right? Svetlana nodded. Her face seemed to ask why. My Dorka and the slave cards allow people who own them to carry things they have created as if they weigh nothing. Haven't you seen it? Haven't you seen my slaves carrying the houses they made? No, I haven't. I see. You didn't have that opportunity. I nodded. She had been an envoy from another country so it was understandable. Anyways. You should be able to use that ability as well. What's wrong? What are you brooding over? I was just thinking that there wasn't any armor inside the card. Armor? Yeah, I was thinking about heavy plate armor. If you or us slaves use it, the weight wouldn't matter at all, right? Oh, I unintentionally clapped. It was just like Svetlana said. We wouldn't feel the weight of things we made. I could even lift Battleship Prisha with one hand if there weren't any people inside. Armor wouldn't be any trouble. Preferably we could make super huge armor. I'll ask Nina to develop it. Super huge armor? Like a robot? I mean like a golem. Do you understand? I didn't know if she knew about golems, but it would be easier to understand than robots. I see. It seems like she understood. I think that'd work. Actually, I'm excited by that. Actually, instead of a robot, it would be more like a power suit since I would wear it without being hampered by the weight. Either way, I look forward to it. I'll have Nina work on it. I looked at Svetlana. I had to thank her for the fun idea. Menu open. I looked in my menu and created a piece of paper. Then I folded an origami medal and handed it to Svetlana. I'm giving this to you. Can I take this? Yeah, with 10 you can. I'm so happy. I was about to tell her I'd give her something good after collecting 10, but she spoke up happily before I even finished my sentence. Magic has been charged by 150,000. The usually strong-hearted Svetlana was as happy as a girl in love, charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 109. Is this how you have created your country, sir? That's right. Basically, I did this sort of thing over and over. Svetlana and I were looking outside the window of a wooden house. Outside the rain was pouring down. We had seen the sky looking ominous, so we rushed to return to Rybek. But we didn't make it in time. We hurriedly set up a wooden house. I let Svetlana do it and we both gathered the materials. We had just finished it when the rain really started coming down. I had gotten a little wet, so I changed into some clothes I made. Svetlana was also a little wet, but she refused to change out of her dress. I didn't mind though, and so the two of us were now taking shelter from the rain. I've seen so many of these in the capital. I thought they were wonderful from how well they had been built, but for them to be so easily created. Easily, huh? At the very least it's easy for you, sir. She looked at her slave card, then at me. Well, certainly it was easy for me. How long would it usually take to make a house like this? If you had around 5 adults, it would take at least a day. It's like that, huh? I felt like it was only a matter of time before Sir rose to become the king. Is that so? Ah, Svetlana suddenly panicked and spoke to qualify what she'd just said. It's not just because of this card. I wanted to say that it is because Sir can utilize the card well and... I understand. Don't panic. I taught you about magic charging, right? I had explained much to her, the things I wanted to do and the things that CE had done. That's why I believed we wouldn't have such misunderstandings between us. But even so, she apologized. I didn't need her to, but she did. She looked at me desperately, a desperate appeal to not abandon her. It must have been because she had once become a regret who was unable to find a master. She definitely had the mindset of not wanting to lose something she'd finally obtained. Svetlana what? She started. It looks like she was still afraid. There is only one way for my slaves to stop being with me. Death. Death? That's right. There is no other way. I will let you go. As long as you live, you will be with me. You're not allowed to quit, no matter what. It was a bit roundabout, but I got my point across. Svetlana seemed visibly relieved. As I succeeded in calming her, the rain outside began to fall more heavily. It was raining cats and dogs. Somehow the wooden house was holding out under all this, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to go back for now. Maybe not even until tomorrow. Seems like it. Well, just think of it like God gave you a day off. The main point was that the rain was keeping us indoors. If I was in town, then I would probably still have work to do indoors. But out here, I have no place to be and nothing to do. I opened the Dorka. My magic occasionally decreased and the population occasionally increased. It was proof that my slaves were working and my country was progressing. My 5 slaves had the power of their cards. They could handle things for one night. I heard loud stomach growl. It wasn't me. It was Svetlana. She held her stomach as she blushed bright red. I'm sorry. It's fine. Don't worry. I held up my Dorka. I'll make some food. Normal slave cards cannot use magic alone to create things. We don't have any materials, so just watch. Okay, menu open. What would you like to eat? I opened the list. There were various types of food within the black card. If I had enough magic I could make almost anything. Anything. Then the same thing as me? That would be wonderful. Then we'll have the same. Having the same thing as her master is wonderful. That's so cute. I used the Dorka to create warm bread and soup. I gave one of each to Svetlana and I began to eat. Svetlana stared at me. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? No, I'll eat, but there was something I was thinking. She strongly denied what I said and quietly continued speaking. I was thinking that you were amazing, sir. This house, the clothes you wear, this bread and soup. You made each and every one of them in an instant. I was thinking even if you were to be sent to a barren island in the middle of nowhere you could surely create a new country on the spot. Well, I do have confidence in surviving if I was sent flying to an uninhabited island. I was just thinking that amazing. However, I would need 2 things with me. 2 things? First is the Dorka. And the other is, I tore off a small piece of bread and stuffed it in her mouth. My slave smiles. Ah. Right? In that case, Svetlana shouted with enthusiasm, then I'll stay next to Sir's side forever smiling. If it's part of your amazingness I'll keep smiling. Okay. Foo ha 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 ha. Svetlana started laughing. It was pretty forced. She faced the ceiling as she laughed loudly. PFT. I couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. That's not exactly what I meant. It was an apostrophe T. But she was truly an eternal slave. You're so cute, I said, touching Svetlana's cheek. Magic has been charged by 50,000. She blushed as red as if she had been boiled. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 110. It was already late at night, but the distant sight of Riebeck in the night had a special kind of charm. The closely packed buildings and the lights that dotted the town. I wasn't an aficionado of city skylines, but I liked this view. Well, it was my own town after all. Riebeck is still bright even at night. Does this count as being bright? Absolutely, Svetlana immediately answered. It's bright and the town is brilliant. I was born after the evil god dominated, but I feel like this town is reminiscent of the ones that came before. I see. I guess this means that my revival of this world was progressing steadily. I took out my Dorka and checked my menu. The number of people had increased to 9,904. It was almost at 10,000. It was going well. This is all thanks to Sir's power as well. I guess so. I took Svetlana and continued forward. Who goes there? As we approached the town entrance, the guards called out to us. They probably couldn't see me in the darkness of night. It's me. Who? Your Majesty. I'm sorry we couldn't recognize you. The 2 of them panicked and pulled back their spears before kneeling down. Don't worry about it. I'm going on ahead. Yes. As you wish. The 2 of them stepped aside and allowed me through. It was nighttime and the streets were sparsely populated. As we moved along I felt that Svetlana's movements were weird. I turned to look and saw her looking around restlessly. What's wrong? I'm sorry. I was just fascinated by the town. Fascinated? The nighttime shows me how prosperous this place truly is. So this is my master's power. Svetlana was entranced. I'm expecting great things from you as well. More precisely, this country and this town are all a result of my slaves working under my orders. From now on we will be enlarging this country. I will need to rely on you guys more and more. That's why That's right. Can you lend me your strength? Of course, she replied instantly again. Every scrap of flesh, every drop of blood, and every fragment of my soul is yours, sir. Use me until I am worn down. Until you're worn down. Huh? She was an eternal slave to the very end. That's right. I was born to be Sir's slave. I can do anything for your sake. Tell me to do anything. If I can ask you for anything. Then aim to be a long-lasting, long-living slave. I don't have a hobby of using people till they are worn down, I said lightly. Though I say that, They probably won't be able to do that perfectly. Eternal slaves are honored to collapse from overwork from their master. Even if I tell them to try and aim to be as long-lived as possible. They'll definitely push themselves too hard at some point. I'd already pretty much resigned myself to that. I felt they were cute and lovable. But I had abandoned hope of getting them to not push themselves. Do your best. I'll do everything I can. Magic has been charged by 10,000. I took Svetlana to the palace with me. There weren't any lights on. When we got inside there weren't any people around. No one's here. I wonder if they went out somewhere. Menu open. I checked my Dorka. The magic was decreasing slowly. They were off doing something. Okay then, for tonight Aniai-chan is here. Lilia leapt in from outside. She looked flustered and panicked. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? It's born Snow. Born? What? It's being born Snow. Just come Snow. Lilia pulled my hand. I don't understand. What's being born? I stood there blankly. When Svetlana started, could it be one of us slaves? Yes, Snow. Lilia looked at me. Aniai-chan's and Risha Onizama's child is being born. Isn't his way too fast? No matter how you look at it, it hasn't even been a day. I thought it was incredibly fast. Unbelievably fast. We're eternal slaves Snow. We're different from humans Snow. That's right. Even elves had different growth rates and methods than humans. Eternal slaves should be different as well. That means This is really happening? A child Master's child. Magic has been charged by 100,000. Someday I will too. Svetlana's face filled with joy seemed to strongly assert that this was truly happening. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 111. We entered more deeply till we reached a wood house. It seems like it was newly created. Myra, Yuria, and Raisa were all there waiting outside. A scream of anguish echoed out. I could tell it was Risha. Risha. You can't go in Snow. Lilia stopped me. I can't? Yes Snow. Eternal slaves are different from humans. It is better for us be far from humans when we give birth Snow. So please wait here. I see, that's why she came to a place with very little people Yes Snow. Then why did you bring me here? I was technically a human. Risha Onizama's child will be Aniai-chan's slave too. To be with her master at the time of birth is a once-in-a-lifetime happiness. Once-in-a-lifetime happiness. If it's Aniai-chan then they will be happy. I was surprised, but I felt that those words were good. They will be happy. They will smile. I looked at Svetlana who had come along with us. She had become a regret. That was considered a great misfortune by eternal slaves. Of course, once she came to my side she began smiling much more than before. However, it still wasn't close to being 100% of the time. But the child that would be born now would be happy always. That was something amazing. Thank you Lilia. You're welcome Snow, Lilia responded sounding confused. Lilia will go back to helping out Snow. Aniai-chan should stand by here to bless the baby once it's born Snow. Okay I'll help too. Of course Snow. Svetlana followed Lilia towards the other girls. Outside the cabin there were 5 eternal slaves. The 5 of them bowed their heads and placed their hands together in prayer. At that moment their bodies began to cast light. Myra was blue. Yuria was white, Lilia was black. The colors of their gems. The colors of their souls shone. I didn't understand what was going on, but I felt like that might be the case. I waited there. I waited to give my blessing as Lilia said. I firmly stood there. Blessing? That word caught my attention. I looked at my 5 slaves. Something didn't feel right. I started thinking, as a father it was enough for me to be here. Eternal slaves would give birth to eternal slaves. A child that would stay by my side from birth and would always be happy. I once again looked at my slaves and felt that doing nothing but waiting was no good. I took out my Dorka, my black card Dorka. I held it tightly. I felt something within me, something within the Dorka. I strongly wished and prayed. I put all my heart into it. Finally the Dorka began to shine, the light I'd seen many times before, the rank up light. The light that indicated more things appearing. It was very close to the light I saw when I became able to make the bronze statue. Menu open. I checked the list and saw the thing that I wished for. I approached my slaves. Anya-chan? Lilia noticed my approach and raised her head. Lilia, about how long till the child is born? Around 1 hour to snow. Okay. I'll be back by then, eh? Anya-chan? I shook off her surprised call as I set off running. Out in the wasteland the magic circle's light had guided me to a monster I'd never seen before. It looked like a huge eyeball with human legs attached to it. It was around the size of a medium dog and had a shield of almost the same size. It was a warrior-like eyeball. It was towing the line between disgusting and cute. The arrow was pointing at it and its body was shining. It was what I was seeking. It swung around its shield and attacked me. Sorry, but I'll have you become the materials I need. I used True Eternal Slave and cut it in half, shield and all. The eyeball fell to the ground twitching and died. It didn't come out, huh? The material didn't drop and the arrow pointed to a different location. I ran in that direction and found another eyeball. Without any words I cut it in two. It collapsed just the same and the material didn't drop. I ran around fighting and defeating them. After 10 I still hadn't gotten the material. I furrowed my brow. Could it be a rare drop? There had been times when mats hadn't dropped. It couldn't be helped. It was fine. It was only a matter of time. If it was like normal, there wouldn't be any problems. Only enough time for about 10 more. Coming here took time and it would take just as much time to get back. Thinking about the 1 hour time limit Lilia had given, I should still have very little time left. A life of happiness. I moved within this time limit to fulfill this goal. I just have to do it. I gripped my sword tighter and strengthened my body. Find enemy. Certain kill. Search and destroy. I pulled out all the stops to achieve this. As I began to run to find the next eyeball I suddenly stopped. Something was glowing on my chest. I took out my card. The new card. Menu open. I took out my common magic card that can control phenomena. Encounter up. I paid 1 magic and used it. I didn't have enough time to search everywhere. I'd have them come to me. All at once the effect appeared. 3 eyeballs appeared. Not enough. Luck up. I paid another magic and increased my luck. A magic that could cause the best results to come out 70 to 80% of the time. For a rare drop this should work. Luck up. Luck up. Luck up. Luck up. I stacked the magic several times. The angular magic circles enveloped my body. I was going to put my remaining magic into luck up. I don't know if it'll work like this, but it has to. I strongly thought and grasped my sword, leaping at the eyeballs. Anya-chan. I made it? Yes, Snow. It's almost time, Snow. I see. I was relieved once I reached the cabin in the forest. All that was left was to make it. Menu open. I chose the item from my list. I placed the items inside the circle. A new item. Her exclusive item. I'm waiting for you. I began to speak. I'm here, as your master. I placed all my feelings inside of it. I will give you a life of happiness. The materials were all inserted. Slave choker Chasri. A baby's cries were heard from the cabin as I finished creating the exclusive named item. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 112. Her current state seemed to be overflowing with maternal love. At the same time she seemed to be desiring something. Master. That's the child? Yes, show me her face. Risha carefully held the child so that I could take a closer look. She looked like her mother. Her eyes, mouth, and nose all looked like a mini version of Risha. There wasn't a single part that looked like me. It might be obvious when you think that only women. Only eternal slaves will be born from eternal slaves. She's adorable. She looks just like her mother. Thank you very much. So. She seemed happy from the praise. But her face looked concerned. I could understand what she wanted. I didn't plan on going back on my word. Risha held her carefully. Yes. Ah, Risha gasped and her face split into a smile. She joyfully looked at the small necklace, choker that I was holding. This is a unique personal item. Unique item? I made this with the Dorka, but only one of them can be made. After making it, it disappeared from the list. This is her personal choker. Personal. Aren't you happy? Risha said, turning an affectionate smile towards our child. The child was still crying, a baby-like wailing as she continued to cry. I'm putting it on. Okay, I approached with the choker. At that moment she stopped crying. Her round and adorable eyes looked at the choker I was carrying. This was strange. She was just born, but she seemed to understand what was going on. I placed it around her neck. It didn't fit her perfectly yet, but at that moment she laughed, a bubbling and babyish laughter and smiling face. Magic has been charged by 10. Good for you, just born and you've already found your destined one. Magic has been charged by 1 million. The mother-daughter pair is mine. Honestly, I'd had doubts. Was this something they really wanted? That was one such doubt, but at this moment those worries disappeared. A child that had just been born couldn't lie to me. The Dorka couldn't lie to me. Eternal slave, a race that seeks their master at a genetic level. When they find their master, they feel joy. Ah, master. What? I would like to ask you to name this child if you'd be so kind. A name? That's already been decided. Really? Yes, Chasri. Chasri. How nice. Risha poked our child's cheek. Aren't you glad? You even got a name from master. Chasri answered with burbling giggling. But still, the birth was very fast. Yes, we are very fast. After we're born we grow up to about the body of a 3-5-year-old within a few days, then after a little longer period of being that size we enter a second stage of growth. During that eternal slaves grow to our size. Is that so? They're the type of living thing. That type of race. Then Chasri as well? Yes, within a week she should be able to help a bit. I see, I'm looking forward to it. Please give this child some work as well. I'll think of something suitable for a small child. Magic has been charged by 100,000. Risha was happy and the baby giggled freely. I watched them with happiness when I heard a sound from behind me. I turned and saw my other slaves looking in. Myra, Yuria, Lilia, Raisa, and Svetlana. All of them were looking on with incredibly hopeful faces. I didn't even have to ask what they were so desirous of. I took out my Dorka as I moved deep inside of the cabin. My slaves looked at me confused. I made a bed with pure magic. The bed was large enough to accommodate everyone. It was gigantic. Come here. The moment I said that, my black card Dorka's magic reached the limit. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 113. My third slave Myra was standing in front of me. Nina developed a highway, you know? A highway? Yep, a road. I don't really know what it is. But a highway. I wonder what it is? Menu open. I took out my Dorka and checked. The video demonstration showed the ground looking like asphalt. I see. A highway. Right now most of the roads, including those in my capital city Rybek, were gravel. I didn't know which was better for this ruined world, asphalt or gravel, but I honestly believed asphalt would be superior. The material is ... Bikim. What is that? It's something that comes out of a monster. It doesn't come out of any specific monster, it has about a 1 in 3 chance of appearing. I see. I thought for a bit and said, contact Martha in Kazan, tell them to gather it. Oh, also make a proclamation to the people. Tell them to gather it as well. Yuria will decide how much. We're making the highway. Yeah, for now we will spread it throughout Rybek. Okay, a road huh? If this goes as I expect, then by spreading it we can speed up growth and development. It was to the degree that I want to invest most of my slaves into this project. Master, a young voice spoke up. The door opened and a small girl toddled inside. She had beautiful golden hair and pointed ears like her mother, and she was wearing a choker with a colorless gem in it with a slave one piece. Chasri, It hadn't even been a week since she was born, but she already looked like she was 3 years old. She walked as carefully as she could towards me. She was carrying a tray with a cup balanced precariously on it. Her gait was uncertain. But it was adorable. Myra and I watched over her. Here, please accept. She safely reached my side and held out the tray and cup. She was too short and couldn't reach the desktop, so she held it out for me to take. Good job. You did well. I praised her and patted her head. Chasri showed me an innocent smile that lit up the room. Risha is? She's working in Bisque. I see. Please give Chasri some too? Sure, I will. I thought a bit while patting her head. I exchanged looks with Myra. Work. She's a child, but Chasri is an eternal slave without a doubt. Master. I understand. Some work more than just helping around. Magic has been charged by 10,000. Myra smiled. It wasn't even her child, but she was happy. Is there anything? It'd be easier if Yuria was here. The graph. Oh right. I looked at the essentials written up on the blackboard. Rybek's need for food had increased by 1 since yesterday. I took out a piece of paper and started writing. I made a map from the palace to the closest food storage. I held it out to Chasri. Here Chasri, do you know this place? The big warehouse. Chasri looked a bit and made a big nod. Then, please go there and make some pushini. Make enough to replenish the storage there. We're making thith. She showed me her slave card while pointing. That's right. Can you do it? Leave it to me. I can do any work for master, she said with a thump on her chest and ran out. Everybody, let's go, she yelled out, and as the door was closing I could hear the pitter-patter of little feet running. Chasri and 5 other little eternal slaves. The tiny slave corps deployed. PFT. I couldn't help but laugh a bit. I could imagine them all using dirt to make pushini. It was magic that made the pushini, but you would need dirt. If you looked at them from the side you would only see children playing with sand and dirt. It would appear to be a heartwarming scene you couldn't replace. However, that's so nice. Even though they're so young they get work, Myra said with an envious look on her face. It wasn't surprising. Pushini was one of the pillars of my country. It was fairly easy to do, so I left it to them. But it was without a doubt proper work. You're jealous of your daughter? It's just that. Well, I have work for you too. Really? Magic has been charged by 50,000. Go to Nina's place. See if you can make a harder or more solid version of the highway you just developed. Asphalt was fine, but I wanted to be able to make concrete as well. They both had different uses, so I wanted both. Got it. For a moment she had an unpleasant look on her face, but she followed my orders and left the palace. I was left alone in my office. I stood and took a look out the window. I saw the parade of many slaves. My 7th slave Chasri was leading them at the front, toddling along. It was charming and reliable. Menu open. I looked at my Dorka. My slaves had become 12 and my magic power was still close to the limit. This country was continuing to grow. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 114. Inside a rundown home a young girl shivered fearfully in a corner. Among the mountains was a poor village of people that had escaped the destruction from the evil god. They didn't have much but their lives. Right now a man and his subordinates were attacking this place. This man's name was Midolphan. He had gathered Merato and Maxim's subordinates under his influence and laid waste to the surroundings. That man now had a disgusting and perverse look on his face as he approached the girl with the BGM of the village being destroyed. Thought this village didn't have SH, but this little thing's got a pretty good body on her. And noo. Don't you be scared, this boss'll be nice. I'll teach you how a real man and woman have fun, Midolphan said as he slowly approached the girl. Please God. The girl curled herself up and desperately prayed. The youngest girl in the poor village, her very existence seemed to illustrate the helplessness these people felt before these wolves in human skin. Fafu. Thanks for the treat, Tilda. At that moment, boss, Midolphan's subordinate ran in panicking. Bam. Midolphan didn't even hesitate and bashed him with a backhanded strike. Gah. Didn't this lord say that from now on it would be my enjoyment time? I said not to interrupt me, right? I am so sorry, but there is a problem. What? Midolphan's face already looked sour, but after hearing that he looked even worse. The Slave King is. 6 gems glittered as a single man holding true eternal slave cut his way to the center of the village. There were about 10 homes in this village. Half of them had black smoke pouring out of them and half of them had doors or walls broken down. There was a pile of things burning and a small pile of valuables. Damn it! One of the perpetrators, another of Midolphan's subordinates, came attacking him again. His slave's sword flashed and he was divided in two. I continued walking past the man and his body fell to my sides in 2 halves. I continued cutting my way through the small fries and Midolphan walked out of the only building that was still intact. His eyebrows showed how surprised he was. Bastard. Why are you here? A coincidence. Though it may also count as magic. What did ya say? Please help me. Midolphan got angrier. From behind him a single girl leapt out. She slipped past him as quickly as she could and tried to make it to my side. However, she was stopped midway. Midolphan caught her and wrapped his arm around her thin neck. Oh, don't go moving around, okay? If you do. Then I dunno what'll happen to this little girlie here. A hostage, huh? The Slave King's kind, isn't he? So I think this kinda thing should work. Oh no, I'm not such a bad guy. I don't even have a grudge against you guys. How about it? Why don't you let us slide this time? Can I take that as a yes? Yugu. He tightened his grip on her and she groaned in pain. If I didn't accept, then her life wouldn't be guaranteed. Let her go. I'll let this girlie go once I'm good and safe. I keep my word, you know. You'd best. Midolphan began moving. He held her as he continued walking and was about to slip past me when at that moment, a swiping sound and a cold light flashed. Ching! I blocked his blow with my slave sword. Midolphan had attacked first and he once more swung his blade. He tried to attack me from surprise. Aren't you going to run? It'd be better to kill ya off here, ya dumba. I see. Oh. Don't think about attacking back, okay? If you do, then, Midolphan said as he started to attack again. But he suddenly stopped. He coughed up blood and his sword fell from his hand. What is this? He looked at his body in fear and shock. He saw 6 children. There were 6 semi-transparent and adorable girls, golden hair and sharp ears. Eternal slaves. They all held short knives that were stabbed in him. Kids, when did they? Well, it's like this. Everyone come back. The semi-transparent little slaves turned into light and disappeared back into true eternal slave. Then I once again swung the sword as 6 lights flew out. They turned into the 6 of them which surround Midolphan. Then they took their knives and leapt in. Zakazaku. The second attack added another 6 holes in Midolphan. He was now filled with a dozen different holes in his body. Ha. Midolphan's eyes showed absolute disbelief as he slowly crumbled to the ground. You can make the panacea using pure magic. Okay, let's go everyone. Chasri ran off with the other kids. Once finding an injured person, they used their cards to make medicine and healed them. The cost to performance was poor, but I could leave it to them nonetheless, so I let them do it and turned to the girl. Are you injured? Huh. No. I see. You were lucky then. My coming here was mostly coincidental. I had gone out to test my little girl's power and used the magic enemy search which guided me here. I lent her my hand and had her stand up. I looked around the town. It almost couldn't be called a village. It was only slightly better than Madway's original rotten shack. You've always lived here? Yes. Before that man called you the Slave King. Oh, he didn't he? I was called that pretty often. Could it be that you're the king of the new country? Yeah. Then, the girl started to say something. She opened and closed her mouth like she wanted to say something but didn't know if she should. Do you want to come under my jurisdiction? Yes. But this village doesn't have much to offer. I don't need stuff like that. She was surprised and looked like she couldn't believe it. Chasri, Irina, Vula, Risa, Bella, Riga. I called out loudly and they ran over. Did you call us master? make a house a short distance from the village. We'll be working here for a bit. I understand. They ran off once more. The girl turned still dumbfounded. It'd be better to demonstrate rather than explain. First off, we should help rebuild this place a bit. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 115. She cutely lifted her hands and brought the wooden house inside the village. The young girl Anna, that Midolphan was attacking before, had her mouth hanging wide open in disbelief. That small child is ... amazing. The other children too. Anna looked around. Chasri and the other 5 children were moving around. They were going around the outside of the village and making houses and bringing them in. If they were a little off, Vula would lift them and adjust their positions. The objects were several times larger than the children, and thinking normally the homes would weigh several times their own body weight. Seeing them carry the objects as if it was nothing would truly be amazing to see. Are they your Majesty's children? They are my slaves. Is that so? I answered bluntly, and Anna seemed to pull back. However, this wasn't something I could yield. Master, look out! I heard a child's voice scream. I turned to see Myra's child, Irina, falling, and the wooden house fly out of her hands towards us. It would land ... on Anna. Kaya! Anna screamed. I stepped out in front of her and caught the house. I used the Dorka's power to make it weightless. With that I could easily stop it. Are you okay? Why yes, Anna said, blushing. Irina, don't fall like that anymore. Okay. I faced Irina as she got up and tossed the house back towards her. The house flew through the air and Irina lightly caught it. This would truly turn into another incredible sight, but ... Anna didn't see it. She was looking at me while blushing all the way to her ears. I could pretty much understand. But now wasn't the time. I should probably start off with a cooking space and a public baths. That would mean I need the Rabba. Anna, is there any place around here that Rabba comes out? Anna, I called out to her more strongly. What is it? I asked you if there is a place where Rabba appear. It's a monster that looks kind of like lava. I'm sorry, I've never seen it. I see. Then I guess I should use some magic, or maybe I should use the magic production. I was thinking about which would be better. Using magic by itself to create these things, or using encounter up and luck up to draw the Rabba here. And so the village's development continued. Food, clothes, and shelter. We steadily improved this desolate village until it was livable. Your Majesty ... here. Anna bashfully approached with some bread. It was unfermented flat bread. I just made it, so please have some if you'd like. Thank you. I took it and ate it. As I ate and looked around, Anna continued to stare at me. It was a bit tough, but I should make things clear. I thought, what is this? I heard a loud voice from the entrance of the village. I turned to look and saw some men. I didn't know who they were, but they looked to be Midolphan's subordinates. They were in a squad of 4 and they looked around the town selfishly from the entrance. Hey you, where's the head? One of the men yelled the question at an old woman. The old woman started to shake from fear. I said, where did he go? The man yelled as he raised his hand. Was he going to hit her? Stupid. A young high-pitched voice pierced the air. 6 slave children assembled into group opposite the men with Irina at the center. 5 of them forced their way in between the old woman and the men. You can't bully Granny. Bullying her ain't lame. Gee, go away, they shouted towards the men. Will they get enraged by this? I wondered when I looked again. It betrayed my expectations. The men all had vulgar smiles on their faces. These are all eternal slaves. There are even 5 of them. We're in luck today. These unlucky kid slaves will sell for a high price. It looks like the head ain't here, so let's split the money. We can buy some girlies. I've been all backed up. I see, so that's how it was. I understood how they were talking. It was like they were talking about puppies, talking about them like they were newly born high-class puppies. They could buy and sell for a lot. They're saying this and that as they please. Catch them. For now we'll grab one of them said, and they began to move. As they stretched their hands to grab them, I touched true eternal slave. The children's colorless gems shone and they became light and were sucked into the sword. What just happened? He's the slave king. Why is he here? They were all surprised and froze. I moved towards them with only one thought, to clean them up. They looked a little pathetic, but I had no sympathy. Chasri, Irina, Vula, Risha, Myra, and Yuria's children appeared like phantoms. Ersa, Bella, Riga, Lilia, Raisa, and Svetlana's children appeared. The 6 of them appeared like spirits or fairies, floating in the air seemingly semi-transparent. "Don't go easy on them." "Go," I ordered, and they all leapt forward. Midolphan's remnants were ruthlessly dealt with, charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 116. The 6 slave children were inside the house with me. The children were all sleeping in one pile. They had all piled together like a litter of puppies. It was a little charming. While checking for presences in the vicinity, I gazed at them. I too had been dyed by this world's colors. I thought, these slave children, the eternal slaves born from eternal slaves. They were both my children and my slaves. Even so, their identities at the moment were strongly recognized as slaves. It was hard to say, but their identity as my own children was thin. Their identities as 6 slave children and 6 pairs of mother and child slaves was firm. Even though they're my children, I couldn't help but whisper this self-mocking phrase. In the past I had thought that, though they were cute and lovable, eternal slaves were strange. They felt honor from overworking themselves for their master, and wanted to have their children become slaves of the same master. Deep in my heart I had felt this was strange. But somewhere along the way I had begun to look at my children as slaves. I thought that my title Slave King wasn't just for show. Master. One of the 6 had awoken. It was Vula, Uria's daughter. She was the only child that tried to act grown up amongst them, as well as being the only one that did not have a childish lisp. Add that on to her small stature, which wasn't too far off from Uria's petite size. They looked more like sisters than mother and daughter. "What's wrong? Master won't sleep?" "Yeah, I'll be awake for a bit longer." "Are you waiting for something?" "You could say that." Enemies? Why do you think that? You haven't let go of your sword. Vula's clever. I praised her and reached out my hand to pat her head. Vula blushed bashfully. "That's right, I'm waiting for enemies. That's why I had this house made in the entrance of the village. If they want to get into the village, then they have to go through here." "Oh, so that's it." I predict that Midolphan's leftovers will come back a couple more times. It's a wait-and-see tactic. "I heard from Mother," Vula said with a serious look on her face. It was very childish, but it gave the impression of a child prodigy. She seemed nearly the same as Yuria at this moment. "That master tried not to kill people even when they're like that." "That's true. But this village has changed my mind. If I let people like that roam freely, then there will be further sacrifices. Villages will be destroyed." At that moment I realized, this was not a conversation I should be having with a child. "Vula, yes, I've spoken too much and I've gotten thirsty. Make some tea." "Okay." Magic has been charged by 5,000. Vula stood up and went to the simple kitchen in the corner. This house was one I had created using the save and load function. It was a home with all necessary items, tools, and furnishings within it. Vula worked with her small body as she boiled water and got the tea ready. She may be clever and act grown up, but her body was still that of a child's. This sight was cute, but even so I didn't think to help. I would let her do what she wanted. "Thank you for waiting." After a short while she placed down a steaming cup of tea in front of me. I accepted it but didn't bring it to my mouth, because I felt a presence outside. It was an ability I had learned from Vula's mother, Yuria, back in the day. The ability to sense presences. 5. No 6 of them. I put down my tea. "Master? I'll be right back." "You aren't going to drink?" "I'll drink it afterwards. Also prepare some sweets." "Magic has been charged by 5,000. Okay." I went outside as Vula nodded. I saw them by the light of a burning torch. They steadily approached. They walked straight down the path to the village imposingly. Midolphan's leftovers had appeared. As I had sensed, There were 6 total. I frowned. They were all riding horses and some of them had women on them tied up like luggage. They all seemed too exhausted to move. They looked to be spoils of war. Bastard. You're Akito. One man called out my name and the rest of them got noisy. I was wondering why the head and Vigochi hadn't come back. Did you? I'll say this only once. Turn over a new leaf and live properly. You will have the basics of life guaranteed in my country. Don't F with me. The man took out a thick katana and came cutting towards me. I swung true eternal slave sideways. I cut both the katana and the man in half. Each man that attacked was cut down. I'd given them my final warning. By the end, don't come any closer. You come closer and this woman gets it. The final surviving man had drawn an innocent into the middle of this. Wordlessly I threw true eternal slave. The point of the sword stabbed through his shoulder and then through the tree behind him. The man was nailed to the tree. The woman was thrown to the ground. She groaned in pain, but I couldn't see any bad injuries or signs of sexual assault. I was relieved a bit as I approached the man. Please spare me. Well, where are the others? The others? The rest of you guys from Merato and Maxim. Why do care about Gua. I punched him in the face. The sword that nailed him to the tree moved a bit, causing blood to flow out. Tell me. Oh okay, I'll tell you. I returned back to the house. Vula had prepared some sweets and was waiting. I took a bite of the sweets and drank some tea. Ow, looks like the tea had yet to cool. I'll blow on it, Vula said, stepping forward, but I stopped her by raising my hand. Instead of that, I have a job for you. What is it? Vula said with glittering eyes. Though young, she was an eternal slave. This was the thing she reacted the most to. I used save and load to create a paper and pen and scribbled down the information the man had given me. I handed it to Vula. Take this to Maya. Battleship Uria should be anchored to the west of here. Just give it to her? Tell her to annihilate the people there. After saying that I changed my tone. It's night. But can you do it? It's okay. Vula snatched the memo from my hand and dashed out. I watched her disappear along the mountain path. She looked like a child that had been given her first errand. I looked on for a while and returned back inside. Then I bitterly smiled. It didn't seem like we could have a normal father-daughter relationship. Magic has been charged by 10,000. But, Vula wasn't a normal daughter, so I don't think it was too big of a problem. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 117. Master, emergency. My eldest child Chasri ran over in a panic. What's wrong, Chasri? An emergency. Vula is gone. Oh, Vula? I looked everywhere, everyone did, but we can't find her, Chasri said hastily. I patted her head to calm her down. Vula is out on a job. Chasri was surprised. At the same time the other 4 showed their faces and looked over here. As a messenger, she took a message to Maya, so she's not missing, so don't worry. Not fair. I was surprised. Their 5 voices all perfectly matched up. Their voices all together crying out had a surprising force to it. Not fair? I asked and Chasri responded. Right. Vula went and got a job by her elf. Not fair. Ah. So that's it. Though they were small, they were eternal slaves. They felt like she got a head start over them by getting a job elsewhere. That was just like them. Well, honestly they were reacting differently from their mothers. Based on my understanding of their mothers. They would feel happy and bless the one given a job and wait quietly for me to give them their work. They were that kind of slave. Well, either way it was adorable and lovable. Don't worry, you all have work too. Really? Chasri latched on and the other 4 ran out of the house. Magic has been charged by 3,000. Magic has been charged by 5,000. Magic has been charged by 7,777. Magic is charging. Magic has been charged by 4,000. The voice echoed in my head busily. The slave children ran around town and continued creating things. They ran around doing different jobs, making them seem like Koropakura or fairies. It was charming watching them. Them running back and forth after finishing their work and looking for praise was adorable, distractingly cute. Your Majesty? Anna walked up next to me and called out timidly, "What's up?" "I have something to talk to you about." It seemed like something serious. "Okay, Chasri." "Yeth Tilda, I need to go speak for a bit. I'll leave this place to you." "Understood," she cheerfully responded. We went to a place without people. However, since this village was originally in the midst of decline, almost anywhere was secluded. We moved till we could no longer hear the cheerful voices of the children, so I stopped and turned to Anna. "Is this alright?" "Why, yes." "Okay, what did you want to talk about?" We want to be part of Your Majesty's kingdom." "Okay, that should be fine. I had intended that from the start. That's why I had used my Dorka to raise the standard of this village to my kingdom's specifications. It'd be troublesome if they said we don't need this stuff after all, but that would be easier in its own way." Anna was squirming and having a really difficult time saying something. I wonder what it was. "We don't know whether or not we can pay the tax." "Oh, so that was it." "I see, Anna." And the villagers were worried. This dying village with such few people. Normally thinking it'd be very hard to pay taxes. If this was it, then the talk would go quickly. "Also, we don't know if we can pay for the repairs to the village." "Don't worry about it. I can't have you pay absolutely nothing because it would set a bad example. But if you really can't pay, we'll figure something out." "Something?" "I won't squeeze you hard. It's my guarantee. I guarantee the very basics of life. I guarantee food, homes, and clothes. If they are the basics, you can ask for them anytime for free. That's what I'm doing right now." "Free?" Anna was completely shocked. Did I not tell you guys?" Anna was completely flustered. I smiled at her. "That's how it is. Don't worry." Anna opened her eyes wide and after a while her expression returned to normal. It was a face that said that she was slowly accepting what I said. Finally it resolved into a complex expression with gratitude mixed with some other things. "Your Majesty. Are you God?" she finally asked. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 118. I looked around restlessly trying to identify the sound and where it was coming from. Why Your Majesty." Anna ran over in a panic. She tripped and fell along the way and skinned her knee. "Oh wow, whoa. Are you okay? Here, have some medicine." I held out one of the panaceas I had in reserve. But "It's fine," I said forcefully since she didn't need to be so reserved. Anna looked apologetic and nodded as she nervously accepted the panacea and drank it. Her wounded knee healed visibly until there wasn't a trace of it left. "Thank you very much, Your Majesty." "Forget about it. What was so important that you were in such a panic?" "That's right, Your Majesty. There's a huge metal thing attacking. I haven't seen it before, but I think it's a monster." "Giant metal thing?" I asked with a frown, now that I paid attention that dodo sound was still happening. "Oh, so it's that." Anna's report had cleared up what it was. "That's a battleship, not a monster." "Battleship?" "Yeah, it's a weapon I made. It's for fighting monsters and things." Is that so?" "So Maya's here? I'll go see her." "I'll come too," Anna said as she followed me. We traversed the village and moved to the edge of the newly constructed Fount of Ilia's range. From there I could see Battleship Risha. The author made a mistake in the previous chapter in calling it Battleship Uria. Its gigantic form moved forward as it climbed the mountain. It was considerably majestic and dignified. The proof of that was that the entire village had come out to watch with wide-eyed open-mouthed shock. I stepped forward. Battleship Risha came to a stop and shortly after Maya came out. "Akido." Maya ran down to the exit and dashed towards me. I wonder why. She had a higher tension than usual. "What's wrong? Why did you run over so quickly?" "There's things I need to talk to you about." "Good news or boring news? Which should I start with?" How novel. Then I choose the boring one. I have the habit of saving the best for last. I see. Maya, calm down for a moment. We cleaned up Midolphan's leftovers with a bombardment. I see. That is pretty boring. The moment I had handed down the order, I'd expected this result. In another meaning, it was that they weren't even the opponents of Maya and the battleship Risha, so it was an obvious end. As she said, it was boring, so maybe the good news would actually be pretty great. The good news? We made one. What? We made one. Her tension had gone straight back up to how it was when she appeared. But what does she mean? As I was thinking, Vula appeared from the exit Maya had come from. She ran over to me. Master. She stood in front of me with the composed face she inherited from her mother. I conveyed the message. You did well. As I praised her, I saw the corners of Vula's lips twitch. Magic has been charged by 3,000. Well, it was obvious. I stretched out my hand to pat Vula's head. My hand froze in the air. Gigigi. I slowly and mechanically turned my head to Maya. She was still filled with excitement. I see. That was it. We made a kid? That's right. It's Akido's child. Really? Really? We made one. We made one. We made a child. Maya and the women of my elite troops on battleship Risha, the ones who badgered me to give us children. I made children with them. It was a different feeling than with my slaves. I couldn't identify which felt better. It was like comparing top-class sushi with high-class steak. What's more is there are three of them. I was feeling incredible, ecstatic. Hey Chasri. What happened? Master's children were made. Master's children with humans, so young masters? Or young ladies? New masters are amazing. I was feeling ecstatic and missed the exchange between them. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 119. 3 women were waiting there. Their names should be Shania, Katarina, and Renata. When I fulfilled my promise to them, I made sure to learn their names. The women who were Maya's companions, the ones who had become bandits once upon a time. When I entered the room, the 3 of them all simultaneously went down on their hands and knees. It was as thought they were greeting me like a new wife with feminine immodesty. Thank you very much. Thanks to your majesty we were able to become mothers. Thank you. Truly. That's fine. Please. Stand up. I immediately went over and helped them to their feet. Unlike that day, the bed and carpets were gone. Right now it was simply an unrefined room inside the battleship, its original appearance. The floor was cold and hard. It wasn't a place for a pregnant woman to be kneeling on. It's why I got them up as quick as I could. The 3 that I helped stand looked at me with emotional eyes. Shania was a girl that looked like a bright childhood friend. Katarina looked like an unsociable girl, and Renata was a childish girl. In the time I hadn't seen them, they had become more motherly. They changed enough that it was surprising. We really made a child. The thought was moving. It's thanks to you, Akido, Maya said from behind me. I turned and saw that she was looking just as moved as the 3 girls. Maya? It's because Akido was there for us. It's because you accepted us. If not. Then we might be dead or dying somewhere out in the wastes. The 3 girls also agreed and nodded. True, I had interfered in their lives like that. In this world even living normally was difficult. We might have become like those annihilated guys. Midolphan's leftovers, you mean? That's right. I guess it is all fate. Somehow that word came out. Maya's group and Midolphan's gang. Thinking more about it, they had a lot more in common than I expected. Both of them had been my enemies at first. Both of them had pillaged to eat. Yes, Maya's group had attacked my town first. After I defeated them, they obediently began to follow me. On the other hand, Midolphan was my enemy at first. Even after I gave him favorable terms, he refused and continued to pillage. The result was that one side had their livelihood secured and learned of the joys of becoming mothers. On the other side, they were destroyed and erased from the world. It was black and white. It was ironic to think that Maya's group was the one to put an end to Midolphan's gang. I'm glad we met you, Akido, Maya said once more. I listened to her and looked at all of them. I began to care less and less about Midolphan's group, Maya and the three women. Their happy faces was slowly making me not care anymore. I wanted to make them happier. These three are the only ones who got pregnant? Yeah, that's right, Maya said. Unfortunately no one else did. Including me. I see. Then gather everyone. Eh? I promised, right? I'd give you all children. Akito. Maya was deeply moved. Yes, I'd make them happy. This had finally allowed me to understand what I wanted. I wanted those who followed me to be happy. If it's Akito, then you can do it, Maya said as if she was reading my mind. They were heartening words. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 120. After climbing up near the summit, I took out my card, the card that can manipulate phenomena. Menu open. Akito type, Kamen card magic LVL, 5356 magic uses. 52 I was checking my magic level. Yesterday it had gone back up to 5156. Myra, Yuria, Lilia, Raisa, and Svetlana. After laying with each of them, my maximum had increased by 5. That was good. However, yesterday I had made love with Maya's group. I left out the 3 who were pregnant, but that still left 47 of them. The maximum value didn't increase, but the current value did. So from that I hypothesized that it would only increase the maximum the first time. However, the current value can be recharged many times. Well, there could be exceptions to it. For example, if it wasn't a virgin girl. Would it increase the maximum or not? I'll have to remember that going forward. Okay then, let's do it. I muttered and prepped myself. I used Encounter Up and Luck Up. Then I waited for a bit. Whoa, the ground shook and I was unbalanced for a moment. Then here and there holes opened up in the ground. From the holes lava poured out and became monsters. It was the Raba monsters that I was aiming for. I obtained Raba souls from them that would become energy sources for various things. The Raba souls seemed to always give off heat. At the very least the ones we had first used to make ovens hadn't run out yet, so they must have a fairly long lifespan. In fact, from my perspective it almost seemed like perpetual motion. Their appearance clearly showed that my magic had its effect. Aren't there a few too many? Rabas continued to pop up one after another, but it didn't end there. Lava comes out, becomes Raba, lava comes out, becomes Raba, lava comes out, becomes Raba. One after another, another hole opened, another Raba came out. Oi, it was enough that I was starting to get shaken. There were already 30 of them and they still haven't stopped. The lava creatures continued moving around. With the smell of burnt grass, a considerable heat wrapped around my body. What should I do? Should I call some rain? I thought with my card in hand. Would calling rain accomplish anything? As I was thinking, the Rabas started sticking to each other. 2 of them crashed into each other and started melting together. It looked like oil combining on the surface of water. One after the next melted together and became one, again and again, becoming larger. It increased in size and volume, and the larger it got, the faster they melted together. Before long the Raba had all combined into a single form. It was about the size of a tennis court. It had become a gigantic monster. Oi, this can happen? I murmured. When I thought it was finally over, I was proven wrong. The gigantic Raba moved around as if searching for further nutrients and stretched its body into one of the holes. Then from there it started sucking out lava. Its body started getting even bigger. Then, the mountain started burning. Feels like I'm guilty of this. I broke into a cold sweat. That sweat evaporated in the heat. Menu open. I used my common card and summoned rain. The clouds appeared in an instant and started pouring rain. Like pouring water on a hot stone, huh? It was almost a literal application of the saying. The rain that was pouring down evaporated above the creature. As the flames began to spread to the trees, the giant Raba's heat didn't seem like it had gone down at all. The trees burnt and collapsed. They were sucked into the Raba's body and burnt out in a moment. So that's what happens when you touch it directly. Mew. The trees had been cleared, so my view had opened up. I could see the village. The village that we had been working to remake and was nearing completion. And the gigantic Rabba that was meandering its way towards it. The trees that were burnt to cinders in a moment were a foreshadowing of what would happen to the village. I have to stop it. I couldn't just let it burn up the village I'd nearly finished fixing up. I took out True Eternal Slave. I'd have to use powerful attacks. I ran in front of the gigantic Rabba. I put magic into my blade and swung. Boom. The gigantic Rabba was scattered as if hit by a hammer. If it was a normal Rabba, then this would be the end. But this one was different. One part of it had been splattered, but the main body, that I could see, was pretty much intact. Furthermore, it took the scattered parts back inside itself and was pretty much back to normal. It was annoying, but I had to do it. I renewed my grip on my sword and took a deep breath, and I continued to hit and beat it with reckless abandon. I smacked it over and over like a child hitting a puddle with an umbrella. I was pressured. It felt like no matter how I hit it, it wouldn't decrease. It could regather the scattered parts and suck up more lava from the holes. It expanded and slowly advanced as I was slowly pushed back. However, after around 30 minutes something changed. The giant Rabba's body stopped. I looked and saw that no new lava was coming out of the holes. It couldn't increase anymore. My attacks had continued to decrease the lava it had and had exceeded the amount it could regain. I could do this, I felt, and increased my speed. True Eternal Slave danced through the air as I beat the giant Rabba. Then the situation changed even further. It was being pushed back. More accurately, I was cutting it down little by little and it was getting smaller. But I could feel my hope rekindling. I continued cutting it down. More and more and more I kept going. The Rabba got smaller and smaller until it reached the size of a normal Rabba. This is it. I put magic in my blade and slashed down powerfully. Finally, the Rabba was extinguished. It disappeared without a trace. Phew! I heaved a huge sigh and looked around. The summit was partially destroyed. It was burnt black. There was also a path dug down the side of the mountain. That Rabba had dug the path down the mountain just by moving. Well, it was fine in the end. What was important was the results of the battle. The main cause was the combination of encounter up and luck up. At least one Rabba soul would pop out. I looked around the ruins. Then I saw a single soul sitting there. It was similar in shape to the ones I'd found before, but it was golden in color. The moment I grabbed it, my Dorka lit up. It was the light that appeared when I could create a new item. The thing that I had obtained was a true Rabba soul, and several new things had appeared in my Dorka. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 121. All in all, there were 10 homes. It was a small village of around 20 people. All of them were gathered in front of me. "Thank you very much," Anna said and bowed. The rest of the villagers did as well, looking out over everything. Nearly all of it had been made with my Dorka. Living quarters, food and storage, and the clothes they wore, all of it was from the Dorka. The things that they used had been replaced by higher quality versions and they all seemed fresh-faced. "It's thanks to your majesty. Don't worry about it. If you run out of pushini, send a message. Before long we'll connect the rails here so you can use the train." "Train?" Anna said, confused. It looks like she doesn't know what that is. "You'll understand when you see it." "Understood. Thank you again for your help." Anna and the villagers once again bowed. I waved my hand and set off. The 6 slave children were at the entrance. But they didn't see me. They were all gathered at a single location doing something. "What's going on?" "Ah, Master," Chasri responded. "She seems to have taken up the position of leader." "Trash cleanup, trash cleanup." I peeked over their shoulders. There were some pieces of wood lying there. They looked to be leftover materials and trash from creating the houses and storehouse. Vula was in the process of using her slave card to deconstruct them. "I see. Trash from the Dorka is being erased by the Dorka." I watched over them as they continued their cleanup. I walked with my slave children through the wilderness. We were making our way back to Ryback from the village and the children were walking in front of me. They were holding hands and singing some song. Whenever something caught their eye, Lilia's child Risa would set off running, then dig up the rock and look at it seriously. Whenever I hadn't given them a job, they acted like children their age. I couldn't decide what was better, The sight of them playing innocently or when they went off to do work. Ryga, yes, Svetlana's child. Ryga looked straight at me. Create a chair. It can be with magic. Okay. Ryga took out her card and made a stool. She placed the stool on the ground. The ground was uneven, so it wobbled a lot. I didn't mind it and sat down. Next. Irina. Unmassage my shoulders. Magic has been charged by 5,000. She blanked out for a moment, but then her eyes sparkled as she ran behind me. She started joyfully massaging my shoulders while the other 5 looked on enviously. The delicate feeling of her trying to beat on my shoulders properly wasn't the point. It was adorable. But that also wasn't the point. They were children. But they were eternal slaves. It would be best to give them something to do. I suddenly stood up straight. I took out True Eternal Slave and touched the jewels, sucking them inside. Master, Chasri sounded puzzled. I could also feel the others' confusion within my mind. This method is faster. They felt even more confused. We're going to hurry and return to Rybek. I've got jobs for you. The moment I said that, I got a charge from all of them. The sun had mostly set by the time we made it back to Rybek. I saw a familiar silhouette in the distance before we entered town. Risha, Mommy. We'd known each other for long enough that I knew her by her silhouette. My first slave Risha was standing there. The hair that she had cut when I made my slave sword, the slave gift, had grown back completely. She was the one amongst my slaves that looked most elf-like. Ah, welcome back, Master. I'm back. What were you doing? Garbage disposal. Garbage disposal. I tilted my head. Risha glanced over and I glanced in the same direction. The surroundings were pretty dark, so it was hard to make out, but I could see a large amount of garbage. A mountain of it. This much? It was a surprising amount. It was so much that I couldn't take it all in at once. A size almost as large as a baseball field. There was a garbage mountain here? Yes, all of Rybek's garbage is carried here. Then sometimes we come here and erase it with the Dorka. Chasri learned that from Mommy. I see, so that's where they got it from. Good work, continue please. Yes, Risha returned to taking care of the garbage. There was a half-broken wood house that was clearly made with a Dorka. It was cleanly erased with dismantling. There were various things that were erased one after another. After watching over her for a while, we continued into Rybek. By the time we entered, the sun was completely set. The night of Rybek was still lively. The main street had many stalls and stands where the men who had finished a hard day's work were eating and drinking. That was good. Keep on. But there was a problem. The things my slave children had done and the thing Risha was doing. Just looking made me realize the town was dirty. There was trash here and there. It wasn't spread everywhere, but it was gathering. It was most likely trash that hadn't been carried away yet. At that moment a citizen passed by the garbage and pinched his nose trying to get by quickly. I need to take care of this. Rybek Palace office. I called Yuria over. What is the present situation with garbage? Situation. Show me how much there is. Then. Like this, Yuria said with her usual deadpan expression and drew on the blackboard. She drew a garbage meter below the other meters. Rybek. Clothes, food, housing, trash. Oi, it's gotten this bad? More accurately. It's like this, she said and started drawing on other areas. She drew a 6th, 7th, and 8th. And 8 out of 5. Oi, the other towns? Like this, most of them are 7s. I need to resolve this trash problem. If we leave it, then there'll be a health problem. Illnesses will become an issue. It will be fine if we make panacea. It'd be best if people didn't get sick in the first place. Even without that, I don't want to let the towns become like that. I was trying to revive the world. I couldn't let trash just build up like this. Trash disposal. Burning or burying it? Throwing it in the sea? That doesn't sound like these will solve it. I smiled bitterly. That wouldn't have any meaning whatsoever. Burying it would be bad. Maybe burning it? Burning that much would be problematic. It increases every day. If we used proper oven flame, then we would need at least 1,000 Robisouls. Robisouls? Yes, the ones for the burners and the bath boilers. If we were to use those to burn the trash, then we would need around 1,000. That's why it's troublesome. If you made it with magic, it would take all of our magic, Yuria said with a difficult look on her face. It was the distress of someone who knew the numbers. But I was different. I had just obtained the trump card that would solve the difficulties. We'll make an incinerator. Gather all slaves who are free. Yuria looked confused, but she obeyed my orders and gathered everyone, charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 122. I took out my black card Dorka and checked the video function, a panel above the ground that opened to an airtight space. Inside of it were wooden houses and lots of pushini. The amount illustrated that this space was about the size of a tennis court and around 10 meters tall. The seemingly airtight walls then shifted and spouted out flames which completely filled the space. The flames burned fiercely, truly befitting an inferno. The things within this space were completely burnt to nothingness. It was an amazing sight. After all, not even speaking of ashes and cinder, not even smoke was let out. After the flames receded, there was nothing left besides for the airtight space. It looks like if we throw the trash in here, it should burn it all. Truly, this was the thing I wanted the most right now. After making sure of it, I closed my Dorka and looked at my slaves. The 12 of them stood in front of me, all of them wearing their chokers. They were lined up in 2 lines. The children stood behind their mothers. Yuria stepped forward. Take Vula and find a place to build the thing I'm about to show you. An out-of-the-way and open place is best. If by any chance something happens, then there won't be any damage. There's a barren hill some distance from here. Yuria quickly came up with a suggestion, as expected of her. That's fine. Make a fountain there, plus you should be able to make this thing with a bronze card. Place down the circle and follow the arrows. Got it. Yuria nodded. As always, she calm and quiet, but she gave a sense of security and stability. I gave out my next order. Risha and Lilia. Yes, I've been waiting. Snow. My first and 4th slave stepped forward. Take Chasri and Risa and begin constructing railroads. Don't use the pre-existing ones. Make a line for transporting garbage specifically. Connect each town to the barren hill that Yuria spoke about. Understood, kids. Let's go. Myra. This time I called Myra. Anu and Irina should go to Nina's place. I'd like her to develop a train specialized in moving garbage. Since we already have the trains as a basis, it shouldn't take too long. Isn't this the hardest one? Myra said, but her face looked pretty happy. It was like this recently because she specialized in dealing with Nina. Since it was her own exclusive job, it was clearly something that made her happy as an eternal slave. Raisa and Bella too? Raisa's daughter Bella stepped out as well. It seems they understood the pattern. I nodded with satisfaction and said, the 2 of you will travel to the towns and give out an official notice. All trash must be separated between those that can and can't be dismantled. Should it also be the stuff we've already collected? That's right, tell them. Okay. The once suppressed and fearful Raisa was now working with a smile along with her daughter, and so my slaves moved one after another. The 5 teams of mothers and daughters went off to accomplish their tasks. All that was left was the Svetlana mother-daughter pair. Master, what will we be doing? We can't do anything, they said in a similar tone. The 2 of them were the most similar amongst the pairs. Their eyes seemed to say, give us work, as they looked at me. You 2 will be hunting materials with me. There are lacking materials, so it's an enemy strong enough to need our help, Svetlana said and braced herself. Not really, but there is something I want to test. Test? Come with me. The pair was confused, but they didn't question my orders and followed me. I brought them out to the wasteland. It was still a wasteland, but it was slightly different. Unlike before, it wasn't all wasteland. There were now weeds growing here and there. The world seemed to be recovering. But it was slow, really slow. At this rate it would take years and years. As I thought, I'll have to do it. Master, light is. Svetlana was pointing to my bag. As she said, It was shining. It was the true Robosoul that I'd obtained a little while ago. At the same time an arrow appeared and pointed to the Robosoul, so Yuria put down a magic circle. Now we know how to get back. The Dorka and slave cards had the ability to point out the closest available material with an arrow. That was what was happening. Yuria had placed down the circle for the garbage incinerator and the arrow had pointed all the way here. I see. So that's why you had her place down the magic circle early. Amazing master, I didn't think you could use the arrows like this. It's just a bit of practicality, it's nothing much. I truly thought so. Risha, who'd been with me the longest, should also have figured this out too. I don't think I would have ever realized it. I can definitely understand why Master was granted this power. I think it would have been useless if it wasn't Master. Not only Svetlana, but her daughter Ryga said so. Both of them were praising me. The praise was pretty normal, but the combination of both of them saying it together was fresh. It felt pretty good. It made me feel like it was true, that it wouldn't have been good if it wasn't me. In truth, the one who had been summoned at the same time as me, Cia, had completely and utterly failed. You could say that this was a type of proof. Cia. I thought about that person who was no longer here as I walked towards a small valley. Here? Yeah. But Master, the arrow doesn't just end here. There's more arrows over there. We'll do those later. Right now we focus here, I said and took out True Eternal Slave. I had brought these two here with a certain expectation, a certain anticipation. I hoped that something would happen if I put both mother and child inside the sword. Right now we fight. I'll be borrowing your power. Gladly, Tilda. I took Svetlana into the blade. The emerald green gem in the sword began to shine. It was the same color as her choker. Next, Ryga. Okay, I took in Ryga as well. Then I waited for a bit. Without doing anything, I waited. Master? Something wrong? Nothing's happening. If it was the mother-daughter pair I thought something would happen. But it looks like I was wrong. Well, it can't be helped. I thought when. Huh? Ryga spoke up sounding surprised. What's wrong? Huh? I couldn't help but speak up. There was a change in the sword. Something was coming out of Svetlana's gem on True Eternal Slave. It emerged and wrapped around my body becoming armor. It was the color you'd imagine of a whirlwind and was light and airy, but it was armor without a doubt. In a word, wind armor. This is Ryga. The armor talked. Ryga, you are. Svetlana spoke from the sword with surprise. I see. So that's what it was. The mother was left inside the sword and the child was turned to armor. I was satisfied. Something had happened, just as I wanted. Is that so, Master? I was wondering if something like this might happen. I thought it would if I put both mother and daughter in the sword. That's why I brought you along this time. Is that so? Master is amazing. I never imagined. Master amazing. I was praised by the two of them. Okay, we're going to test this, girls. With pleasure. Leave it to Ryga. Magic has been charged by 100,000. Magic has been charged by 10,000. With this new usage pattern and the new cute mother-daughter pattern, I was excited to give things a try. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 123 Part 1. The angular magic circle appeared at my feet and after a while a strong arm giant appeared. A Turo. It was a powerful monster that I had once had difficulty fighting. It let out a roar as it attacked me. Svetlana, Ryga. I stuck the left half of my body out and called their names. Inside of my head they responded. The wind armor deployed and created a shield of wind in front of my shoulder. It repelled the Turo's fist. You blocked it well. I didn't even feel the shock from it. I don't know if it absorbed it or repelled it. In any case, my body didn't receive any damage or shock. Up until now, whenever I had exchanged blows with my sword I had received the impact with my body. I wasn't hurt by it, but I definitely felt it. But now I didn't. This feels pretty good. I then split the Turo in two with True Eternal Slave. The feeling of using True Eternal Slave like this hadn't changed. The only real change when I took the mother and child inside the sword was the wind armor. But that was more than enough. Utilizing the mothers and daughters as a set would be best. The next Turo appeared. Master, There's something I want to test. Go ahead. I immediately gave permission. I didn't know what Svetlana wanted to do, but I didn't believe she would do anything that would disadvantage me. It uses magic. Okay, Riga. Got it. The mother and child talked quickly and to the point inside my head. Suddenly a magic circle appeared at my feet. It was the round magic circle particular to the Dorka. Then a wooden house appeared from the sky. The wind armor transformed further to look like an arm which threw the wooden house. The large mass drew a parabola through the air and blew away the tarot. Was that what you wanted to try? Yes. Somehow I felt like I could use my slave card inside the sword. We could also lift it. It had the weightlessness feature too, the mother and daughter said. I see, so they can do that stuff inside the sword now too. I returned Riga. Now the only one inside True Eternal Slave was Svetlana. How about now? Try it, Svetlana. I ordered and waited for a while. I can't. She gave up. It seemed she had given it a try and couldn't. After that I took Riga back into the sword. Both of them were within the sword, the wind sword and the wind armor. Without needing to give an order, a magic circle appeared at my feet. This time a panacea was created. I see, so if it's not both of you it doesn't work. I'm not completely sure, but it's probable. I had gained another ability. I paused for a moment to organize things in my head. I cared and loved my slaves and get magic. That magic is used by the Dorka to create items. The common card can manipulate phenomena. I can insert magic into True Eternal Slave to increase its power. And now I had a unique ability that occurs when I insert both mother and child inside the sword. I don't know how useful it would be to be able to use the Dorka while wielding my sword. But I'll keep it in mind. Alright. That's all for this test. Next we need to get our materials. I took out my common card and used Encounter Up. This time a black tarot appeared. The magic circle arrow pointed at it. It was black and shining, so it appeared. I used the common card once more. I used Luck Up several times. In one fell swoop I gathered the materials, charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power. After being reincarnated into a different world, the mother and daughter's slaves walked by my side. Svetlana was patting her daughter's head while at the same time touching her own choker. It looked like she was caring for her two precious treasures. I'm so glad I met Master. I see, Master is like my God. You didn't only give me a new life but a life full of joy. You are a godly existence to me. Well, I was honestly just doing as I wanted. I shrugged. I was just showing my love for my slaves as I pleased. That's all. Even having both mother and daughter serve me had absolutely no demerits. In fact, it was a happy thing full of nothing but merits. That's why I did it. That's all. Even so, Svetlana thought of me like a god. God, huh? I don't really know about the existence of a proper god in this world. The only ones I knew of were the goddess and the evil god. Neither of them were proper gods. If possible, I didn't want to be like them. But if Svetlana wanted to think of me as such, I didn't care. It made her happy and satisfied after all. If it made my slaves happy, then maybe being a god wouldn't be too bad. As I thought that, I made my way through the wilderness. Unexpectedly a slave beast appeared. Master, yeah. I nodded and unsheathed my slave sword. I'll defeat it and return them to a human. Prepare clothes. Push knee, and water. Got it, Riga. They took out their slave swords and began their preparations. I held my sword and advanced to defeat the monkey when the ape was cut in half right before my eyes. Something black flashed right in front of my eyes from overhead and cut it in two. I was shocked. I looked at my two slaves. They both shook their heads. It wasn't them. And it wasn't me. Then who? Svetlana looked at the ground in shock and cried out. What? It's Ka Urkina. What? I followed her line of sight. She had turned back from a monkey, silver hair and brown skin, a long-eared dark elf. Svetlana's acquaintance. The regret Ka Urkina. What happened? Kuakaku? Ha 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 ha. The sound of laughter poured down from the sky. I looked up and saw a black cloud descending. The disgusting-looking black cloud eventually dissipated and I could see a person's form. This was someone I recognized. Ciea. It's been a while, Hakahito. You. Why do you look like that? And you should be dead. Yes, Seiya should be dead. Maya reported that to me. She said she had done it herself. I trusted Maya and that she had done it herself, so Seiya should be dead for sure. But he was here, and even more so did his appearance. It was ominous. He stood before me with his upper body bared and black designs running along his skin. I didn't understand what they were. But I understood they weren't anything good. That was for sure. Don't be so worried. I came here to thank you today. Thank me? That's right. It's thanks to you killing me that I was able to get the evil god's power. The evil god's power? I was stunned. At that moment Seiya reached out his hand. The black designs moved and gathered at his fingertip. This is bad! I thought, and at that moment I was attacked. The black smoke gathered and flew at me. I immediately drew my slaves into true eternal slave. I held up my sword and the armor formed. I wielded those two powers as a shockwave hit my body. It felt as if I had been hit by a huge mattress at full strength. It didn't hurt, but I definitely felt the impact. The strike sent dust exploding into the air. Finally it subsided. What I saw was a large hole in the ground. The only safe area was where I had been blocking. It looked as if a crater had suddenly formed. With one strike. I couldn't help but hold my breath. I looked at Seiya and his face warped with satisfaction. It's thanks to you, Akihito. I have this great power thanks to you. Seiya. If you only have power, then you'll end up like before again. Did you think I only got some power? What? Look at this. Seiya pointed his finger. I looked and saw Kaurkina, her neck twisted around completely. It was clearly fatal. Kaurkina had just turned back into a human, but she was killed in a single blow. Or so it seemed. She suddenly transformed into a slave beast. She was killed and turned into a monkey. I had heard about this happening. But it was my first time actually seeing it. It isn't just power. Like this, I have all the abilities and powers of the evil god. How do you like it, Akihito? You see what I have now? Seiya said in ecstasy as he cut the slave beast in half as it tried to run away. Then, it turned back into Kaurkina once more. Then he killed her again and changed her into a slave beast. Kuakaku. Don't play with her life like that. I frenziedly cut at Seiya with my blade. He blocked it with his arm and counterattacked. The black smoke transformed into a dark blade. That level of attack is useless. I won't let you. Protect. The mother and daughter moved smoothly to protect me with the wind armor and repelled the dark blade. I swung my sword once more at his arm. I had increased the magic power in my blade as it sped towards his right arm and sent it flying. He showed an expression of anguish for a moment. Seiya took 2 steps back as his arm regenerated. It seems like it didn't work. Stop it, Seiya. I don't know much about that power, but it's from the evil god that destroyed the world. It's absolutely nothing good for you. Seiya laughed. Don't try to scare me, Akihito. That's not it. I'm trying to say that. You scared? Then I'll tell you something good. Seiya's body became fainter. He was becoming so faint I could barely see him. Was he disappearing somewhere? I haven't finished fusing with even 10% of the evil god's power. You understand what I'm trying to say? I frowned. I definitely understood. In truth. It was very important. Kuakaku. I'll see you again, Akihito. When we see each other again, I'll show you my full power. Seiya said as he disappeared as if merging with the atmosphere. I can't believe it came to this. Seiya was revived, and what's worse, he obtained the evil god's power. I have to do something, I said as I removed my slaves from the sword. Kaurkina. Once Svetlana was out, she ran towards Kaurkina, who was a slave beast. The monkey had awakened and swung its sharp claws at Svetlana, but it didn't hit the weakest monster. Slave beast. Svetlana slipped through its attack and restrained it using its arms. Svetlana, catch it. I'll at least turn her back into a regret. Please, Svetlana said pitifully as she prevented her best friend from moving. I apologize to Kaurkina. I'm sorry for getting you involved with that bastard. And then I cut off the monkey's head. Then I sheathed my sword. Now, since Seiya is attempting the revival of the evil god. I need to think about many things. First is, Master, Svetlana cried out in shock. What is it? I wondered as I looked and was soon surprised myself. The monkey had turned into a white-skinned, golden-haired elf-like appearance. Eternal slave Ka-Urkina. What happened? Is it because of Master? Ryga murmured absent-mindedly. When her daughter said that, Svetlana seemed taken aback. It's the same as what happened to me. And I remembered what happened back then. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 124. I was sitting and Yuria stood before me. She was looking like a secretary as always as she gave me her report. The garbage processing facility was finished. She continued her report. We brought some trash to test it and burn it. I see, so you tried it? How was it? The rails were not complete, so we didn't have a lot. But it all burned. It burned until nothing was left. I see, so it was a great success so far. But there are still things left made from the Dorka. It seems to take more time than the other trash. It takes time, huh? Does it burn properly? It will. Yuria gave a small nod. I see. I held my chin and thought for a moment. I don't understand the logic behind it. But the things made with the Dorka was hard to burn, so it would be best to separate the trash. See that the trash separation policy is carried out. Also put some penalties and rewards for it. We'll make a rule and the people who obey it will be entered into a lottery to receive a high-class residence from Master. Would that be alright? I wondered. Alright, fine. I'll leave the selection method up to you. Got it. Yuria nodded and her mouth slightly turned up at its edges. It looked like she was pleased that her suggestion was accepted. However, her magic charge hurdle was high. Well, I'm glad she was happy anyways. Yuria left and in her place Rasa came in. Master. What is it? She had a serious look on her face, but she was having a hard time bringing it up. I wonder what she wanted. I watched Rasa and waited for her to speak up. Finally she worked up her courage and spoke. I heard that the evil god appeared. Yeah, it did. What's more, Cia turned into it, so that's what it was. Was this that hard to bring up? And I. Can I still be Master's slave? Oh, I clapped my hands together. I finally realized. I remembered. My fifth slave Rasa. I had met her at the same time as my first slave Risha, but she was originally Cia's slave. Cia died and she became my slave. However, Cia, who was dead, revived. It was obvious that she would be worried about her future. Except, it didn't seem like that's all it was. Rasa's face was somehow desperate. It was a face that showed she was desperately clinging to me, desperate not to be thrown away. You will always be mine. I first started by saying it straight out. Really? Yeah, I will never abandon my slaves and I will never give them up. Didn't I say so before? You had to have that resolve when you became my slave, to serve me for life, did you not? Did you not have the resolve to be mine for life? No. Rasa desperately shook her head from side to side. That's what I want. Then there's no issue. Okay. Thank goodness. I didn't know what would happen if you told me to go back to that person. I never had that intention. I stood and walked next to Rasa. I pulled her choker gently yet firmly and made her look into my eyes. Rasa is my slave. Once you are mine, I will never give you to someone else. Master. So don't worry about it. Okay. Rasa smiled. Magic has been charged by 100,000. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. Rybek's palace. Svetlana's room. I entered the room and saw 3 eternal slaves. My 6th slave Svetlana, her daughter Ryga, and the awakened Ka-Urkina. She was in the bed sitting up. Yeah, it's been a while, Akito-chan. You never change. Of course not. Ka-Urkina-chan is the best Ka-Urkina-chan in the world. It's amazing I could understand what you mean from that nonsense phrase. Ahaha. Akito-chan is the one I can't understand. When I arrived next to her bed, Ryga brought me a chair. I thanked her and sat. Once again I looked at the smiling Ka-Urkina. Do you understand the situation? Somehow, the terrible was revived, right? So it was all summed up in the one word terrible. It was easy to understand. That's right. What are you going to do about the terrible? Don't worry. I'll handle him somehow. Somehow. Yep, leaving aside the evil god of the past, I have a bond of destiny with CE apparently. At least that's what he believes. That's why I will do something about it. I see. Besides, he's an opponent I need to face if I want to restore this world. Yep, that's cool, Akito-chan. Don't make fun of me. I'm not. I was really thinking it was cool. That's why I was always telling you to fix how you speak, Svetlana said. It seemed like advice that she could say because she was close friends with her. Ahahaha, my bad. She laughed as she patted the back of her head. I wonder if she really understands. Kaorkina's facial expression changed, a rare serious expression. What's wrong? That's right, he said that guy's the king of eternal slaves, so I'll take the regrets. Don't worry, we've taken measures. Kaorkina was surprised. Just at that moment footsteps echoed from outside the room. They approached closer and opened the door to enter. Master, it was Yuria. I have a report. How is it? A message from the elite troops. An army of monsters larger than expected has appeared outside the Regrets capital city. It needed 2 rounds of the main cannons before they were driven away. 2 shots? There must have been a lot of them, I could imagine. It must have been a lot of them to need Battleship Risha to fire her main cannons. Tell Maya this. Good job. Stay there and continue defending. Also tell her that the warrior people of Kazan will reinforce them later. Understood. Yuria nodded and left the room. Kaorkina's eyes glittered after listening to our conversation. That's amazing, Akito-chan. You predicted and sent your elites to defend? Yeah. Awesome. It kinda seems like a genius strategist. It's fairly simple based on CE's obsession with me. CE would do things like this, try to destroy the towns I made, try to steal my slaves, and now, he would try to make the Regrets his own. That's why after thinking, I could predict that CE, with his uselessly high pride, would want to defeat me in any way possible and attack the Regrets. It was expected. CE. By the way, Kaorkina was looking at me with increasing levels of admiration. Hey Akito-chan what? Make me your slave. Kaorkina's words were interrupted. Boom! An explosion echoed from the sky. I looked outside the window and saw the surrounding houses knocked down by some sort of impact. Whoa, what's this? Why's this place fine? Kaorkina looked out the window and compared the palace to the surroundings. This palace has an absolute barrier. Rather than that, I opened the window and leaned out. I saw CE flying in the sky. Get out here, Akihito. It looked like after he failed to defeat the Regrets he came here to attack. Then after he failed to even damage the palace he got irritated. I'll dodge him and run. Master. Stay inside the palace. No matter what, don't come out. Catch Kaorkina and keep her from going out. Okay. Svetlana leapt out into the corridor and set off running. Victory was certain. CE could not currently compare to me. He couldn't compare to all the things I'd built up. The proof was this palace didn't even give an inch when attacked. That's why the first order of business was driving him away. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 125. CE had attacked the palace again. TCH. CE spat in annoyance. It looks like he was angry that he couldn't put a single scratch on the palace. The palace would be fine. But the attacks were getting the surroundings caught up in the crossfire. In truth, the townspeople were screaming and running. I couldn't leave it be. CE. Akihito. It was like 2 children calling to each other across the playground. But he had vicious and villainous expression on his face. CE, having spotted me, leapt down from the sky. He swung his right arm in an attack. Ching! I blocked his attack with Eternal Slave. What struck my blade were pitch black claws. The 3 black monstrous claws were coming from the 3 gaps between his knuckles. Think Wolverine. I was looking for you, Akihito. Shut it. I couldn't let him stay here. I strengthened my grip. The gems on my swords glittered and an earth-colored armor covered my body. Get out of my tu. I pushed Cia back using my sword. I pushed with all my strength directly down Main Street on a straight line out of town. I pushed him full speed out of Riebeck, then blew him through the mountain of garbage before continuing to push him, just like that, further and further away. Don't get too full of yourself. Cia's body halted in midair as if it was fixed there, and a sudden strong resistance repelled me. I landed on the ground and fixed my posture before glaring at Cia. Cia's appearance was even more sinister than before. His hair was bristling and moving and looked as if it was cast from metal. From his back there were beast-like wings, and now both his upper and lower half were bare. Instead of pants, his lower half was covered in scales. He no longer looked human. He was now a demon, the form of an evil god. What did you come here for, Cia? You know already. How dare you get in my way? You mean the regrets, huh? That's right. What do you think you're doing, Akihito? I have a cooperative relationship with the regrets, so of course I'd help them if I knew they were in danger. So you tried to steal a march on me? I just wanted to protect them. Don't pretend to be a saint. Cia attacked and a black aura flew out. I set up my sword and defended. Everything except for the ground I was standing on became a crater. Not wasting a moment, Cia leapt. He slashed at me with the hellish claws on both his hands. I blocked them with Eternal Slave. The sound of ringing metal echoed as my body received the impacts. I blocked before giving him a swift kick, sending him flying. I felt something warm run down my cheek. Was it blood? I raised my hand to wipe it off, but I didn't feel a wound. Why, Master? I heard Race's voice inside my head. This brown-colored armor was her special trait. Was gradually healing wounds the special ability of this mother-daughter pair? Continue backing me up like this. Okay, we kept our exchanges to the minimum as I looked at Cia. Cia cracked his neck from side to side. I could see that the skin around his claws were badly cut and torn up. However, they weren't bleeding. Instead, something repulsive was leaking out. You could tell it wasn't human just by looking at it. Cia noticed my gaze and looked at his hands. Then he began to grin and laugh. Akihito, this isn't enough for you to be proud of. This kind of damage can't even be considered an injury to me now, Cia said as he gripped his fists tight. The wounds on them seemed to heal in an instant. So that's another power of the evil god, huh? That's right, the evil god's power is awesome, Akihito. It can even do things like this. Cia gloated and waved his hand. Some kind of black ball fell into the earth. The earth burst open, leaving a hole. Then after a short while a monster emerged from it. It was a clay doll. It was barely human-shaped as the mud on its body seemed to constantly move and warp. However, it wasn't normal colored. It seemed to be the same black color as Cia's energy. So you can use monsters like that? This isn't even all of it. Cia smirked as he once again waved his hand. 2 magic circles appeared. From the magic circle a black light flew out instantly and enveloped my body. I blocked with my sword. Don't even bother blocking. It's not an attack, Cia said. And true to his words, I couldn't feel any attack. The black light quickly subsided and retreated back into the magic circle. Then, from within the 2 magic circles 2 human forms appeared. Marado, Maxim, 2 strong enemies that I had once defeated. The Tyrant of Riebeck Marado and the Locust-like Maxim. The 2 of them stared at me with wrathful eyes. However, they didn't move or speak. They just glared at me unmoving. Their eyes burned with such hate that it felt like they would leap over to attack at any time. Summoning. What's more, it's summoning that puts them under your control. You understood quickly. Cia. I glared back at Cia, who had summoned them. How is my power? I became to do all this, he said, gloating and laughing proudly as he raised his arms. I can even remake the dead. The goddess was wrong, Akihito. That Shiwai little card reviving the world little by little is stupid. I'm so glad that I can use the evil god's power. If I have this power, I can revive the world all at once, completely and instantly. There will be no smiles in that or after it, I denied Cia. I didn't know how far the evil god's powers went. But the now I could understand. Monsters summoning and reviving the dead, among them not one smile would be found. PFT, Cia snorted in laughter. He looked at me as if he had just heard the funniest joke ever. Smile? You said smile, right, Akihito? Yes. Yes, I did. So you're still saying that nonsense? It isn't nonsense. Akihito. Look at reality. Look at the time you've spent. What kind of thing is this country you've made? What are you trying to say? With the evil god's power it can all be revived. Let's see, this country could have been made within one night. I say the same thing. There will be no joy or smiles within that. He just doesn't get it, Cia's face seemed to say as he shrugged. I let Risa out of True Eternal Slave. Upon seeing her, Cia's face changed. Next Bella came out, Race's daughter, who was her spitting image, a small eternal slave. I stroked Race's cheek and patted Bella's head. I'll be borrowing your strength. Yes, they spoke together and smiled. Akihito, Cia screamed as he pounced towards me. He swung his demonic claws at me. I knew he would, so I instantly took them back into the sword and repelled him. Akihito, you fool, how dare you steal slaves? You were the one at fault. You were the one who used them incorrectly. Slaves obey your power. What's wrong with that? That's wrong. You should care for each other. Sword and claws entwined along with the ringing of metal. Cia and I clashed countless times. We questioned and answered in parallel. You just keep on speaking bullsh. Now that's it come to this. In the next moment attacks came at me from the right and left. The brown armor blocked ... but was broken through. My shoulder and side were cut, but they retreated before I could counter. It was Merato and Maxim. They were able to move, but they still didn't speak. They attacked again. Die. Akihito, Cia screamed as he charged at me as the other two attacked. It had become a one-sided defensive fight within moments. Cia, Merato, and Maxim. As expected, I was at a disadvantage facing all three at once. I was being pressured. What's wrong, Akihito? The power of smiles is only this much. You can't do anything with it. He struck my shoulder and cut it deeply as Merato's sword struck me flying. I slammed into the ground and rolled. Cia approached and stared down at me, gloating with triumph. This as far as you go, Akihito. That dumb crap about smiles is about to disappear from this world. It was too weak. Cia raised his claws overhead. I held True Eternal Slave and tried to block ... but the claws didn't come falling down. Instead a cannonball flew out. Several cannonballs flew over. They all slammed into the ground with explosive sounds. Cia dodged and blocked in a panic. However, Merato and Maxim couldn't. They tried to block but were struck by the cannonballs and crushed with a strange sound. What is this? Bombardment from Ryback, I said to the panicked Cia. Remember you tried to steal them, the Natoka. That's where they're coming from. What? Cia, I may be weak in comparison with the full power of the evil god. But that's fine. What? I'm not a warrior or hero. I apostrophe M. A king. King? The king doesn't have to be the strongest on the battlefield. Quit saying bull. Cia attempted to object but was instead blown away. He was hit directly in the side by a giant cannonball. It was a cannonball even bigger than a person. It was Battleship Risha's main cannon. I turned and saw the battleship aimed right over here. Aki ... hit too, Cia said as he rose, body in complete tatters. For him to be able to move even after taking a shot from Risha's main cannons ... as one would expect from an evil god. But the battleship wasn't the only thing that came. From the other direction the sound of pounding feet echoed out. A large cloud of dust followed the people of Kazan, the #1 warrior-like people of our country. I could see Martha at the vanguard. Then, the bombardment from Ryback continued. Master. Furthermore, I heard a voice behind me. I turned and saw my other 5 eternal slaves, Risha, Myra, Yuria, Lilia, and Svetlana. Their daughters were there as well. It seemed they ran all the way here. Svetlana. You're getting a lecture after this. Okay, it seems she was prepared for it when she disobeyed. My slaves, the battleship, the warrior people, and the town's bombardment. CE. This is our power. As you wish, I'll show it to you. The view of all our laughter. The next moment I heard a loud clamor in my head as announcements poured out one after another. It was the sound of 12 people's magic charging. I didn't turn to look, but I knew they were all smiling. Are you more powerful than this, CE? Damn it. CE flew forward to attack. His speed had lowered. It was a weak charge. I blocked it with True Eternal Slave and cut him. At that moment I flooded CE's entire body with my power. I flooded it and erased the evil god's power. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 126. There was quite a bit of damage from CE's attack, so I was working through the next day to restore the town. Your Majesty, I'm sorry you had to come out personally. Outside of one broken area, a single serious-looking young man was waiting. Behind him was a partially destroyed home. It wasn't a standard wood house. It was a one-rank higher home that probably cost him quite a bit of money. It was now collapsed because of CE. I saw destroyed houses here and there. It was quite bad. It was nearly at the level of ruins. Can you repair it? I opened my Dorka and looked at my menu. I compared the magic and materials that it would take to repair it or make it anew. I wanted to see which would be better. I see. At this level of destruction it'd be better to make it anew. In this case it'd be better to make a new one than to repair it. The man was at a loss for words. Don't worry, this was due to a natural disaster. I'll fix it for free. Bring the materials. This was due to CE. I couldn't burden the people with this. That's why I said this to the man to put him at ease. No, that's fine. More than that. Can it not be fixed? I mean, it's possible. I was about to continue on to say it's expensive, but I swallowed the words back. Why? To be honest, the young man walked back into the ruins behind him. He stood in front of a wall that was barely standing up. I walked closer and looked. There were some horizontal lines carved into the wall. This is from my child. We started these lines as soon as they were able to crawl. I see, so you continued to record their growth here. So, if possible, you want this place repaired? Yes. Already this big. It was quite moving. This wall was carved with the history of their child's growth. It had weight. I see. I'll repair it then. Really? Repairing this place and keeping this wall intact would take more magic and materials. But it was worth doing. I thought so when I saw his wife and child's smiles. Hey King Sama. After I finished repairing the man's house, a 10-year-old boy called out to me. What's up? Did you really drive away the evil god, Your Majesty? Who'd you hear that from? I knit my eyebrows and asked him. The official statement was that something had attacked and been driven off. The information that it had been the revived evil god was completely on lockdown. After all, this world had been destroyed once by the evil god. If it was known that he revived, it might cause terrible chaos. That's why I had the information held back. But a child in front of me knew it. Daddy said that he saw it. The guy that attacked looked just like the evil god. What kind of person is your dad? Kinda like a royal soldier, that kind of thing. A royal soldier, huh? I see. Now I understand. In the previous era they had probably gone out to subjugate the evil god and got done in. They got turned back from slave beasts and were now living in Rybeck. In that case, it wouldn't be impossible to recognize the evil god on sight. In the end, CE was barely CE anymore. He'd practically transformed into something else entirely. I wonder if that was what the evil god looked like. The child was staring at me waiting for an answer. It doesn't look like there was much hope in hiding it anymore. Yeah, it was the evil god. Really? And King Samo beat him? Well, yeah. Whoa, the boy's eyes started glittering. That's amazing, King Sama. You won against the evil god. Okay, calm down. Don't shout. I felt like it'd be troublesome for everyone else to hear, but the child continued to get excited all by himself. I headed to the next area and happened to pass by the park. I caught sight of some children playing there. TCH, another miss. Ah, I got it. I missed too. Yes. You're happy even though it's a miss? Well, that's a slave Sama's duty. The children were drawing lots with dirty papers. The boy who won walked to a box under a tree and stood on it. The other two stood in front of him and acted ingratiatingly. Master, what will we be doing today? We can't do anything for your majesty. They were acting ... or playing house. Was the master and king they were talking about ... me? Very good, my little servants. The child who was the king said in a high and mighty manner. As I thought, it was different. I wouldn't say stuff like that. When I thought that, that's no good, Ivan Khan. The king wouldn't say that. That's right, as I thought you're no good. You don't know about his majesty. I'll show you how the real king is. That means you're the evil god. Again, at least let me be the slave Sama. That's the punishment for messing up the king. Fine, Tilda. The other boy stood up and faced the other child. The girl stood behind the boy who had taken the role of king. Prepare yourself, evil god, the boy king said in high spirits. Apparently they were playing as me. The king fought with his slave and in the middle said, your smile becomes my power, and finally repelled the evil god. ... Yep, this was me. It was pretty embarrassing. They finished playing around and looked satisfied without knowing how they were making the subject of their play feel. Phew, I'm thirsty. Then let's go buy some juice. I got some pocket money from mama. Amazing, that's 1,000 yen? Hey, let's go to Oji-chan's place. If we get a juice with the winning label we can get another for free. Let's go. The children left the park. It was pretty charming. I took out my common card and cast luck up on the three of them, and so I turned to go to the next area. Awesome, I got the big prize. I could hear the shouts of the children from far away. Isn't that nice? They got it. The moment I thought that, the card I used to cast the magic on the children shone with light, a dazzling light that I remembered. My common card was evolving into ... a rare card. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 127. Master, what's up? There's someone here to consult with you. Consult? I tilted my head in confusion. This was the first time I'd heard Uriya use this term for a meeting. There would be requests and wishes from the citizens. Those things came daily, but a consultation was a first. They want to meet you directly and talk, master. I see. Uriya's face was as stiff as always, but I could tell she didn't know what to do. She would gather normal requests, organize them, and bring them to me. It was clear that the request to meet me stumped her. I got it. Let's meet. Where is he? He's outside. So he's already here? Then let him in. What's his name? Nestor. I heard his name and gave him permission to enter the absolute barrier. After a while Uriya returned guiding a man into the room. He looked to be around 40 years old. He had a squarish beard and looked quite gentlemanly. Thank you very much, your majesty the king. As he entered the room he gave a crisp bow. Nestor, right? Take a seat. I indicated the chair across from me and my desk. He sat down as I leaned my elbows on the desk and held my chin with folded hands. I then spoke up. You had something to ask? In truth ... I'd like to move from Ryback. This was out of my expectations. You want to move from Ryback ... What do you mean? I have been living in Ryback for quite some time. You mean you lived here during Marado's rule? Yes, and even before that. Oh, when I was born, Ryback was a farming village. It developed slowly but surely until it caught Marado's eye and he took over. After that your majesty arrived and rapidly developed the area to this point. Huh. This place used to be a farming village. I never knew. That was quite interesting. I had no idea of Ryback's history, so I had no information about this. After all, by the time Marado arrived this place already had the atmosphere of a trading town. It didn't have any vestiges left of an agricultural community. It is thanks to your majesty that Ryback has grown so much. That is a joyful thing. Even now everyone is living happily. But for someone like me, Rybk's current everyday life is too lively. The pace of living is too fast. In short, you prefer a rural area over a city? Speaking frankly, that would be the case. I see. I sat back in my chair and stared at the ceiling. In short, he wanted to move from the city and live in the countryside. Up until now I had been developing my country with my Dorka. In order to revive the world I had used the seemingly endless magic from my slave's joy to develop at a rapid pace. The entire thing was going smoothly and each foreign enemy was driven away. My population had surpassed 10,000 and we were becoming more prosperous. I had thought that was best. People like Nestor hadn't entered my thoughts at all. I hadn't thought of them before. But I could understand. I understand what you want to say. Then. Yes, I nodded. Will make it for you. 3 days later, outside of Riebeck, there were around 20 people with Nestor at the center. They were all young men and had not brought anyone with them. They appeared to be unmarried. These are all the interested people? Yes, I had sent out an official notice after my talk with Nestor. I said that I would be making a new farming village, so the interested people were welcome. The ones who had come were these 20 people. I see. Your Majesty? What? Are you coming as well, Your Majesty? Yeah, I told you I'd make it for you, right? I'm extremely sorry to have to say this, but I understand what you want to say. I stopped Nestor from saying any more. If I'm there, the rhythm will speed up again and make it hard for your lifestyle, right? I'm sorry to say but yes. You don't have to apologize. I understand what you're saying. I'm self-aware enough for that. Nestor and the people around him wanted to live a slow life. They wanted to get away from the city and live at their own pace. If I came along, then their new area would become a high-speed slow life and they couldn't live at their own pace. They didn't want that. I understood. Be at ease. I left behind my Dorka. The only one I have is this child's normal card. Nice to meet you, Olga said as she peeked out from behind me. It was Svetlana's daughter, my 12th slave. She was the only one I had brought. I myself have an interest in a carefree and slow lifestyle. After my words and actions, Nestor and the others seemed pretty relieved. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 128. It was a calm pace. A carefree walking pace. I hadn't usually walked around like this since I came to this world. I usually needed to get somewhere quickly and rushed through the wilderness, and more recently I had used the newly built trains more often. I felt restless. As I looked at the ruined earth, I felt restless, a feeling that I had to do something. What would be good? If I didn't keep my wits about me, I'd end up unable to continue this high-speed slow life, so I turned to the side and asked Nestor, "What do you mean? What kind of place would you like to live in? What kind of village? What do you want to make? What kind of life would you like to lead? That kind of stuff. A life without competition." After pausing for quite a while, Nestor answered, "A life without competition? Yes, thanks to your majesty the country has become affluent. You can work as much as you please to improve your lifestyle and everyone is doing their best. However, everyone working so hard is making work hard to get, and there's a scramble for employment." I see. Is that how it was? I hadn't really observed that. The blackboard in the office that Yuria kept updated only kept track of clothing, food and housing. There wasn't any parameter for job demand. The public works was supposed to create jobs. However, I hadn't thought about the amount of those jobs. Next time I should ask Yuria. That aside, I looked at Nestor. He continued to speak. "We've become exhausted by this constant pressure. Though we can continue to live in Riebeck. Thanks to your majesty our basic necessities would be met, but if we didn't work at all. The gazes of the other citizens it too hard to bear. They look at you wondering, why isn't this guy working? Or the like?" He nodded back silently. "I see, got it, I'll keep that in mind. How much I reference it. Would be unknown, but still. Oh Awa, a young voice echoed out from behind me. I turned and saw Riga and the other men. Riga was carrying a huge house on her shoulders. We had stuffed most of the things that we might need and that had been made with a dorka inside of it. And since Riga had her slave card, she was carrying it. A child that looked around 4 years old carrying a house 10 to 20 times her own size. It was a bizarre sight, but Riga was doing it. She was doing it, but Fuo, Wawawa. The wind blew and Riga staggered. The house's weight had been invalidated. But now it was being blown about by the wind. It was the same difficulties as if she was carrying a huge balloon. Slave Chan, put it down. Let us carry it. That's right, Slave Chan. Leave it to the adults, okay? The men said to Riga. It seems they couldn't leave her as is. It's okay because I'm a slave. Riga refused with an answer that didn't seem to make any sense. Well, in any case, Riga was the only one who could actually carry it. After all, so heavy. His Majesty's slave Chans are amazing. If it wasn't my slave, then even 20 men wouldn't be able to lift it. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 129. The afternoon of the next day, we stopped walking at the edge of a river. The surrounding area was an empty wasteland, but there was a large river here. The water was unexpectedly clean as small birds appeared and disappeared along the banks seemingly out of nowhere. This area was soothing to the soul, so I turned and asked Nestor, "How about this place?" "I think it's quite good," Nestor immediately replied. He seemed to have decided once he saw the little birds living around here. "Okay then, let's go with this place." "Olga," I called my child who had been carrying the house since yesterday. Olga placed it down on the ground and ran over to me. "Are you tired?" "I'm not, I'm okay, Tilda." As she said, I couldn't see any signs of fatigue. In fact, her eyes seemed to be glittering. "Okay then. Take out your card. First we need to secure some living space. Wood houses are okay, right?" "Yeah," I nodded, and Olga took out her card and put down some magic circles. An arrow immediately flew out to indicate the materials needed. "Oh right. What were the materials for this again?" I searched my memory. Recently I'd left this kind of stuff to Yuria, and if I really needed something I'd just pay 10 times its cost to make it with magic alone. This means I'd forgotten. 50 abunoi grass, 300 wood chips, and 10 bushy stones. Olga spoke up. "It had been a while since I'd had an exchange like this. It brought me back to the beginning." "Ah, that's right. So we should go gather them," Nestor said from my other side. "Yeah. Got it." Olga, take out the tools. "What do you need, Tilda?" "Probably an axe and sickle." Olga nodded and ran over to the house she had put down. She entered and came out with a bunch of axes. She came out with a pile of axes piled nearly as tall as her own body. I explained to Nestor and the rest. "The wood chips and lumber can be withered or rotten and it will still work. So you can take these axes and chop down the withered trees." "Got it. Slave Chan, gimme one." "Okay then, let your big bro show you how it's do." "Whoa, these are pretty heavy." The men started moving and one man even dropped his axe. The axes made by the Dorka were heavier than they looked. Furthermore, they had just seen Olga carrying them easily, so they let their guard down. The men were saying as expected of Slave Chan and other things like that. Then half of them went out to chop down some trees. "You can take the sickles to cut the grass and collect stones while you're at it." The remaining men grabbed the sickles and headed in the other direction. "Alright, guess it's my turn." "Your Majesty." As I was about to get moving, Nestor called out. He had another apologetic look on his face and once more looked reluctant to speak. "What's wrong?" "I wonder if you could leave this place to us." "Let us do it all." He emphasized us as he spoke. "Well, if you do it, Your Majesty, it'll all be finished in moments." "Ah, so that's what it was." "That's right. They wanted to take their time to do things. They wanted me to hold back since everything would end the instant I started going all out. I'm really sorry about this, but Your Majesty's power is too great and it would. I got it. We talked about it before." Nestor sighed in relief. "In exchange, Olga will be working. She needs to gain some experience. She is a child after all." "Ah, Yes, Nestor nodded. It looks like he thought that would be alright. In truth, Olga had already started to work, but you could see that she was just like a normal child. As she continued to accept the materials the men brought, she looked almost like she was going to be crushed. When she wasn't handling things made by the Dorka, she was just like a girl of her age. More than helping, she was almost a hindrance. Don't push yourself too hard, Slave-chan. Can you carry it this far? Then go ahead. This strange state of being a slight hindrance, her cuteness, and her lovable desire to do her best and work turned her into a little idol for the men. They enjoyed helping her along and watching as she tried to work. It was almost like watching a hamster running on a wheel. On the other end, I was sitting around bored. Nestor and the men gathered materials at leisure. Olga was constantly moving around, mixing with their group, the leisurely adults and the slave child running around. Unexpectedly, they meshed together quite well. It looked like it was going well, and what's more, Olga seemed fulfilled. As long as I could see my slave's satisfied face as she worked, there was no issue. There was no issue. But, should I help with something? Ah, no, that's fine. You don't have to worry, Your Majesty. They all seemed to be cautious and tried to stop me in a panic when I tried to do some work. I was completely and utterly free. I was way too free. It had been a while since I'd had absolutely nothing to do. The others were moving around working, but I had nothing to do. I couldn't calm down even more so than when I made the resort. As I was starting to feel defiant and was about to do something no matter how much they protested, I saw a monster appear from the corner of my eye. It was a completely white hairy caterpillar. It was an Elka. Its mouth moved and it faced the sky. Not good. It was about to shriek. At the moment I realized that, I set out running. I charged at it in an instant and grabbed its mouth. Shut your mouth, I said as I threatened it as I held its mouth closed. The Elka struggled. I pressed it to the ground. Then I used the Elka's signature move and started charging forward while pushing it. Sha. I pushed it and pushed it some more. I pushed it far from everyone else. I pushed it almost a kilometer before kicking it away. It landed on the ground and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. Sorry, but I can't let you bother them. A carefree slow life didn't need enemies. Monsters weren't needed. There was talk of having a farm for monsters, but Nestor and them don't need it. Actually, I was just irritated. I was holding back from interfering, but the monsters had the nerve to make a move first. That's why you just need to shut up and accept it. The Elka charged at me. I met it head on, grabbed it and twisted its neck. The white caterpillar twitched and shuddered before dying. I confirmed the monster's death before returning. Where were you, Your Majesty? I had to go to the bathroom. Oh, okay. Mew. I caught sight of another monster approaching. This time it was a Toro. I set off running. Your Majesty? I have to go again. Don't worry about it. As I dashed over, I beat it up and carried it away. I snapped its neck and returned again. Master-oo, what's up, Olga? Should we make a toilet, Tilda? Toilet? No, we don't need one now. First is to make houses. But Master Yo, Mew, gotta go again. I'll leave this place to you. You can be my representative. Got it, Tilda. Magic has been charged by 3,000. I didn't pay attention to the sound. At a glance I saw a giant scorpion as I ran off and split it in half before staring up at the sky. There are more monsters than I thought, I said to myself as I stared out into the wilderness. At first I was so free I couldn't stand it, but it seems like that wasn't the case anymore. You want a slow life? Fine. I grinned and laughed. I'll grant you one. If you want it, then I'll make it come true. That day I ran around in the area of a kilometer and made sure everything was alright. Olga, Nestor, and the men continued making the village leisurely, charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 130. A short distance from the village location, I walked together with Olga. A caterpillar's hair is lying there, Tilda. Olga scampered around gathering the Elka hair. With this we can make lots of clothes and cloth. I think we're missing a bit. Then we should gather more tissue. Olga took her backpack off and started stuffing the white hair inside of it. When we first left town the backpack had been empty, but now it was completely filled with materials. There's more over here. Huh? What is it, Olga? She was going around gathering things and was now looking around restlessly. We've come pretty far. Yeah, I guess so. I looked around. There was nothing unusual about this area of the wasteland, but I strangely remembered it. We passed by here on our way from Rybeck. So what's wrong? When we came here before. I don't think these materials were here. Ah. No, they weren't. Of course not. The materials that had been dropped were all from monsters I had defeated while going around. As they were building houses, I was going around defeating monsters. I see why Olga thought it was weird. This situation was almost like a farming game. You close it and overnight materials and things pop up out of nowhere. Well, that was fine. Moreso, you remembered well. Mom said that I had to look out for Master properly. Svetlana, huh? I thought that Olga's words were a little funny. She looked to be 5 years old. A newly born eternal slave grew up to this size so quickly and will maintain this appearance for a while. In a way they were like butterflies, though they only had two forms, chrysalis and butterfly. Olga's young appearance was charming and adorable. It was nice to watch. I wanted to reward this adorable child. I started thinking if I could do something. As I thought, Olga suddenly stopped and took a small bow out of her backpack. She readied herself and looked around. She wasn't just looking. I could feel some bloodthirst. The bow she was holding wasn't a regular one. It was the Eternal Slave specialty one. The Gradic. It looked cute, but it definitely had power. You brought that with? Mom said so. To think about Master and make sure you don't get bothered. This is a tool for that. It looks like she was properly listening to her mother's teachings. She was more and more lovable. As I was busy admiring her, Olga let out a cute shout and fired an arrow. The arrow she fired split up and slammed right into the white hairy caterpillar. Phew. After her shot hit the target, she let out a breath. The relieved smile she gave was adorable and looked just right for her age. Olga, look out. The caterpillar that had been shot through was not dead. It leapt up from the ground and charged at Olga. I pulled her hand to pull her out of the way, and so she was out of the way of the Elka's charge. Olga fired another arrow. She continually fired, knock and fire, knock and fire. Each arrow flew through the air, split, and pierced through the Elka. The Elka had been turned into a slice of Swiss cheese as it died and its body melted away to reveal a pile of white hair. I'm sorry, Master, I let down my guard. Don't worry about it. Oh. The clothes you gave me are. Olga's expression changed. My slave's trademark green dress had been torn. It probably happened when the Elka's charge had brushed against her. Forget the clothes. Are you alright? I''am. Okay. I see. Then I'll make you some new clothes. After all, we have a ton of Elka hair, I said, and Ryga took out her slave card. What will we be making, Master? It's fine, put it away, I said, and took out my Dorka. Olga was surprised. Why do you have that? I didn't say anything and just smiled. There's no way I would just leave it behind. There was no knowing what kind of dangers would appear in a new land like this, so there was no way I was letting go of the major source of my power. Forget about that, Olga. Do you have a request? Request? Yeah, anything. If it's something I can make, I'll make it for you. Go ahead. Olga thought. She cocked her head to the side and thought hard. She kept thinking, but it didn't seem like she could come up with something. She thought so hard it looked like smoke would pop out of her head. You can't think of anything? I'm sorry, Master. It looks like she wasn't good at asking for things. Eternal slaves were mostly like that. But Olga seemed to be a hardcore case. Then we'll choose from here. I opened my menu and checked the list. Recently I'd left development to Nina, and almost daily there would be a new item on the list. I checked carefully. Among the items was one interesting looking one. Olga, I have extremely suitable clothing for slaves. Would you like that? Yes. Hearing those words, Olga's eyes glittered. You've returned, Your Majesty? When we returned to the village's land, Nestor came out to greet us and was promptly stunned. He stared at Olga as if he was seeing something unbelievable. This is? This is for slaves, one of their next generation uniforms. I purposefully exaggerated. It was accurate in a sense. But it was definitely an exaggeration. The slave Sama's uniform? Yeah. It suits her, right? Now that you mention it, it does look like servant clothing, so it may suit them as you said, your majesty, but," he said with a strange look on his face. Well, I could understand. After all, Olga was now wearing a maid uniform. It was black and white as the base with an apron and frills. "Isn't that nice, Olga? It suits you." "It's thanks to Master Disu. Magic has been charged by 10,000, she said as she gave a dazzling smile. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 131. They hadn't finished creating homes for everyone, even though the materials to make them was wood and grass they could find almost anywhere. The amount was more than usually necessary, so it made it feel more difficult. "Nestor-san, I found these when I was looking for wood." "Oh, aren't those fruits? And they're fresh." "So you found some?" "Yeah. I was wondering if there was stuff like this out there." "Leave that tree there. Once we eat the fruits, we'll use the seeds to plant those trees." Even so, Nestor and the men were acting leisurely. At this pace they would be developing more slowly than my first town, Akido. They didn't worry about progress and just slowly went along with their lives. Among them was the maid uniformed Olga, who was running around here and there. "Slave-chan, be careful, don't get hurt." "How cute. These clothes really suit Slave-chan." I felt like her adorableness was further degrading their carefree nature. I'm so bored. After coming here I was fine for the first day. But pretty soon I'd gotten bored. Wonder if I should take a walk or something? I separated myself from the group. I walked around at random. In the depths of my heart I was hoping for something. Hoping that a monster would appear. A monster would be good for killing time. I walked and walked. I looked around restlessly and walked. After around 30 minutes I was about to return to the new village after making a large circuit. Along the way I hadn't seen a single monster. Why do they always appear when I don't want them and disappear when I do? I was a bit disappointed. No monsters had appeared. Maybe I defeated too many of them. Well, for Nestor and the men's slow life it would be good that I got rid of all of them. Maybe the monsters had spread around that approaching this place was dangerous. Well, that might be a bit much. Menu open. I took out my rare card and used Encounter Up. Then I wandered again, walking, wandering here and there. Encounter Up. I walked some more. I wandered aimlessly. Encounter Up. I was on the verge of tears. I don't care if it's a ghost or demon, just something show up. I piled up the magic as I kept walking and an Elka appeared. The Elka looked at me in shock. Then it clumsily turned itself 180 degrees and started running. "Sorry, but I won't let you get away." I joyfully chased after it, caught up, and defeated it with my bare hands. Phew. It was only one, but it was a diversion. I grabbed the dropped white hair and stuffed it in my pocket. But still, even using magic it's at this level. I even layered them. How afraid are they? I guess this is what you call reaping what you sow. It can't be helped. I guess I'll just return to the village. At this point I'll just give Olga some love. It'd basically be removing the eternal slave's help from those guys, so it'd probably help their pursuit of the slow life. I thought and started to head back when my entire body felt like it was floating and the scenery flew by at high speed. It felt like my body was falling down. Phew. I calmed myself and righted my body in midair so I could land. What was that? I checked my situation. Above me was a hole with dried grass and ivy growing off of it. Apparently I fell down here. The hole was around 2 meters in diameter and from the appearance it hadn't been dug recently. It's probably been here for years. No, tens of years. A hole that had been here long before, and I'd stepped in it. Well, it was in a field. Well, anyways, how do I get up? Huh? As I was about to scale the walls to return I looked and realized something. The hole was almost straight down, but there was a passageway extending out to the side. "Oh Tilda." I unintentionally spoke up while knowing I was smiling. I had been so tired of the tedium, and despite not knowing what this was, it was at least a change. Right now I was very thankful for such a change. Whether a demon comes out or a snake. Either way I'm fine with it. TN. A way of saying you never know what's going to come out, I murmured and entered the tunnel. The ceiling of the tunnel was fairly low and unless you stooped over you couldn't enter. I squatted down and entered the hole. After continuing on for a while I suddenly fell again. Whoa. The second time I was able to deal with it much more easily. Then I was about to land when, I heard a woman's scream from below me. I didn't have time to readjust myself when we hit. Oh wow whoa whoa wah. Oi, are you okay? I got up in a panic. Underneath me was an unconscious young woman. She wasn't only unconscious. There was blood coming out of her head. I took out my panacea and poured it into her mouth. The blood soon stopped and I was relieved. That was fine. But I was bewildered at her appearance. It was a woman I'd never seen before and frankly she didn't look like a normal human. Her upper half was a beautiful girl, but her lower half was a snake. My name is Akito. My name is Lyra. I named myself once the girl with the snake lower half woke up. Once she awoke she immediately took some distance from me vigilantly. Well, it was less vigilance and more fear I suspect. She took her distance and looked at me with eyes like a small animal. Why are you so afraid? Well, you're a human. Huh? Humans capture us and do horrible things. Phew, I didn't know anything about that, but did the people of this world do that? Were therianthropes like Lyra persecuted by humans? It was a story I could understand. Please don't worry, I won't do that. But because I'm a bit different from the humans you know about Lyra. Lyra was surprised. I wanted to show her some proof to set her at ease. I took out my Dorka and opened my menu. I looked from Lyra to my creation list and thought for a bit. Then I laid down magic circle. I put in the elka hair that I had previously gotten and made a ribbon. Lyra was surprised once more as I approached and tied the ribbon onto her tail in a bow. Her tail now had a red ribbon tied like a butterfly on it. It suits you pretty well. How did you do that? It's my special power. It's something like magic. Humans can't do that, can they? Lyra shook her head. Her fearful eyes had begun to glitter instead. For you to be able to do such things. Are you a god? No. But I guess you could call me an emissary from God. I'd never really thought about it, but the goddess had told me to come down to this world and restore it. So I could be considered an emissary from God. When I said that, Lyra's eyes were gleaming. Amazing. I had done this to dissolve her caution, but it was more effective than expected. I listened to what Lyra had to say. Apparently she was a demi-human from a race that was living underground. Long ago many things had happened. They were chased by humans and ended up going deep underground. It's been almost 100 years since a human came down here. But if you're an emissary from God I can understand it. It had been 100 years since a human had arrived in this place to interact. Then why had I come here? Oh, it was encounter up, wasn't it? This was probably the result of layering it several times which led me to fall in here and meet Lyra. You Lord Emissary. Lord Emissary. Can you make other things? She timidly asked. Eyes filled with expectation. I can make anything besides living creatures. I was embellishing a bit, but it shouldn't be incorrect. Then. Can you make houses and buildings? Yes, I can make an underground empire, I said before she finished her words. This kind of thing was my specialty. Lyra's eyes glittered with hope and joy. Chapter 131, Emissary of God and Underground Empire. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 132. We went through a few underground tunnels till we finally reached it. What greeted me was more of a child's secret base than a home. It was basically just a hole, cave that was dug to become larger. In a way it was suitable for a monster girl living underground. But what was bothering me was, is there no one else here? The house was solitary with no one else around. In truth. Our people sends out a girl from the village to make a new village and learn. Oh. We make a new colony, give birth, and raise the children. In a way you're like ants or bees. But. I'm so awkward. Awkward? Lyra nodded and entered her home. I followed her and entered. Then I understood. Her house had a table, bed, and various furniture, but all of them were poorly made. The table legs were all uneven and the bed was basically just stuffed with leaves. I take it back. A child's secret base would probably be made better. I see, so that's why you asked if I could make other things. Yes, Lyra quietly spoke in embarrassment as she hung her head. Well, if that's the case, then that makes things easy. To make a house. The materials. Would be too annoying to grab from the surface, so I'll make it with magic. Next would be Kaya. Suddenly Lyra screamed. What's wrong? That. Lyra pointed at a portion of the tunnel wall that was crumbling. From it a huge snake appeared. It looked even bigger than an anaconda. It seemed to be nearly a meter in thickness, a giant snake. It wasn't just big. The fangs in its mouth seemed to fairly drip with venom. It looks like it was a venomous snake. Why is Azumia? It's called Azumia? Yes, it's not your friend? Not at all. Don't lump me together with something like that. Lyra strongly denied. A giant snake and a snake girl. I thought they might be allies, but it looks like I was wrong. Anyways, let's run, Lyra said, preparing to flee. You don't have a fountain of Ilia? If I did, then I wouldn't be able to approach either. Oh right, she's a monster girl after all. Though she seems different from a monster. As I thought that the Zumia approached, I dodged the open-mouthed strike and punched the side of its head. Bam! It felt like I punched a hard rock. It's hard, huh? It is. That's not all. If you approach, it'll constrict you, melt you with venom, and slowly eat you. Let's run, Lord Envo. I drew True Eternal Slave and put magic in it before striking. It was a little harder than I thought, but once I put in more magic I was able to cut its head right off. I wonder if this is some kind of material. Lyra, is it just an individual, or is this Zumia the name of a race? Lyra was at a loss for words. Lyra? Oi, what's wrong? I waved my hand in front of her eyes. What's wrong? Lord Emissary is strong. Did you think an emissary from God would be weak? I was scared of the Zumia, so she thought even an emissary of God couldn't beat it? Well, whatever. Anyways, is this an individual or a species? There are few of them, but they are a species. I see. Then I'm relieved. If it was only a single creature, then it would only be able to turn into a single item. As long as it is a species, then, even if they are rare, it won't be a problem. Thinking that, I unintentionally spoke out my relief. You're relieved by that. Could it be that Lord Emissary is a more amazing person than I thought? Lyra seemed to murmur. For now I'll ignore it and focus on what I need to do. Since I couldn't make a fountain of Ilia, then I should give some thought to a defensive system. I should probably make it with the feeling of an underground fort. I put magic into True Eternal Slave and began cutting at the wall. It gave off a dissolving sensation like a hot knife through butter as I widened the cave. Length, width, and height. I made all of them larger. I made the cave huge. I made it so at least half a basketball court could fit inside. The space was nearly 5 times its original size. Now that it was bigger, I could build as I pleased, even if it was castle-like. Listening to what Lyra said, she would be like the queen of the new colony. Her standpoint would be as such. I stood in front of the hole the Zumia dug and began cutting with my sword. From that 1 meter large hole I dug out a space around 1/4 the size of the previous. Then I took out my Dorka and placed a magic circle at the entrance. What is that? Lyra, bring that table over here please. Yes, Lyra did as she was told and brought the awkward table over. I need to use this. Use it? I don't understand, but go ahead. Now that I'd gotten permission, I cut up the table and placed it inside the magic circle. With the materials gathered, it became a wood door. Lyra was clearly surprised. It turned into a door? This is the power of God, my power. Amazing. We'll incorporate an attack system in this space. Since this cave is underground, making this an easy path to get through will guide enemies to this particular area, I thought and muttered. This has become kind of fun. It was different from my usual town building. It was kind of like dungeon making. It was close to what I'd done before, but the location and needs were different. Tetris and Puyo Puyo. TN. These were hell because of the censorship, especially cause I didn't know he was talking about games, Mario Kart and Gran Turismo, Street Fighter and Virtua Fighter. It was that kind of feeling. They were in the same genre but were different. It was a fresh feeling. I took out my Dorka and placed magic circles around using only magic creation. What is that, Lord Emissary? This is... Oh, something perfect came out. As I was about to explain, the wall broke and a hole opened. A monster invaded the room. It was the size of a large dog and looked like a mole. Wah! Another came out. Come here. I grabbed Lyra's hand and brought her away. Why, you are not going to fight? If it didn't go well then I'd fight. But until then I would wait and see. I took Lyra deeper inside the room as we watched, as the monster entered the room to chase us and passed the center. Dodo. A large number of arrows fired out from the walls. The monster became a hedgehog in moments, fell to the ground, and died. While it's an automatic defense system, Nina developed it by chance and we were going to put it on the battleship, but it didn't work out. With this you won't have to fight and the monster will be taken care of. For my sake. Thank you very much, Lord Emissary, Lyra said with glittering eyes and a big smile. I thought further, securing the basics of living and other things that a dungeon would need. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 133. The arrow pointed at the recently defeated Zumiya and I saw that its fangs were glowing. I plucked out the fangs and placed them inside the magic circle. The circle transformed and a stain appeared on the ground and started spreading quickly. Whoa! Kaya, Lyra and I panicked and leapt out of the room. What is that? It's not a stain. Is it a bog? It's bubbling and roiling purple. It's a poison bog? Poison bog? Looks like it. I used the Dorka to create a pushini and tossed it into the bog. The block-like foodstuff fell into it and started melting with a sizzling sound. Yup. A poison bog. I looked inside the room. The poison bog had spread out to the entire floor. The entire room was now a poisonous swamp. For an enemy-repelling room this should be pretty good. But I'm scared. Scared, huh? I suppose you would be. I can't get through here anymore. I thought for a bit. I looked inside the room, then Lyra's home behind it, and finally around at the planned area. I could use this poison bog. I was confident of that, but having it here would be inconvenient. I should move it. I went to lift the poison bog. It looked absolutely impossible, but since it was made with the Dorka I was able to easily lift it. Lord Emissary, you can do things like that too? Lyra looked on in shock as I carried the swamp. This impossible sight made her look at me with even greater reverence. Amazing. Well, yeah, okay then, I want to move it. But I don't really have a place to put it. I had only dug out a few places, so I didn't have a place to put this temporarily. If I left it here while I dug it would be a hindrance. It can't be helped. I guess I'll erase it. I used my Dorka and erased it. Wah! Lyra was at a loss for words. Her eyes looked similar to my slave's eyes. That's why I said this. Do you want to help? Can I? Her reaction was pretty much the same as my slave's as well. Okay. This should be fine for now. I dug out another room underneath Lyra's home. For now I had finished digging the upper and lower floor of her home. Wherever the enemy intruded there would be enough space to control them and take action. If not, they would be able to intrude directly into the core. In all directions the intruder would have to pass through at least one room before reaching the main part of the home. Now what to do with those rooms? Actually. Are there foreign enemies? I know about the giant snake Zumiya. But nothing else. I guess I'll ask Lyra. I thought and started moving. Lyra should be upstairs. I used the stairs I had created and climbed up. Lyra, where are you? Lord Emissary? Oh, you're there. I have something to ask. Kaya. As I approached, Lyra let out a small scream. She was hiding her half-naked body. She had removed her dirty clothes and was in the middle of changing. Wait. Isn't she actually completely naked? Her snake lower body never had clothes on it, and now her upper half was nude. The only thing she was wearing was the ribbon on the end of her tail. Naked ribbon. That phrase popped into my head. I was staring blankly. Please don't stare at me, Lord Emissary. Sorry. I panicked for a second before turning my back to her and leaping into the room I'd just left. I could feel my heart pounding. Nude tail ribbon. For some reason my heart sped up. No. Why's that making me more worked up? I don't have that kind of hobby. Lyra's cute and all, but it's different. It's different, right? See no evil, hear no evil. See no evil, hear no evil. I chanted like a spell and used my imagination. I imagined Risha in the forest by the spring. The bathing Risha stroked her choker lovingly. Nude slave choker. Tail ribbon equals slave choker. I calmed myself. I had calmed myself down some. But I had complex feelings. Well, it couldn't be helped. Getting a sense of security from remembering my slave was proper. Kaya. Suddenly I heard Lyra scream. Lyra. I called out and ran back up the stairs. There were 2 men there. Lyra had put on her clothes, but the men had caught her. We got good luck. I can't believe there was a snake girl this shallow. Yeah. What I can't believe is we got a maiden queen. She hasn't made her nest and laid eggs. She'll sell for 3 times the price. We'll be able to play around tons. What's wrong? I had leapt in and immediately liberated their heads from their necks. There was no need for any questions. I could tell they were scum from the start. I cut off their heads and saved Lyra. Lyra? Lyra was blank for a moment before she flew into my chest and started crying. I was so scared. So scared. She cried and clung to me. I'm sorry I didn't save you immediately. She stuffed her head into my chest and shook her head. Don't say that. It seems like she wants to say. I'll make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Lyra raised her face. 2 emotions were mixed in her gaze, the fear of her previous encounter and hope. I have to think of how to prevent human invasion as well. A smile of hope appeared on her face, overwriting the fear. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 134. The room where I got rid of the poison bog, the queen room, and the south room. I set a magic circle in the middle of this room and used the emergency magic creation. It looked like a completely normal floor, but when I threw in a scrap of wood, shing, sharp blades erupted from the floor. The scrap wood was pierced through and made into Swiss cheese. Okay. Next is the other room. Teku. I headed past the queen's room and to the eastern room. There I placed more magic circles with emergency magic crafting. 6 magic circles appeared and turned into a squad of 6 puppets. Each of them wore armor and wielded a long sword. Then I took a piece of scrap wood and tossed it between the puppets. They reacted and moved as one as they struck out with their long swords. Vertical slash, horizontal slash, and stab. The piece of wood was cut into pieces while still in the air. I once again threw a piece of scrap between them and it was attacked with the same movements. The 6 direction puppets could only use vertical slashes, horizontal slashes, and stabs. Those 3 movements were their entire repertoire. It was a simple trap. How good is it for anti-personnel? I was worried, so I took out True Eternal Slave and approached the center of the puppets. The 6 long swords flew at me at once. Vertical attack x6, horizontal attack x6, stabbing attack x6. Clang 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 clang. The clanging and clashing sounds echoed out as I exchanged blows with the puppets among sparks and flashes of light. With this they should be able to repel most enemies. I picked up my Dorka and headed over to the next room. Teku. Next was the north room. Maybe in Atoka. I stopped my feet and turned around. Lyra was there. Lyra. Yes. What have you been doing since a while ago? You've been following me. It's fine, Lord Emissary, don't mind me and just continue please. Well, even if you say it's fine. After thinking for a moment I exited the room. I arrived in the southern room at the trap floor. Teku. Lyra followed. I didn't do anything there before leaving and going to the western room's trap puppets. Teku. Lyra followed. This time I returned to the queen's room, and as I thought, Teku. Just like a puppy she followed me. She had a smile on her face as she stuck with me. In truth she didn't make the sound teku. She didn't walk that way. After all, Lyra's lower half was a snake. Instead of teku, it would be slither. However, Her movement gave off the feeling of teku-teku like a puppy. I was moving around the rooms pointlessly, but she happily followed teku-teku without asking anything. Lyra. Yes, you don't have to keep following me, you know. I can do it myself, so you can go rest. Is it bothersome to follow you, Lord Emissary? It's not really, but it weighed on my mind a bit, but it wasn't that big of a problem. I was wondering what I should do when I realized something. Lyra's tail was wagging. The tip of her tail where I tied the ribbon was definitely wagging back and forth. She really reminded me of a puppy. Lyra. Yes, I laid down a magic circle and created a ball. It was a completely normal rubber ball, so I threw it into the distance. Lyra looked at me, then at the ball. She tilted her head and seemed to be wondering what I was doing. Well, I guess she isn't puppy-like to that degree. Sorry, it's nothing. Forget about it. Ah, Lyra raised her voice with a surprised look. I understand. She slithered along the ground quickly and grabbed the ball. Then she brought it back, with a smile on her face. Here you are, Lord Emissary, Lyra said with a smile. It wasn't her instinct. It was done after she thought about it. Her thought process was probably I'll do anything, or so her facial expression displayed. Her tail was wagging furiously. Oh no. This is bad. I thought that Lyra at this moment was almost dangerously cute. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 135. I sat on the ground, created a pushiny magic circle and moved the dirt away from it. The magic circle's light arrow changed position and the light changed. I used it in a different way than intended. As I looked at the light, I thought, for now I had created the basic defensive system, but I felt it was a bit lacking. Listening to the evil guys who tried to kidnap Lyra made me realize that if I did this unskillfully, this would end up poorly. Maya and the other people close to me would be fine, but I was uncertain about other humans, as I thought I should make a maintenance-free cave. A dungeon would be best. What do you think, Lyra? Did you have anything you noticed or something you wanted? Tell me anything. Lyra hadn't answered, so I wondered what was wrong and looked to my side to peek at her. Our eyes met. Lyra had coiled herself up and was looking at me with a hot gaze. She wasn't saying anything, just looking at me with an enraptured gaze. I waved my hand in front of her face. As expected, she didn't react. What was wrong? Was she sleeping with her eyes open? But her eyes were staring at me. I moved to the left. Her eyes followed me. I moved to the right. Her gaze chased me. She's awake. She's awake. But what's going on? Fumu. At that moment my body shone. It wasn't only shining. From the distance an arrow pointed towards my body. It was the light from a magic circle. After a short time I heard footsteps. A small eternal slave appeared wearing a maid uniform. Olga, master. Olga, my slave, had arrived. Her hand was holding a slave card. So she had come searching for me using a magic circle that needed me. What's wrong, Olga? Master, I was wondering where I should sleep. It's about time to go to sleep, you know. Oh, so it's that late already? I hadn't realized. Since I was underground I had no idea that much time had passed. So it's already night outside? Olga nodded up and down. I see. Then let's go to sleep tonight. Olga, you can rest here as well. Master, I brought you a futon desu, Olga said and ran back. Then a short time later she returned. She was carrying a futon larger than her body. She was using the Dorka function. Okay then. Let's sleep. Lyra, what will you do? I asked, when I realized Lyra's gaze was getting even more heated. What was going on? Lord Emissario, you finally spoke. What's up? That child is, could that child be? She's my slave. Lyra blinked out. Slave? She's not Lord Emissary's child? That's right too. She's my child as well. She's an eternal slave, so she's my slave along with her mother. Ah, yes, Lyra seemed to accept it. It seems she understood eternal slaves. Then she began looking at me once again with moist eyes and a heated gaze. The increasingly heated gaze was not my imagination. Lyra. What's wrong? Lord Emissary. I'm here to become independent, make a new community, and give birth to children. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm helping you build it, right? What about it? I said with my eyes. If you'd find it agreeable, Lyra said with frantic appeal. Would you please allow me to bear your child, Lord Emissary? Yeah, that's fine. Really? Thank you very much. I'm so happy, Lyra said with deep emotion. Oh, so that's what this was about. In fact, I had a feeling it might end up like this partway through. Lyra was cute after all. That's why I wasn't surprised and could give her a clear answer. I wonder how we'll make that child. I looked at her lower half. She was a snake woman, charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 136. Olga appeared and said as she unsteadily carried a pitcher of water. The jug had been created by the Dorka, but the water inside was natural, so it was heavy for her. Be careful. I'm okay, Disu, Han. She tripped on a rock and the water was spilled all over the cave floor. See? Olga used her hands and stood up. She was covered in mud and her dress was dirtied. Are you injured? Did you scrape your knees or something? I'm okay, Disu, she said firmly. But I could see a new scrape on her knee and it was bleeding. Here, have a panacea. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, just go draw some more. Go slowly this time. Okay. Olga set off running. After a while she returned with a full jug. It was definitely heavy for her as she moved unsteadily. She fell once again, but, good job. I foresaw this and moved to catch both her and the jug. Maybe Olga didn't realize that it was too big for her, I thought as I supported her. Put it inside that magic circle. Yes, she poured the water into the magic circle and the watering hole was completed. It was underground, but there was now a semi-permanent watering hole. The water continued to gush forth and overflowed. That went through a pre-constructed gutter and flowed to the end of the room. There was a hole there where the water gathered. Once there was another magic circle. The magic circle pointed an arrow at Olga's dress pocket. Put that inside. Got it. Olga was carrying a type of mineral called azunka. It was something that we had begun to use recently. When we put it in, the magic circle turned into a small black mass and fell in the hole. Once the water touched the black mass, it soundlessly disappeared. Master, what is this? Erasure equipment, called an eraser. It's an item that erases things made by the Dorka. Wah. With this, taking care of trash would be fine too, Disu. It does erase things, but it takes time. If there are too many things, it will not be able to keep up with the demand. Look, you see the water is slowly accumulating, right? Ah, you're right, Disu. For that reason, menu open. I took out my Dorka and created one more of the same magic circle. With two of them the water wouldn't overflow like that. The magic circle arrow didn't point at Olga this time, but in a different direction. Go grab one more Zunka. Okay. Olga dashed off. She was a child, but as an eternal slave she had an industrious spirit that never died. I saw her often then. I called out to Lyra, who had been sticking close to my back this entire time. She was completely clinging to me. Her human upper half was warm, and her lower snake half was cool. It was a strange sensation. You still need to do this? Sorry, Lord Emissary, I still need to. Fumu. So it's something that takes this long? My mother said it took her 10 days. 10 days? That's amazing. I was surprised. In truth, this was part of the process to create children. Lyra's species would entwine with a male's body, touching skin with skin, taking energy and using it to give birth to a child. When I heard she wanted a child, I was wondering what we would do since her lower half was a snake. But it looked strangely easy to accomplish. My body felt sluggish, so I could clearly feel the reality of her using my life energy to create the child. I've heard from other people, but those with especially weak life force won't create a child no matter how long we do this, so sometimes they needed to eat them to complete the child. Eat them? Oi, you never told me that. It's okay. If it's Lord Emissary, then you'll be fine. Furthermore, Lyra's face blushed as she fidgeted. Lord Emissary. I could never do that to you. I see. I nodded. As she said that, Lyra clung to me even further. It looked like we were coupled together. It felt like I was being wrapped up by a snake. I started to think once more. I felt that this was how it was. It appeared like how snakes mated in nature. Snakes would entwine each other completely and mate for days. Some varieties would act like a praying mantis and eat their partner after mating. Her lower half was a snake, so I guess this was very similar. Lord Emissary. What? Lyra fidgeted for a bit and blushed before suddenly giving my cheek a kiss. Then her face turned completely red as if boiling and hid behind my back. Lyra, this makes it go ... Hey, little faster. Is that so? It was hard to tell if it was a lie or the truth. It might be that Lyra was too embarrassed and made an excuse, but either way, it seemed like she wanted it. Lyra ... Yes, show me your face. But. Come on. Okay. She timidly showed me her face and I swooped in and gave her a kiss on the lips. She was panicking and Olga had returned and was watching with sparkling eyes. Lyra completely hid herself behind my back, charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 137. There I saw her warmly gazing at her egg. She had wrapped the egg she had given birth to carefully with her tail. Her appearance fascinated me. I could feel the holiness of a mother exuding out from her. Lord Emissary. It's fine, you don't have to move. I stopped Lyra from getting up. How is it? I think it'll be born soon. I can feel it inside. Phew. I nodded and looked at the egg. I couldn't tell from looking at it, but she was the one warming it, so she would probably know. I've made some things. I made 3-block rooms with fruit trees in them. There are various fruits, an automatic watering system, and proper lighting. I think they should continue to bear fruit unless you cut them down. Do you like fruits? Yes, I like them more than meat or fish at least. Huh? Well, 'cause I swallow them whole. Oh, so you'll get bones and stuff stuck. I didn't realize that. Also, I left a treasure chest in the other room. There are valuable but bulky things in it. Once someone grabs it, they would need to leave with it since they have to carry it with both hands. They'll probably leave satisfied, so don't go near that place if you can. Apparently Lyra was quite valuable for invaders. Thank you very much. Also, on the opposite side I made a fake queen's room. I dismantled some things and broke some regular things in there. I left them lying around to give the impression that it had been attacked before and destroyed. It is supposed to give the idea that it had already been attacked and looted, so humans should just leave. It'd be best if you don't approach that room either. Thank you very much. Also, I explained them one after another to Lyra. I hadn't made her a town. I'd made a dungeon. I hadn't prepared things to only repel enemies. I'd also prepared things to fool them into leaving on their own. Unlike my own towns, I couldn't have guards around this area. That's why it focused more on getting them to peacefully leave than it was for destroying them. Even if I say so myself, it was quite roundabout. By some chance I might end up forcefully making a law using my authority as king to protect Lyra and the others. But for now this should do. Lord Emissary is... Lord Emissary is an amazing person, as I thought. You made things we couldn't even think of in the twinkling of an eye. We? My family, my mother, her mother, and her mother's mother. Each of them dug a deeper and deeper hole to try not to get entangled with anyone. They hid themselves away. I'd also like to get that know-how as well. Lyra was surprised. It's nothing that great, you know. I understand that it may not seem like that for you, but it is pretty amazing to be able to dig so deep. Is that really so? Menu open. I took out my Dorka and made an ice cream with magic. It cost me 50,000 magic. Can you eat this? It's called ice cream. It's delicious and cold. Delicious and cold. It is. It's delicious. I've never eaten something like this before. This is one of the things considered nothing much. It cost 50,000 magic power. Yes. Lyra seemed to understand what I was trying to say and nodded. Plus, even if it really isn't nothing much, as long as we pile up many small things, it will become a big deal. It's the basics of manufacturing. I see, I understand. I'll teach you about Mother's Nest. Yes, please do. Master, Olga arrived. Invaders have arrived. Disu. Lyra's body stiffened, her face paled, and she moved her body even more protectively and hid the egg behind her. How is it? They went to the fake queen room and left Deus. Damn, it already got done it, they said, and broke the room some more. Disu, after hearing that the invaders had left, Lyra was visibly relieved, so they were venting their anger. Leave the room as it is. Don't fix anything. I'll accept their realistic destruction with thanks. Yes, Disu. Olga finished her report and set off running. Lord Emissary is amazing. If it were me, I would have fixed it up a bit. It's just using what they gave me. It's nothing amazing. Yes, Lord Emissary is amazing, Lyra said and looked at me with more admiration as she warmed the egg. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 138. This room would use Ndatoka as a trap that would throw invaders out of the room. In fact, I had leapt onto it to test out the trap. Since I had finished up, I headed back to Lyra. With this, things should mostly be finished. Yes, Olga nodded. Her young face was filled with a sense of accomplishment. All that's left is maintenance. Olga, every now and then come here and repair it. You can come together with Svetlana too. Roger that, Disu. But Master. What? Master made this dungeon to protect her, right, Disu? Yes, that's right. Then I think it would be alright to give her a slave card too, Disu. Little Olga said. Slave card. The Dorcas sub-card. It had some restrictions, but it was imbued with similar powers to mine. Certainly it'd make things easier. She could do the maintenance herself. She could also expand and add things. Yes, but that's no good. Why, Disu? That's a special card only for my slaves. Only for your slaves? Yes, that's right. For Olga and ours. Only. That's right. I nodded. Magic has been charged by 10,000. Olga was deeply moved. She was so young, but her face was overwhelmed with emotion. I spoke out once more. This is something special I only give my slaves. I haven't given it to Maya and the others, right? Olga opened her eyes wide and nodded vigorously. In truth, I couldn't give it to Lyra. Its name was Slave Card. It was something that could only be given to my slaves. It was a physical restriction. However, that didn't matter. Even if I could. I wouldn't be giving my power to others besides my slaves. From the bottom of my heart, I wanted these adorable slaves to be special. Lyra, Lord Emissary. It's fine, stay there. Olga and I had returned to Lyra. When she saw me, she had begun to rise, but I stopped her since she was still warming the egg. The dungeon is mostly finished. This is the map, I said and handed her a rolled paper. It was special made paper from the Dorka. Each room's details, usage, and necessary things are written here. When you have time, read it. Thank you very much. It's awkward to say myself, but this dungeon is difficult to beat. Normally thinking it wouldn't even be worth conquering it. Most will leave halfway. Only those who are truly greedy will try to continue. Yes. We'll come back to do maintenance and update it. Are you leaving already? Yes, I nodded. As expected, I left my country for a little too long. I need to return. Is that so? Lyra became despondent. Don't look like that. I'll come again. When I do, the child will. At the moment I looked. Lyra raised her voice. What's wrong? Leaving. Leaving, me? No, the child. Lyra said and pointed at the egg. Leaving. Leaving the egg. So it's being born. Yes, the egg she had been warming this entire time was changing. It was shaking and bit by bit it was cracking. It cracked open and from inside a small, snake girl emerged. Her baby-like features and smooth scales. She was charming. In fact, she was adorable. The child looked around and first looked at me. Mother? So you can speak immediately. No, I'm not. Then Mother. This time she turned to Olga. Olga is a slave, Disu, Olga said without hesitation. The child snake finally turned to Lyra. Mother? Mother, she called out once more and leapt onto Lyra. Lyra hugged her child and warmly stroked her head. I'm your mother. Mother. They hugged each other with love. Dawn. From the distance was a thunderous roar. Kaya. What was that? Lyra cried out, covering her child. It's an invader. That's the sound of the ceiling falling. Ceiling? Lyra was surprised. We waited for a while, but the next trap didn't sound off. I see. If the trap didn't activate and was cancelled, Olga. I'll be off. Olga leapt from the room. After a while the paper I had given Lyra lit up. Whoa. Olga has now lifted the trap. If the trap does not activate and is lifted, then it will be shown here. If this continues to give off light, then take shelter. Amazing. So this can do such things. I've thought of everything I could. With this you can relax and raise the child. Thank you very much. Lord Emissary. What? Lyra seemed to want to say something. She looked as if she was about to beg. After hesitating for a bit she continued. See, could I have more eggs from you, Lord Emissary? Yes, that's all right. Lyra's face lit up and she rushed over to hug me. I kept her company all day. Then the next day she had 10 eggs before I finally parted with her. I decided in my mind that I'd come to see this new queen again. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 139. I was walking along with the young man and looking around the area. This man's name was Erasto, TN. This is an actual name. He was a citizen of Riebeck and someone who lived around here. Soon after I returned to Riebeck I had accepted Erasto's petition and came here. Certainly. This place has become disorderly. The sight before my eyes were buildings that looked like they were placed haphazardly. The street between them meandered pointlessly. If you entered from outside of Riebeck you'd end up twisting and turning so much you wouldn't know where you had been and where you had to go. At this point it nearly had the feeling of a slum. Yes, this region is mostly from before you began your reign. These buildings are new constructions from your majesty. But they were constructed in the exact same places as before. Furthermore, they were built quickly one after another, so it turned out like this. I see this is very troubling. If people enter from the south and attempt to reach the center or the north, they'll get lost for sure. Plus transport will take more time than necessary. Erasto spoke youthfully with unpracticed polite speech. I could easily imagine what he was saying. In summary, there was no main road. There were many winding paths and it became easy to get lost. In the early days where even obtaining food was difficult it didn't matter. But in current times it had become an issue. We reached a small plaza where a number of citizens were waiting. I looked over. These are the people living around here? Yes, Erasto spoke as their representative. These are the people who wish to request help from your majesty. I see. We need to redevelop it, put it on a grid, and name the road. Oh yeah, we recently developed an asphalt-like thing so we'll use it. I don't know about the last thing, but thank you very much. Thank you very much. The citizens all spoke up. We're always grateful for your work, your majesty. We're grateful. Don't worry about it. They're homes that we made with the Dorka, so redeveloping is easy. I'll send my slaves over here so we can finish things quickly. You'll need to take the things not made by the Dorka outside. Understood. Your Majesty? He'd spoken up spiritedly, but soon after he spoke with hesitation. What's wrong? It's about the slave Sama. But could you possibly send your first slave. Please? Risha, why? Please, Erasto said with incredible force as he bowed. Why all of a sudden? I wondered when. Please, the other citizens cried out as well and bowed. What is it? They all raised their faces and looked at me passionately. Please, their gazes begged. I see. I suppose I can. I was assaulted by those passionate gazes and without thinking. Agreed. The citizens all had their tension go above and beyond. Riebeck Palace. I stared at it. The palace with an absolute barrier. When I had built it, it was perfect. Now with all the mother and daughter slaves it had become kind of cramped. Before long I'd have to restructure it. From the palace a slave emerged. The calmest slave amongst them. Yuria. I was going to call out to her, but partway through my voice died off. Behind her were a group of children running. They looked like a small troop. They were all about grade school age. There were around 10 boys and girls. Among them was one boy wearing a hat that looked like the leader. Slave Sama, we've gathered the surveys. Good job, show me. Okay. The boy representative handed the bundle of papers to Yuria. Yuria looked through them, checking them. Thank you. That's okay? It is. I can put the information in order. Were we helpful? Yes, you were. Yuria was calm as usual. The children were joyful, the girls were smiling, and the boys were high-fiving. Oh, she was using children to gather information? Slave Sama, is there anything else we can do? The leader boy said. The children all looked at her with expectant eyes. Then Yuria gave the children their instructions. I felt I'd be in the way, so I moved away quietly. Somehow I ended up just walking around Riebeck. Not only the south section, there was a need for some restructuring and improvement in other areas. Up till now I had focused on the basics of life, but from now on I felt we'd enter a phase of rapid development. The goddess had requested I restore this world. I could just do it normally, but that would be boring. Since I was doing it, I wanted to go beyond just restoring it. I wanted to evolve and improve it. I had heard many things, but what I'd heard made me realize that before it was destroyed, this world was mostly on the level of the Middle Ages. According to my common sense and knowledge, the restoration was still stuck in the past. That's why I wanted progress. I had knowledge. I had knowledge of many things from the Middle Ages to the early modern age. I had knowledge of many pioneering technologies. I'd slowly but surely materialize them using the Dorka. For now I had a goal to begin developing machine-like things with motive power, and things like electric lights. Electric lights were especially important. Humans gaining the ability to conquer the dark of night was important for development. Well, using magic I could create magic lights as well. I calmly smiled as I watched the lively town around me. I eventually noticed something, including the shops I'd seen before. On both booths and stores. There would be one of two marks on them. There was a red mark or a white mark. It bothered me a bit and just got more and more worrying. I looked all over this shopping district. Without exception, each shop had one of the two marks, which is Aikido. Uh-oh, I was surprised at being called out suddenly. I turned around and saw the leader of Kazan, Martha. Martha. What do you mean, which? That thing, Martha said as she pointed out the two different marks. Risha or Yuria, which of the two? Huh? I had no idea what was going on. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry. Inside the palace's reception room, Martha was happily eating cake and drinking tea. However, Risha and Yuria were apologizing to me. First, tell me what's going on. Risha and Yuria exchanged glances before Risha began her explanation. It happened while Master was gone. We didn't realize it, but the people in town started to split amongst the first and second slave factions. Was there a quarrel? Not especially. Risha and Yuria both looked unwilling to speak up. What is it? I'll answer in their stead, Martha said with a satisfied smile. The slaves favor the master and the master favors the slaves, right? And Aikido, you're affectionate with them, right? Yeah, I show them my affection. Rewarding them is my principle. And so? I looked at Martha. Well, there was a rumor that went around. I don't know where it came from, but it goes like this. Slaves' achievements change the degree of affection. So now there are factions supporting each of the two. It's heated up recently. She grinned with a teasing look in her eyes. It turned into a competition on who would get more achievements and receive your favor. It's between Risha and Yuria. So that mark you saw. Basically, I sorted my thoughts. I understood this kind of thing. It was something very familiar. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 140 Part 1. We left Riebeck and went out into the wilderness without using the train. I spoke up to Risha, who was walking a step behind me. So things happened while I was away? It's all right. Everyone moved according to Master's policies. The citizens have increased. There were several attacks from the evil god's forces, but the elite forces and the people of Kazan repelled them. I see, I nodded. Maya and the women who used the battleship Risha and the people of Kazan who were warriors to the last. I could imagine it, even when I was helping Lyra. The country continued without issue. That's good. Risha glanced at me tentatively from the side. She seemed unable to calm herself. It looked like she had something to say. What is it? You have something to say, right? Risha hesitated before taking a deep breath. When Master wasn't here I couldn't calm down. It's the first time I've been away from Master for so long. Couldn't calm down? Not uneasy or lonely? Yes. Without Master's new orders, I would wake up in the morning restless and unable to calm down. I see. That was So like Risha, eternal slaves were that type of race. They loved their master and desired orders. They were adorable and admirable. I'd known it all along, but I once more recognized it anew. I felt like I had to apologize for being gone so long. More accurately, I felt the need to give them some sort of present. I thought that but gave up on it. When we get back I'll have you work more and more. Okay. When I said that, Risha smiled and the gem on her choker glittered with light. We walked until we could see the town of Akito. The town of Akito, Master? Yeah. Why did we walk instead of using the train? It's an important matter. The train wouldn't be good. Important. Understood. I'll contact Matway-san. Wait. I stopped Risha as she was running off. Why? Risha questioned while tilting her head in confusion. In response to her backwards glance I took out my second card, the magic card. When my card evolved from common to rare I became able to use a new magic circle. I used 2 magic and placed 1 circle for both Risha and I. The two of us transformed. Risha's face remained the same but her hair turned black instead of blonde. Her pointed ears became rounded and her choker disappeared from sight. Her deep green dress turned into a normal one-piece. She had suddenly turned into a young lady of a wealthy family. Master, you look different. Risha too. It's true, she said looking at her hands and touching her ears. Amazing. You can do this too, Master? It's a new magic. One to change appearances. To transform back we just have to say boss but and I unintentionally said it. The moment I did I returned to my previous appearance. I was now normal Akito. I smiled dryly and cast the magic once more. My verbal slip cost me an unnecessary magic. I guess I could consider it a demonstration. Just like that, you understand? Yes. But why did you change our appearances? From now on we will be people of the town of Akito. We will be a young couple who are turned back from slave beasts. Young couple, me and Master? Yeah. That's too much, Risha yelled in panic, for an eternal slave was playing as a young married couple something to panic that much over. I spoke up to calm her. It's acting. It's something necessary for us. When I spoke it as an order, Risha calmed down. Understood. Calming down due to her master's order was just like an eternal slave as well. She was calmer but she still stared at me. She looked at me with confusion as if asking why. I explained further. The country has developed more or less. Our population has surpassed 10,000 people, but most citizens know my face. I've gone around everywhere as king. But there is a possibility of things going on that I am unaware of. The possibility of me being shown a facade. In that case we would. It would be the same for all of you. You are the slaves most loyal to the king. If they won't show it to me, they certainly won't show it to you. That's true, Risha nodded. Now that Risha and Yuria were being treated like idols they would not want to show those things even more. But I didn't say that. That's why we've transformed and snuck in as regular people. I'd like to see the barefaced truth of the town. Is that so? Risha was taken aback. There are 6 towns so we'll do all of them. I laughed. She was quick to guess. Town of Akito, Town of Bisk, Town of Magatan, Town of Kazan, Town of Bragadlo, Town of Pelmi. Besides the royal capital Ryback, there were 6 others. First slave Risha, second slave Myra, third slave Yuria, 4th slave Lilia, 5th slave Raisa, 6th slave Svetlana. I had 6 adult slaves. The number of towns and their number were the same. I brought Risha to Akito with me. I would go to the other towns and sneak in with my other slaves. Okay, then let's go. Yes, we set off walking. Risha remained as usual, walking one step behind me. Her reverent treatment of me and her appearance was just like Risha, but this was no good. Her bearing would most likely make some people suspicious. Risha, what is it, master? Our setting is a young couple. What about it? Her face seemed to say, Risha's attitude is just like a slave. That's no good. We need to look more like a married couple. Husband and wife like ... How do we do that? Let's link arms. Arms. Yeah, I nodded and Risha was incredibly flustered. That sort of, to link arms with master. Risha, I gave her a serious look. It's an order. Wah, yes, Risha obeyed. She timidly linked arms with me. Is this okay? Yeah, we linked arms and entered the town of Akito, even though it was an order. Seeing Risha having a minor panic attack over linking arms was adorable. Her boobs were soft too. 140 Part 2. It had been a while since I'd been to Akito. The single rundown hut that Madway had lived in had developed incredibly. Brand new buildings were constructed and people were coming and going on the paved roads. Various goods were for sale in stores and stalls. The population here had surpassed 1,000 people. It was one of the most developed towns. At the entrance there was a man standing on watch as a guard. I approached and called out to him, "Excuse me, what is it?" We turned back to humans from ... monkeys. We were told to come here. I acted a bit and told him our backstory. Okay. The guard nodded quickly. He looked used to it as he took out a sheet of paper and handed it to me. It was a map. From the appearance it was a map of the town. Here, go to the government office here and tell them. They will give you some clothes, food, and a house for now. You'll really give us a home? I forced a surprised look. Yes, be thankful. This is due to His Majesty's benevolent rule. Other than that, it is an easy town to live in. It's mostly due to His Majesty the King. So calm yourself and give thanks. I understand. That's right. Also, if the government office doesn't explain, I'll tell you ahead of time. Recently there's been a strange religious group going around. They're apparently people who are unhappy with the king. There's something we aren't proud of, so it'd be best if you don't get involved. Got it, thank you. See you. Welcome to the town of Akito. He finished off with a standard RPG-like phrase and we parted from him. I closed the map and started to walk to the government office. From the start I learned something good. Risha and I were still linking arms, but she looked confused. A strange bad religious group. Risha, did you know about this? Did Yuria tell you something? No, I had no idea. I see. This is the kind of sensitive information I wanted to hear from the citizens. Risha will need to investigate carefully as well. The little things related to daily life. Understood, Mast? Dear. I stopped walking and stared at Risha. Risha panicked. I'm sorry. That was rude. No, it wasn't. In fact, good job. I whispered close to her ears. We're a couple, so that's good. If you want you can even call me by name. Dear is ... good, she said with a voice that seemed like it was about to disappear. The bashful Risha was adorable and lovable. We were guided by the government official and made our way to a vacant house in the residential district. It was a normal wooden house with a futon and cloth clothes placed inside. This will be your home from today forward. What was your name? Sakamori. Right. That's a rare name. Where are you from? I'm not sure. Were we really monkeys? I'm having trouble remembering. Oh, there's some cases like that. It must have been a great shock to die like that. Well, don't be discouraged. Thanks to this country's king we can live well. It's almost a utopia. It's enough for you to slowly enjoy your new life here. Thank you. If you get hungry, then go to the distribution centers and get some pushini. It's not good, but you can get as much as you want. You can also ask your neighbors. The official explained various things. Basically, He talked about the basics I had set up, the guarantee of the basics of life, and that if I wanted more I would have to work. The gate guard and government official were diligent enough. All that was left was to mix in with the town and see things firsthand. The official finished his explanation, then left while closing the door with a bang. The only ones left were me and Risha. Okay then. We should put the finishing touches on our infiltration. Dear, are we not going out today? Risha asked. She was still faltering while calling me dear, as I thought. I really enjoy it. I thought for a bit and answered, yeah, today we won't be going out. Just you and me alone, dear? Yeah, I nodded. Hearing Risha call me dear was truly good. It did give a fresh feeling. But seeing her with black long hair gave the impression of being a chaste young wife. Not bad. Not bad at all. It was a great feeling. Plus you and me alone, dear, fueled my imagination. It gave the impression that she wasn't my slave, but really my young wife. It made me imagine various things. But master. As I was lost in my daydreams, Risha suddenly chanted the magic word and returned to her original form. Master. Master. She repeated master emotionally. What is she doing? I wondered. Magic has been charged by 100,000. PFT. I couldn't help but snort with laughter. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 141. Good morning, Master, Risha said with a smile and handed me a towel. I grabbed the cool and damp towel to wipe my face. After wiping my face, I handed it back and realized that she was in a particularly good mood. What is it? You're smiling so much. I just remembered the old days a bit. Old days? When we were just starting out, I would wake up in the same room as Master. Alright, I made you your own home, but you said that staying with me was better. Yes, Risha said bashfully. She was as cute as always. That's true, there was a time like that. I returned the towel and began to stand up. Master. What will we start with today? I've already decided. We'll make the most important thing. The most important thing? That's right. I took out my black card Dorka and placed a magic circle in the corner. This one thing cost me 300,000 magic. It is probably one of the most expensive singular items I had created up to now. I digress, but the total was close to Battleship Risha. The magic circle sent out an arrow. The arrow pointed straight at Risha and her hair began glowing. It was a sight I had seen once long ago, when I first created the sword Eternal Slave. At that time it was also Risha. Magic has been charged by 50,000. Risha's face had a big smile on it. She hadn't said a word, but I could clearly see her happiness. The happiness that came from being useful to her master. It was clearly conveyed. Please wait a moment, Master. I'll get something to cut my hair. No, that's fine. I just need one strand. One strand? Yes. Only one. Is that so? Risha said, a little discouraged. I could understand. I needed to follow up. I wanted to see my slave smile. I only need one, but it's no good if it's not you. No good if it's not me? That's right. It's a proof of your fidelity. Okay. Magic has been charged 100,000. Just by looking at Risha's huge smile, I was feeling happier. Uh-oh. It wasn't the time to get caught up in her smile. I accepted one strand of hair from her and placed it into the magic circle. After accepting the material, the magic circle changed. After a short while, a glittering whirlpool appeared. It was like seeing a typhoon on TV. But the flickering made it seem mysterious. What is this, Master? If you approach, you'll know. Approach. I left the confused Risha behind and walked into the glowing whirlpool myself. My vision turned white and the next moment my view had changed. It was no longer a small and humble wooden home. It was an extravagant interior with a window looking out on a developed town. It was Rybeck, the royal palace. This is Master's room? Risha followed soon after and emerged from the whirlpool. She wasn't smiling but instead completely stunned. That's right. It's my room in Rybeck. What is this? Risha panicked a bit at the suddenness. To calm her, I decided to explain. I set a magic door there. It doesn't look like a door, but the Dorka called it that, so I shall as well. The magic door is connected here. The effect is as you see. You can come and go as you please in an instant, I said and entered the whirlpool once again. The view once again changed. I returned to the wooden home. Risha followed and this time wasn't shocked. Then once again we returned to Ryback. It's like that. We can move here and there easily. To properly infiltrate we need to be there often enough. We can't be gone for too long. Ah, that's true. And so, Risha should go through the gate daily and show your face for a while. I will go every now and then. Understood. Risha nodded and looked at the magic door seriously. To be able to make something so convenient, as expected of Master. Ah, what's wrong? If we use this we can move lots of people and things. We wouldn't need the train anymore, Risha said with an excited face. It's good that she realized it. Or so I wanted to say. Unfortunately that's impossible. Why? Risha tilted her head in confusion. It suited the innocent eternal slaves. I think it'd be easier to show you. Anyone? Is anyone here? I called out. Yes, Desno Tilda. Lilia entered the room. What is it, Unyai-san? Oh Lilia, come stand here. There, on the weird thing Desno? Yeah, I nodded. Lilia looked confused but did as I asked. She stood on the door. But nothing happened. Nothing happened at all and Lilia looked confused. I turned to Risha and said, it's like this. The only ones who can use this are, you who gave your hair, and me who is your master. Really? Risha understood but the explanation went over Lilia's head. Risha looked at me and then at the magic door. Magic has been charged by 100,000. She had a bashful smile on her face. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 142. Slave Beast Provisional House. Yuria and I had transformed using my magic card. We were doing the same thing as with Risha in the town of Akido. I was making a magic door that would connect with Ryback. With this Yuria and I would be able to go back and forth with ease. We had succeeded in infiltrating this town as well. Yuria was being reserved by my side and looking out the window. I wasn't really doing anything and just looking out the window. This is a bit surprising. What is? As usual Yuria was quiet and calm as she answered. Risha and Yuria were both the calm and quiet type but Risha's quietness was based in courtesy and consideration while Yuria was more just blunt. I decided to explain. Since this is a provisioned house for new people I thought it would be on the outskirts. But this place is almost right in the middle. That's true. Normally the price of this land would be more expensive. Wouldn't it turn into something like a downtown area or a shopping district? But looking around these houses aren't developed. Is there something I don't know? I asked Yuria. Making a town, then developing it. I had done plenty of that type of work. But partway through I mostly delegated it to Yuria. That's why I asked Yuria. But she quietly shook her head. Sorry, I don't know. Is that so? Well, it's fine. Yuria didn't know so she honestly admitted it. Her character was very important to me, so I thought that it was fine as is. At the same time, maybe her not knowing was good. Since I'd delegated almost everything to her, Yuria was more knowledgeable about my country than I was. That's why we came here incognito to find things out from a citizen's point of view. It was a bit strange, but we were able to find at least one thing that we didn't understand quickly. It was a good start. Okay then, I'll hang around this town for a bit. Yuria has work in Ryback, right? And then don't mind me and go on. I'll be back by evening, so unless there's an emergency you can handle it. Got it. She nodded and started to step through the magic door. Ah, wait a second. What is it, master? I'll get you a little souvenir. So what would you like? I thought for a bit and asked. Yuria thought for a bit and answered. Anything I see on. Well then, she calmly nodded and stepped through the magic door. As I thought. It wasn't going to be that easy. I asked hoping to make her happy. But Yuria's reaction was weak. She had the weakest undulations in her emotions amongst my 6 slaves. Unless it was something that really made her happy she wouldn't show me her smile. Even with the young married couple setting that Risha reacted to, Yuria didn't really have any reaction. This setting is efficient, as expected of master, is the only thing she said. I wasn't looking for flattery. I wanted her to be happy and smile. Well, whatever. I pulled myself together and went outside. Hey, you're the new guy who moved in, right? I'd barely opened the door when a young man called out to me. It almost felt like he'd been lying in wait. It was a slender, androgynous-looking man. It was due to his clothing and pose that he didn't look like a woman. I'm Sparov. You are? Sakamori. Nice to meet you, Sakamori-san. I shook Sparov's hand. By his looks he was good-mannered and his behavior was soft. Do you live around here? Over there, Sparov said as he pointed to a house 3 houses away. It's a bit old, but it's my home. That's close, so we're neighbors. Yes, I'll be in your care. By the way, how did you come to be here, Sakamori-san? Apparently I was a monkey, and somehow I turned back. I told him my prepared answer. So it's that pattern. In the previous era. We call it the previous era. Do you have any memories of the previous era? It's all so vague, I don't really remember. That sounds tough, but there are cases like that, so don't get discouraged. He warmly encouraged me after the blatant lie. My conscience twinged. Since you just arrived here, you haven't gotten a job yet, right? Yeah, I replied with my previously thought-up lines. It seems like you can live without working in this country. I was thinking of taking it easy and maybe getting some work on a daily basis. I said a similar thing back in Aikido. In all honesty, I didn't have the free time to get myself a full-time job. More accurately, something like a salaryman would be impossible. I had to do my primary job as king. Plus I needed to infiltrate 6 towns, so this was out of the question. I had no time to get myself a job, so it had to be like this. Is that so? I think that's fine. It's a country where you can do so. If you ever want some work, then tell me. I'll introduce you. However, when you do, I'll need you to follow a rule. A rule? Yes, at that time I'll explain, but I'll need you to wear this, Sparov said as he took out a badge. That is? It's Yuria-sama's badge. Our association is supporting Yuria-sama, so, by Yuria-sama we're talking about this country's excellent slave Sama. Also these slaves are. Sparov explained about the country, the king, and his 6 slaves. Along with the king there were 6 slaves. They decide their positions on how excellently they perform. I almost said that there were 12 slaves, not 6. But I caught myself. There are probably people from the old era that don't like slaves being at the top. But they'll probably get used to it. I see. So for work, especially when you have work that shows some results, you put on this badge to appeal. I see. I threw in some suitable words every now and then, but as the main person involved in this I was surprised. They all seemed to have decided things on their own. I didn't understand what was really going on, but I probably would when I put on the badge. Of course I won't force you. Everyone has their own circumstances after all. I thought for a bit, might this be a chance? I thought of Yuria, who I had just parted with. She almost never showed me her smile. Her lower limit on charging magic was frighteningly high. Until now I had reached it somehow or another a couple times, but the effect was weak. I had thought that it might be a mannerism. But what about this? If it was this thing that Sparov was talking about? If I were to stir up things like this, instead of just as a master, I could find new ways of making them happy. I could use this to increase the amount of things I could do for them as their master. I thought for a bit and decided that I could indeed. Got it? I'll join. Is that so? We welcome you. Sparov was pleased with my answer and gave a big smile. No, it's not you. I don't care if you give me a big smile. My slave smiles are best. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 143. We were on the outskirts of Magatan. I was with a group I had just joined to do work, and Vula was standing in front of us. She was a young eternal slave wearing a deep green dress. Yuria's daughter Vula, nearly the same as her mother. No, just as they wished, both mother and daughter were my slaves. Of course, she was my child as well. We stood in front of her neatly lined up. Each of them seemed physically fit and suited to manual labor. The weakest looking one was undoubtedly me. Toth a. We will be making lots of houses. She had inherited her mother's calm speech pattern. She had lisped a little bit and it was adorable. We have a place to work. We need a place for garbage. Garbage disposal, huh? It seems like this request was to create the garbage disposal device we had developed. With the increase in people, a garbage problem was born. This thing was the solution. It seems we were making them. You and ... you. Vula chose two men from the right side of the line. This is the list of the materials and the warehouse. Got it. Leave it to us. The chosen men set off. Vula separated the men and sent them off to different tasks. They all went about their work in high spirits. Finally it was my turn. I looked at Vula who stood before me. What is it? I asked, but Vula didn't answer. She stared at me with her cute face and adorable round eyes. I wonder what was wrong. What is your name? I'm Sakamori. It's different. Not master. Vula shook her head. She suspected me for a moment. I had been disguised completely with magic. My looks were completely different from usual. It was less a disguise and more of a complete transformation. But even from that Vula perceived something. I had been shocked by the words she muttered. What should I do? I changed how I referred to myself in that sentence. He went from more to Baku. Take this, Vula said and handed me a folded piece of paper. I opened it and looked inside. A blueprint? Construction, plans. I see. The blueprint was broken up into different color blocks. What color is it? Vula asked. She pointed to a spot on the blueprints at the very edge. The place she was pointing was red. It looks to be red. Red, huh? Vula said and took out her slave card before laying out a magic circle. She took a few steps forward, stopped, and asked again, what color is it here? That place is red too. The next one is blue. Red. Then blue. Vula listened to my instructions as she put down magic circles. It suddenly bothered me. Who had made this blueprint? Was it Yuria, or was it a different slave? In any case, Vula was cute as she took a break after she finished laying out the magic circles. The little eternal slave who had her chest puffed up in pride after a job well done was adorable. Without thinking I patted her head. Phew. Magic has been charged by 5,000. Vula had a charmed smile on her face. It was precious. But, Vula suddenly jumped back in surprise. I wonder what's wrong. That's no good. No good? Vula has master. I'm sorry about that. So that was it. Being happy about having an unrelated person pat her head would be bad for a slave. Vula had leapt away vigorously and now had a complex look on her face. Seeing her so troubled was no good, and honestly stealing my own slave from myself was a complicated feeling. In order to stop this, I took a breath and decided to become townsperson completely. After that I mixed in with the other men and began carrying materials into the circles. Halfway through we got a break and the men took out snacks with practiced movements and gave them to Vula. Vula happily ate the sweets. As I thought she was a cute child, a sight that would make you smile. I suddenly realized something. She accepted the sweets from the men and smiled as she ate. But Vula wasn't giving a magic charge. Maybe. I had a hypothesis, so I went to Vula with some sweets. Vula-sama, this is delicious too, I said and held out a treat. Thank you, Vula said with a dazzling smile. Magic has been charged by 15,000. Suddenly my magic was charged. Vula's smile hadn't changed. Her snacking hadn't changed either. But when the other men gave her something, nothing happened. Only when I handed it over did a charge occur. It appears that only when I caused the smile would I get a charge. Well, I suppose that it makes sense. Vula came over and looked at me. She looked shy as she bashfully fidgeted and finally resolved herself to speak. I'm sorry, thank you. Magic has been charged by 3,000. It was an apologetic thanks. I had the further feeling that I was stealing my own slave from myself. It was strangely fun, but it looked like she was troubled. From now on I'll try not to get my slaves caught up too much in my disguise work. I had decided that when I saw Yuria run over, the untransformed Yuria, the men got into an uproar and Vula ran over to her. Then I had a thought. Steal my own slave from myself? Doing that gave a very different feel with Vula. I wonder if something would happen if I tried it with Yuria. Maybe it would help loosen the conditions for her smile, which were usually so high. At worst it would be a waste of time. I'll give it a try. As I thought that and wondered how to do it, Yuria walked in a straight line towards me and stood in front of me. Mass. You're Sakamori, yes. Yuria fixed her words after a deep breath. Yes, right now I was Sakamori of Magotan. I have a job for you, follow me. Got it. I nodded and followed Yuria. Vula also followed behind me. The other men looked on enviously. They sent me off saying you'd best listen properly to Yuria-sama. Then we arrived in an empty area. There's trouble, master, she said. Her face looked to be at her wit's end. That's right. I remember. You can handle anything unless there's an emergency. I had told Yuria that. Is there an emergency situation? Yuria nodded firmly. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 144. Yes, master. I blocked Yuria's mouth quickly. While covering her mouth I looked at Vula. Vula had her head tilted as she looked at me and Yuria. She was giving a hard stare. She had a very strange look on her face. This is bad. Vula was Yuria's daughter. No matter how much Yuria was changed by the magic, if she kept staring then it was possible for her to find out. I exchanged looks with Yuria and she calmly nodded. I moved my hands. Nay dear Tilda. As if she was a completely different person she swayed her body as she moved and called out to me with a sticky sweet tone. It was an 180-degree change from Yuria's usual attitude. It was an incredible act. Vula's confusion looked like it was getting even more profound. Now she was looking very troubled. Our house is in big trouble, Tilda. I need your big muscly arms, dear. Please come, Tilda. Yeah. Yuria and I walked away as if escaping. We didn't want Yuria to be exposed. If we were found out then the damage would be considerable. That's why we escaped as quick as we could. We left and Vula didn't follow, so it seems we weren't discovered. We stepped through the magic door in Magotan and arrived in Rybek's palace. When we arrived we deactivated the magic and I was about to ask Yuria what was going on. Can I report? Yuria immediately went back to her usual speech pattern. I was secretly relieved. Well. Yuria had gone all out in the wrong way when she started talking like a gyro. To be completely honest, it was unpleasant. However, the relief was temporary. We've been attacked. The town has been occupied. Mew, who would dare? Information from a survivor says that it is the evil god. That thing, evil god. I suppose we should call it the second generation evil god. The first had destroyed the world and been defeated by the hero. The second generation was the man who had been brought to this world with me. Seiya. He was meant to use his Dorka to restore this world just like me. Eventually I ended up having him killed, but he was revived using the evil god's power. I see, that bastard. Where's the Risha? It's undergoing maintenance. It's made of multiple Dorka parts, so it's not considered one thing, so maintenance takes some time. An unexpected weakness. Certainly if it was normal we could just repair it once. Composite things take more time. Did he aim for that? Yuria nodded calmly. Maintenance would be delayed, but honestly just relying on one ship was asking for trouble. It wasn't the case this time. But if it was me I'd set a diversion to send the battleship so I could attack my real target. Before long I'd have to start construction on the second battleship Myra. So, the situation? The maintenance finished and it moved there quickly, but? There is a barrier cast over the town using the evil god's power. The main battery was fired but it didn't budge. Mew. This is worse than I thought. Yuria nodded and looked at me. That's why I called you, her face said. Certainly this was a matter that required me. First off, the barrier. What is it? We don't know, we're investigating. I see. I thought for a bit, a barrier that didn't even budge after getting hit by Risha's main cannon. Maybe it just didn't have enough power. Yuria, gather all the slaves. Master will do it. True eternal slave with the 12 of you inside should exceed the power of the battleship by many times. Understood. I'll also call Svetlana who's fixing the tracks. He broke the tracks as well. He's being careful. Sia, you really did it. Hurry. Since he cast a barrier, he most likely won't destroy the town completely anytime soon. However, I feel like something bad is going to happen. I don't know if he can, but if he makes them his underlings, then it'll be troublesome. Yuria started running with a tense face. Wait. She stopped and turned with a confused look on her face. I forgot to ask, which town was invaded? Oops, Yuria's face seemed to say. She blushed a bit. Yuria was adorable. She cleared her throat and answered, Akito. Me? The town of Akito. Oh, so that's what it. Wait, the town of Akito? The outskirts of town, a group of men were being cornered. They were suddenly attacked by a group of monsters, so even though they had weapons, they were slowly cornered in a dead end. Mayor, what should we do? One man asked in a shout. The surrounding men all paid attention. Their gazes gathered on the town's mayor, Matway. He was now leading the townspeople around in resistance, but they were now cornered. Sorry, I got you all involved. After seeing the bombardment from Battleship Risha, he had judged that reinforcements had arrived and tried to do a pincer attack on the monsters. He had believed in the power of the battleship as he gave his orders. However, the ship's attack had been blocked. It didn't reach them. For that reason, the attack Matway had organized was cut off and cornered. It's not your fault, Mayor. Everyone thought that it was the right time to counterattack. That's right. Who could expect that the battleship attack wouldn't work? They all consoled him one after another. They sympathized, but even so they felt regret. Somehow they had to break out, Matway thought. Boom! The wall collapsed and a monster appeared. It was the strong-armed monster, Taro. It reached down and grabbed Matway. Bastard, get your hands off the Mayo, Kawa. Stop. Gofu. The men attacked the Taro trying to save Matway, but they were hit away one after the other. It. Matway started to lose consciousness. His captured body grasped in the monstrous hands of the Taro began to go limp. The world started to go white. So this is as far as I get. Dosa. A shock ran through his body. His vision started flickering for different reasons. He realized he'd been thrown to the ground as dirt entered his mouth. What happened? He wondered as he raised his face. There he saw his savior who held a sword burning with flames which had cut the strong giant in half. Akito-san. He had arrived, charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 145. Master? You said they were in Akito, right? Got it. Leave it to me. Contact Maya and tell them to continue the bombardment. Even if it's ineffective, continue to do so. And Master will? I will go to the town of Akito with Risha. I'll call Risha. Tell her I'll be waiting in Akito. Understood. Yuria nodded and left the room. The fact that the invasion was in Akito was a small silver lining. I had faith that this would work. I had faith in the things I had built up since I arrived in this world day after day. The things that were made with the Dorka were the highest order in this world. Take for example the absolute barrier cast around the palace. No matter how it was attacked from outside, it would not break. It was the same even when I tried. I took all 12 of my slaves into true eternal slave and put in plenty of magic power. I attacked and it didn't waver. I wanted to do the same thing to evil god Cea's barrier. Cea's barrier defended against invasion and battleship Risha's bombardment, but it should not be able to block the Dorka's magic door. I think. Probably. I had a strange amount of faith in it. I headed to the magic door inside the palace. I walked easily and stepped into the magic door. There was no resistance as I stepped through and the world went white before me. I instantly finished my teleport. I had arrived in my provisional house in Akito, as I thought. The Dorka's power was above that of the evil gods. This movement was just one example that showed it was a power on a different level. Master, Risha's voice came from behind me. So you're here? Yes. You've heard what's going on? Yes, Yuria explained to me. Then I think you know, but this time it will be just you and me. Yes, the only ones who can use this magic door to infiltrate are Risha and I. Plus, up till now I had no free time to make another gate. In fact, at this time I didn't really have a method to bring my other slaves here. It would be just Risha and I. I'm relying on you. Yes. Magic has been charged by 50,000. Risha nodded firmly. A smile flashed across her face, but her expression instantly changed. Master, look out the window. Mew? I looked out the window quickly. The outside was strangely colored. It was as if the entire town was underwater. It was a poisonous color. I see. This is CE's power that's controlling the town. It wasn't just a barrier. No, wait. This might be another function of the barrier. I see. Master. What? I hear screams and sounds of fighting. Huh? I focused my hearing and was able to hear the sounds of battle. There were clearly sounds of battle within this town. The people of the town may be being attacked. It can't be anything other than that. Let's go, Risha. Yes. I unsheathed my sword and touched the gem, sucking Risha into the blade. The red jewel began glittering with light and the blade burst into flames. Holding the sword, I threw open the door and dashed out. The poisonous-colored atmosphere wrapped around my body. It was as if I was in water, except slightly thinner, and it made it more difficult to move. Are you alright, Master? No problem. It was a bit difficult to move, but there wasn't a big problem. I needed to hurry. The town was destroyed here and there with flames leaping up to the sky. Monsters were here too. Along the way there was a group of Elka that I cut into pieces and burnt to ashes while moving past. We finally reached the location of the fight. Several citizens were being attacked by a giant drow. Master, Madway-san is. I hear Risha's cry and saw Madway being held by the drow. I held my sword aloft and charged, cutting the Taro cleanly in two from behind. The giant fell to the ground with a boom. I ignored it and helped Madway get away from the collapsed giant. Madway, are you alright? Akito. San here panacea. I poured the panacea down Madway's throat. Master, Akito-san. I heard two voices cry out at the same time. I felt a fell wind attacking from my back. Clang. Turning, I blocked with my blade. Akito. Seiya. The one who attacked me was Seiya. I don't know if it was because he drew out more of the evil god's power, but his appearance was even more malevolent than before. How'd you get in here, Akihito? Like I'd tell you, the shock between our clash had sent the townspeople flying. I began pushing Seiya as hard as I could to take some distance. Then we continued to exchange blows. Weak, Akihito. You've gotten weaker. Risha gave off a saddened feeling. She probably interpreted her alone equals weak. It's more than enough against you. Don't look down on me. It's simple truth. To console Risha that she wasn't weak, I began to fight with more strength. To be honest, I thought her alone was enough. Certainly without several slaves inside my sword my power and diversity were weaker. But against Seiya right now I thought it was enough. Slowly I gained the upper hand. At this rate I would be able to defeat him in a few minutes. Akihito! Exclamation mark. You just thought that you'd be able to beat me in a little bit, right? As we fought, Seiya suddenly leapt back while shouting. So what? That negligence is fatal. Seiya cried out, holding his hand aloft. At that moment it felt like something surrounded me. The poisonous aura from the town gathered and thickened, creating a dome. This is a barrier? That's right. I struck at the barrier around me. A dull sound emerged and my attack was repelled. Tn. Dio. It's the same as the Great Barrier around the town. As long as the enemy within doesn't disappear, it will not disperse. So that's what it was? And from here I can do this. Seiya held out his arm. The edge of the barrier glowed with poisonous light as it produced arrows of light which flew at me. I swung my sword and blocked them. Good job blocking. But how about Thais? He swung his hand again and more arrows appeared. The number was incredible and it was all I could do to defend myself. Seiya saw through that. So this is your limit to blocking them. It's time to pay the piper. Akihito. Master. Fu. I put 5 million magic into my blade and swung at the barrier with all my strength. There was thick resistance, but the barrier didn't break. Kuakaku. Seiya laughed uproariously. Why don't you try some more, Akihito? Try some more. I stopped attacking as Seiya laughed and screamed. And now. Display ear. I let Risha out of the sword. She emerged and turned back into her physical form. Master? You're resigned to your fate, huh? Wordlessly I took out my Dorka. I placed down a magic circle and smiled at Risha. Risha, yes. Give me a strand of your hair. You understood. Risha nodded quickly and pulled out a single strand of golden hair before handing it to me. I pulled out one of my hair as well. Mida T and I can hear you. No matter what you do, it's useless. I ignored him and placed both hairs into the magic circle. The magic circle transformed into two magic doors. They weren't even separated by a meter of space. They were left and right magic doors. Let's go. Okay, I was calm, so Risha calmed down too and nodded firmly, and so we both stepped through the magic door. Our view went white for a moment, then we saw we'd returned to the same place. More accurately, we had entered the left magic door and emerged from the right magic door. It was a space not even a meter apart. Then, that can't be. The barrier disappeared. What did you do, Akihito? Let's go, Risha. Yes, Risha returned to the sword, even though it was only for a moment. When we teleported, we disappeared from the space within the barrier. So the barrier itself disappeared. It worked perfectly, but I had absolutely no need to tell Seiya. There was no need to tell Seiya, who was descending further into madness. Charging magic with a smile, infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 146 Part 1. As expected of the one who gained the evil god's power. Seiya was stronger than ever. We locked our weapons together and we screamed at each other, remove the barrier and get lost. Don't get cocky, Akihito. This is my hate. A foul-smelling wind blew at my side. I immediately dodged, and Seiya's kick, covered in malicious aura, barely scraped by my face. This bastard country, these towns, I won't disappear till everything is destroyed. You hate me that much? Of course, if you weren't here. You did this to yourself. Reflect on it. All of these things were your own actions. I did nothing. You looking down on me is what I hate the most. What, are you a kid? As I yelled, I swung my sword sideways and cut Seiya's right arm off. It drew a parabola through the air as I used the flames on my blade to reduce it to ashes. Not yet. Along with his cry, Seiya's arm regenerated. Apu, are you okay, master? I'm fine. In order to reassure Risha, I pretended to be alright. Whatever Seiya did, a rotting, stinking air attacked me. The disgusting scent was almost like rotting fish. Miasma, that was the word that popped into my head. It was probably that or something very similar. You not giving me the opportunity to ponder. Seiya attacked me. I blocked and countered. I sliced him diagonally, cutting his body mostly into two. His entire upper half was only holding on by a thread, but it regenerated quickly. Akihito. Is his stamina infinite? This is my grudge. You will know it. We kept fighting. Along the way some buildings were destroyed. Each time they were destroyed, Seiya's eyes glittered. How's this, Akihito? At this rate the town you've made will become nothing. I can just make it again. Seiya. You really don't get it. What? No matter how much you break, or how much you exhaust yourself to destroy, it can't compare to a single smile. It can't compare to a single one of my eternal slave's smiles. How far will you go? To make a fool of me? I heard a snapping sound. A large blood vessel on his forehead had exploded and blood was streaming out. I wasn't making a fool of him. It was the pure and simple truth. Even if all the houses around here were destroyed, it would only be on the level of several 100,000 magic. If you think about it like that, it was only one smile at worst. Leaving aside my current fighting strength, Seiya's destruction was only at that level. Did you know Seiya, with Risha and Raisa. Their two smiles can easily restore this town. Who the hell are they? Risha aside. At least remember Raisa. My anger sharpened my swordsmanship. I swung my blade quickly and violently separated Seiya's head from his body. On the return swing I split his head in two as well. I was burning with rage. I burnt his split head with flames and enveloped his body with them as well. His body writhed as he fell to his knees twisting in pain, but the flames continued to burn. They burned until Ce's entire body was reduced to ashes. I don't think I killed him completely, but for now it was over. Master, I looked down on the cremated Ce as Risha, who had returned to normal, walked up from behind me. Thank you very much. What do you I suppose that would be insensitive. Yes, thank you for getting angry for Risa. He really felt nothing for her. Risa in her own way worked as hard as she could for Ce until he threw her away. She probably worked harder than all of you even. Yes. It's insane that not a single feeling was born from that. But, I think that's good. Because he was a person like that, Risa is now Master's slave, Risha said and looked straight at me. It's because within the entire history of eternal slaves we are Master's slaves are the happiest eternal slaves ever, she said and smiled. I see then I'll think of it as a blessing. Yes. Okay then I beat Ce for now and help. I heard citizens crying out for aid. Risha and I looked at each other and set off running. Chapter 146 Part 2. So, we ignored them and dashed past. We reached the outskirts of town, the limits of the barrier. What's wrong? Your Majesty, look at this, a citizen cried out. As I was asked, I looked at the barrier. The barrier is moving. No, it's contracting. It wasn't just from the front, from the sides, above, and behind. The barrier was closing in. The dome-like barrier around the town of Akita was slowly growing smaller. The shrinking barrier touched the first thing of the town. The town wall. It's melting, I gasped. The barrier touched the wall made by the Dorka and started dissolving it in an instant. The barrier continued to close in. I run away. The citizens ran away towards the center of town. The barrier continued shrinking as it engulfed the buildings along the way. I slashed at the barrier with true eternal slave. I didn't feel any real feedback. It was like swinging my sword into a stiff wind. Master, the sword. Mew, Risha cried out. I looked and saw a portion of the blade had melted. True eternal slave is. Let's run, Master. Let's go through the magic door and return to Rybeck. That's no good. I won't be abandoning this town. I thought harder. I backed away from the barrier as it closed in and thought about what I could do. I looked at battleship Prisha on the outside of the barrier. The main battery was still firing. Its magnificent firepower was being repelled by the barrier. The battleship was no good and true eternal slave was no good. The barrier was a parting gift from Ce. That's how much hatred he has. I couldn't help but be filled with a strange feeling of admiration. It looks like he truly hates everything that Master has made. Yeah. What did you just say? Risha looked blankly. That he really hates everything that Master made. He did say that during your fight with him. He certainly did. This bastard country, these towns, I won't disappear till everything is destroyed. Ce had said that with a face filled with hate. Risha, do you have your card? Why yes I do. Risha was puzzled as she took out her slave card. Use deconstruction. Okay, what should I destroy? Everything, Get rid of everything I made with the Dorka. All of it? Yes, get rid of anything and everything including people's clothes. Everything, hurry. Why yes, Risha ran off in a panic. As the barrier contracted, the townspeople gathered in the center of the town. Without any time to explain, Risha and I went around town disassembling everything. There was some resistance. There were a number of people who thought that I had gone mad. I ignored them and continued. Master, it's all done. Finally all the buildings had disappeared and the citizens were naked. The barrier hasn't stopped. The barrier around the town had shrunk to the size of a large baseball field. There wasn't much time until the citizens would be enveloped. Of course, I looked at Risha and said, we still have these after all. I used my Dorka and cast deconstruction. True eternal slave disappeared. Risha, yes, I'm sorry, but we'll need to destroy that as well, I said and pointed at Risha's choker, the proof of her loyalty. The thing that made them happiest. The choker. It was also something made by my Dorka. If we didn't destroy it, the barrier wouldn't stop. As expected, I felt horrible, but understood. Risha acted as if she didn't mind and raised her neck to me. Is this okay? A slave's everything is master's after all. If it is necessary, then please do so. I see, thank you. I used my Dorka and erased her dress, slave cared. And finally her choker. Just like the citizens, she was naked as the day she was born. And finally, the moment everything I had made disappeared from the barrier silently dissipated, charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 147. The town had returned to normal at radical speed. To remove CE's barrier, I had to erase everything I had made. After the barrier disappeared, the surrounding area basically looked like a wasteland. However, right now things were mostly recovered. It was because I used my Dorka to recreate everything using emergency magic creation. I had all my slaves go around and mark down what should be built where, and then I went around, finding markers and building houses, finding markers and building houses, finding markers and building houses. I simply repeated that over and over. The citizens of this town surpassed 2,000. Buildings alone would surpass 1,000 in Akito. But through the morning almost half were finished. To satisfy food needs, I made a mountain of pushini. Then when I was taking a breather, Akito-san, Madway had arrived at some point and called out to me. With the majority of people who called me Sama or Your Majesty, the oldest of my acquaintances, Madway called me with San. Risha accepted. Madway, are your injuries alright? Thanks to your medicine I'm all better. Leaving that aside. May I continue? What is it? This method of doing things causes you quite some trouble, right, Akito-san? This method. You mean emergency creation? Madway nodded. Somewhat. After all, the magic usage is 10 times the amount normally used. Then how about we return to the usual method? The citizens can all work together. You don't have to do everything by yourself, Akito-san. I thought of that and Yuria did some calculations. I smiled bitterly. Certainly that would keep magic costs down. But we wouldn't have enough materials or enough people to carry those materials. If I laid down the magic circles and left it to you, it would take days to restore the town. Days. If I do it, then it'll end by today at the latest. Madway opened his eyes wide. Between a few days and a single day, which was the best option and which we should choose wasn't even worth asking. Even though I know. I tilted my head and started walking. Madway followed as I walked around creating things. Along the way I was thanked and complimented by the citizens. Akito-san is really amazing. Something that would take 2,000 people a few days to finish can be finished by you within a day. Oh, that? It's too amazing. I can't even put words to it. Even if you don't say it, I don't mind. Akito-san again. What is it? I couldn't help but stop walking. Maybe it's because I noticed something different. He also stopped walking and looked at me. His gaze was extremely earnest. Please make this world one under you. Please do so with your power, Akito-san. The goddess had told me this. And now Madway told me this. This was most likely the first time someone in this world had asked me. Evening, my home in Akito. In my guise as Sakamori, I returned with Risha. That food was delicious. Good job today, Mast. Dear, Risha corrected herself. It looks like she wasn't used to it as she accidentally called me master sometimes. Since I thought it was cute, I decided to tease her a bit. At this rate, why not just call me master in this form as well? There are husbands and wives who do that kind of play. Well. Please let me call you dear. At least in this form, Risha said in a voice that seemed likely to vanish. It seemed like she didn't dislike it. She was just embarrassed. She wanted to call me dear, but she was shy. That was the feeling I got. Got it? That'll be fine. Ah, but when we turn back I'll call you master properly," she declared with nervous energy. I guess the thing she likes calling me most is master after all. Her panicked state was cute as well. Phew. I took a breath and composed myself. I heard a voice from outside. It hadn't been long since the town was revived, but they had raised a big fuss and threw a huge celebration. The entire town was filled with revelry. In truth, alcohol and luxury goods were still available. CE's barrier only went after things I made. I had mostly kept away from making luxury goods. These kinds of things had gradually piled up as things got more prosperous. Since almost all of it was still left over, the town decided to hold a celebration with the goods. Cheers for the king. Outside the house was a noisy guy. Looking outside, there was a pair of men walking down the street with arms around each other's shoulders. They were drunkenly staggering, so it seemed like they had drunk quite a bit. "They're saying things about you, dear Tilda." Cheers to Risha too. "Nice slave Sama. They're saying things about you too, Tilda." Risha blushed. She wasn't used to this kind of thing, but still. As expected, I'm tired. Plus, I took out my Dorka and opened the menu. I used most of my magic. Just a while ago my magic had been nearing the limit, but all at once it had drained. All I had left was 30,000. Compared to what I had yesterday, it might as well be almost zero. Well, eventually it'll go back up. Dear? The leftover magic. May I use it? Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to mind that much, and go ahead. I gave out the 30,000 freely. When giving Risha and the others their slave cards, I was prepared to leave some measure of magic expenditure to their discretion. In fact, if they didn't, things wouldn't progress, since they'd be asking me for each and everything. 30,000 magic would normally be a number that I wouldn't even mind. Well, I understood why she asked this time. Though it may be only 30,000, but it was all the magic I had left. I understood, but hopefully she'd use it wisely. Please wait for a bit. After obtaining my permission, Risha took out her slave card. She opened the menu and chose something. I was wondering what she'd make as I watched. She placed a magic circle down and it soon turned into an item. It didn't use materials. It was an emergency magic creation. Good work today, dear, Risha said and handed me a shortcake. Cake? Yes, when you're tired, having something sweet is good. I see. I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Risha to know that kind of thing. A shortcake cost 3,000 magic, and with emergency creation it came to 30,000. In short, all my remaining magic had gone into making this cake. Did I make you feel bad? No. I was just surprised. I absolutely never expected Risha to use the magic to make a cake. Thank you. Risha blushed. Since you made it, why don't we eat together? I said and held the cake out to her. Ah, yes. Risha was flustered, but seemed very happy as she fed me the cake. She held the cake out to me and I ate. Then I did the same to her. The first cake I'd ever gotten from my slave was extremely delicious, and with that the incident was finished. I revived the town and solved the issues. Finally, when we finished eating the cake, magic has become zero. This was the first time I'd heard this announcement. Along with it, Risha's slave card began shining as it evolved into a golden card. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 148. There was a single magic circle on top of the office desk, a magic circle from my Dorka that was awaiting completion. What's wrong, Anya-chan? You're daydreaming, Desu. Lilia, huh? Well, this is a magic circle, Desno, huh? This magic circle is weird, Desno. Lilia tilted her head in confusion. So you realized? Of course I would, Desno. I've made so many things with Anya-chan after all. This is the first time I've seen a magic circle without a direction arrow, Desno. It was exactly as Lilia had said. This magic circle was different than any before it. It was a simple magic circle. It didn't send out any arrows of light to point out the materials needed to complete it. It just remained there. Does it not need materials, Desno? No. I already put them in. I put in all the necessary materials. Then it should be finished, right, Desno? That's right. I stared at the magic circle. Anya-chan. Are you waiting for something, Desno? So you realized? I'm Unyai-chan slave after all. I'm always looking at Unyai-chan D. Snow. Knowing this much is the bare minimum. I couldn't say she was filled with confidence. In truth it seemed like she thought this was simply how it should be. I could feel her way of life through those words. She was that kind of slave. The one over here is finished, but I'm waiting for the one over there to be completed. Over there? The magic circle here and the magic circle over there both need to be finished to complete this. There was a thing like that, D. Snow? It appeared yesterday. Is that so, Disu? Lelia scrutinized the magic circle with interest. It was no wonder. Up until now the magic circles were completed without incident and they simply completed themselves. Even if there were multiple things, like the battleship, they were created by many simple things put together. Linking two magic circles together was brand new. It was no wonder she was interested. Is this hard to make, D. Snow? It costs 1,000 magic. It takes a few materials to create. Is it easier than a wooden house, D. Snow? It's about the same, I think. Oh. D. Snow. Lelia started watching the magic circle again. Unyai-chan, the magic circle is shining, D. Snow. So it came, the magic circle was shining and quickly finished. It's done, D. Snow. What is the, hiya? Lelia was shocked as she cried out with her pointing finger still outstretched. Ring 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 ring, a bell ringing sound echoed through the office. I picked up the receiver. And put it up to my ear. Master, I heard Risha speak timidly through it. Hello Risha. TN, he says Moshi tilde. Yes, it's Risha. What was the hello thing? When you use the phone. That's what you say as a greeting. Yes, what we had created was a telephone. Now we could talk across long distances. That aside. Risha, your voice sounds strangely distant. Do you see those two lines like a stitches on there? Put your mouth to one and ear to the other. Is the Rye. It got further. You've probably got the mouth and ear part backwards. Is this alright? Yeah, I can hear you well. Thank goodness. Risha let out a relieved sigh. Good work. You can come. Place the receiver back where it came from and I'll try to call you. Understood. There was the sound of a phone hanging up and I placed my receiver down as well. Unyai-chan, that was Risha. She's in the town of Akido. The magic circle here and there created a phone. This is the thing that appeared when Risha's card evolved. By the way, my card and Risha's have specific things attached to it. My card says Ryback telephone and her card says Akido telephone. I can't make the phone in Akido and she can't make the phone here. It evolved without me realizing, D. Snow. Well. Yes. I'm jealous, D. Snow. About what? She got to do the first cooperative project with Unyai-chan. I'm jealous, D. Snow. So it was like that. She had her own child, but her personality didn't change. It was cute and funny. Evening, town of Akido. After the completion of the phone, I was worried about any changes that might have occurred in the town, so I transformed with magic and infiltrated. For now I decided to go to where the phone was set up. It was at Madway's place. Because he's the mayor. Along the way I saw the town was fired up. Welcome. Today there's a 50% off sale. Side of snacks free. It's a special happy hour for alcohol. Everything 50% off. Those with the same characters as Risha-sama's name can eat and drink for free. Those with a single character from her name can eat for 90% off. The town felt like it was going through a huge festival. It felt like the hometown baseball league had won big and everyone was celebrating. And what have I been hearing about Risha? I approached some people who were talking about her and called out, "Hey, oh, welcome. You talked about Risha right then? What's going on? Call her with Sama, customer bastard." Oh, okay. What about Risha? Sama. Calling my own slave with Sama was a fresh feeling. What? You don't know? Risha-sama's card color has changed. Dummy, that's not all. A different person nearby jumped right in. Along with the card, Risha-sama can make new things. It's a super item called a phone. What's important is, the auntie nearby holding a half-off sale jumped in as well. Risha-sama's card. What's important is that Risha-sama has the only card of that color amongst the slave samas. That's right. No doubt about it. All of them agreed with the auntie. Then they all returned to calling out to customers. But still. This was amazing. Risha and all the other slave Simas were adored by the people. But I never expected it would be to such an extent. They were so loved. It made me very happy. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 149. Hello, Got it. Wait for instructions, she said, nodding while taking notes. After hanging up the receiver, she went to the blackboard and changed Magatan's needed essentials meter. Clothing and shelter each went up by 1. What happened? There were 11 families with new children. There are 4 families who want to move. Recently there have been more of them. Oh, by more of them you mean, I counted on my fingers, by calculating in reverse, mostly from the people who moved into Magatan after Master arrived. I see, a time of rapid growth then a baby boom. Anyways, it was a good thing. What should we do? I leave it to you. Yuria nodded expressionlessly and picked up the phone. Hello. Please tell your mother that when she's done there she should head to Magatan. Based on what she was saying it was clear she was speaking to one of my kids. If it was Yuria's daughter she wouldn't speak like that, so it should be one of the others. I gazed at her as she gave orders. After creating the telephone, town creation went even more quickly. Before they would have to return here to report, which would take half a day. But now it took only an instant. It was now possible to get requests instantly and for emergencies to be reported on the spot. Master, there's a big fire in Bisk. Who's the closest? Svetlana and her daughter. Send the both of them. Tell them to do whatever needs to be done to stem the flames. Understood. Yuria picked up the phone. Just like that I was able to remain in Rybek to give orders to various places. Like this maybe I didn't even need to be here. In the unrestored wasteland Lilia and Risa were walking together with me. We weren't using the trains that connected the towns. We were simply walking. Uniyai-chan? I think it's about time. Snow. Where are we going? Lilia asked. I haven't decided. You haven't decided, Snow? Yeah. Anyways, I want to get away from Rybek. Or any of my towns. What will we do when we get away? Risa asked with her head tilted. Eternal Slave's special trait is a short time as a baby and a relatively long period as a young girl. Hearing from them they would remain as a young girl for around 10 years before once again suddenly growing into a full-grown woman. During their young girl period they wouldn't physically grow. However, they would grow mentally. Lilia's daughter Risa was young in appearance, but her behavior had become much like her mother's. I think I'll make a castle. Like the Palace Snow? Instead of that. I wanted to make a Demon King's castle. A Maojo, evil Jaw? What kind of Jaw is it? The question was quite amusing. I couldn't help but laugh a bit before answering. A Demon King's castle is a type of design. It's like a king's castle but mixed with a dungeon. It's just more convenient to call it a Demon King's castle. Ah, in this world I suppose it would be called an evil god's castle instead. Why would you do something like that, Snow? Because having my castle in town gets the townspeople caught up in it. I smiled bitterly. Till now the same thing had happened many times. The world's biggest enemy, the evil god Cea, he would come aiming for me, and when that happened the towns would get caught up in it and there would be casualties. I was thinking on how to remedy this when I remembered Lyra, the Snake Queen living in an underground labyrinth. The labyrinth I had made to block invaders. I thought that I could use that sort of thing to help deal with Cea, a Demon King's castle type structure, a place where citizens would not get caught up in these attacks. If I were to say what made me put this into practice, it was the phones and magic doors. Even if I were to build my castle far away, using the phones and the magic doors I could deal with anything that might come up. Those were my thoughts. I had repelled Cea time and time again, but due to the time when I had no choice but to destroy everything, I thought that I should live further away. I see. So now you want to make a castle, Snow. Making a genuine castle is really exciting, Snow. Risa is excited for a slave king castle to Nantano. Slave King Castle? Risa nodded energetically. I see. The Slave King's castle? It sounded a bit strange, but it wasn't bad. Slave King Castle, huh? Okay, that's what it'll be called. Yay, Nantano. Magic has been charged by 30,000. Risa pumped her fists in the air and hopped around. It was adorable. Is that okay, Onyai-chan? You decided it so lightly. Slave King Castle is fine. It's a fitting name for my castle. It's well thought. I patted Risa's head. Her cute smile got bigger. If Onyai-chan is fine with it, then it's okay, D-Snow. Okay, naming aside. I'll have you two help me build the castle. Yes. We'll work hard to build it up, Tilda. I'll need you to help me with capture more than building. Capture, D-Snow? That's right. I want to make this castle for me alone. It's a castle with a concept that even I can't get past everything to enter. That's impossible, D-Snow. It's impossible to make a dungeon that Onyai-chan can't get through. You're the strongest in the world, D-Snow. It's fine, Papa is making it himself, Nantano. But Onyai-chan is trying to clear it himself as well, D-Snow. Oh, that's right, Nantano. Lilia and Risa both tilted their heads in thought. They seemed to have been confused by the concept of me trying to make a dungeon so hard that even I couldn't clear it. It's a contradiction. And just like that, I enjoyed how cute they looked as I continued to search for a proper place for my castle. Charging magic with a smile. Infinite magic power after being reincarnated into a different world. Chapter 150. We stood in front of the waterfront dazedly looking at an island. That island, D-Snow? Yeah, that island. An island is good. It's surrounded by water, making it automatically difficult to attack. It's a natural fortress. I see, D-Snow. How are we supposed to get there, Dano? There should be something called a board inside there. We'll make it with emergency magic creation. I thought of something that had appeared in the bronze card and said to them, understood. I'll make it quickly, D-Snow. Risa will make it, Dano. The mother and daughter pair competed to be the one to make it. Risa is the child here, D-Snow. Leave it to your mother, D-Snow. Mama-sama is always being useful for masters, so you should give me some chances too, Nantano. This competition was wholesome to watch, but I threw a little more into the mix. With the board there should be something called an oar in there as well. The one who doesn't create the items will paddle us to the island. They will paddle? They both gulped as they said that. Mew mew moo. I want to be useful to Onyai-chan and make the board. But rowing the oar is also really helpful to Nantano. They stopped competing and were instead struggling to decide what they wanted. They were struggling over which was better. The more I watched, the cuter it was. We weren't in a hurry, so I enjoyed the situation. If it's this far, then it's a contest, D-Snow. Contest? That's right, D-Snow. Rowing the board needs strength, so we'll arm wrestle, D-Snow. I accept your challenge, Dano. The mother and daughter began arm wrestling on the beach. It was becoming more amusing. Of course Lilia won. A mother's strength is obviously greater than her child's. Yay, D-Snow. It can't be helped, Dano. Risa had lost, but she wasn't particularly depressed. She took out her slave card and made the board with only magic. We placed the board on the water and got on. Let's go, D-Snow. Lilia got on last and started paddling with the oar. The board slowly advanced as we peacefully made our way across. Lilia had been paddling by herself and was now exhausted. Good job. You did well. I'll give you this. Thank you very much, D-Snow. Magic has been charged by 100,000. As we were crossing, I gave Lilia an origami medal and she was overjoyed in an instant. How lucky, Dano. If you do your best, then you'll get one too, D-Snow. I'll do my best, Dano. She did a small guts pose as Lilia cheered her up. I brought the two of them along as we explored the island. A monster appeared. What is this, D-Snow? It stinks, Dano. The mother and daughter hugged each other fearfully. What had appeared looked like a human but it was rotting here and there. I couldn't see it as anything but a zombie. I left the two behind me and stepped up quickly. I punched the zombie, tearing through its jaw all the way down to its chest. It wasn't anything big. It moves slow too. The Elka is stronger. It entered into the weakest class of monster I'd met since arriving in this world. Power, speed, and defense. No matter which it was the weakest rank. But the zombie slowly stood up. Then from deeper on the island more began to appear. Finally near 100 had appeared. Coupled with their fearful appearance, these zombies had enough power to destroy any settlement that may have once been on this island. For now let's get rid of them. I kicked the ground and leapt into the crowd of zombies. I began punching, kicking, and throwing. The zombies were repelled one after another. They were individually different. There were even strong zombies amongst them. They groaned and charged over at a speed that an Elka would be ashamed of. Before I realized it, one had climbed a tree and leapt at me with sharp claws. There was one that was horrendously fat and spit acid. There were plenty of variations. I went about defeating all of them with my bare hands. Thanks to that my arms were covered in zombie meat and fluids. This is kind of gross. Oh Oniai-chan Papa-sama, both mother and daughter called me. I turned to see the two of them staring at me with very complicated looks on their faces. What's wrong? Are you alright? Yes Snow. More than that, I think you should use a weapon. Snow. Papa-sama is strong but it's sturdy. No. Oh, I looked at myself once more and truly you could call my appearance gross. In fact, that's right, a weapon. Slave sword, eternal slave. Thanks to Seiya's attack I had to destroy the blade that I had long used. The barrier that destroyed everything would not disappear until everything I had made was destroyed, so I had to get rid of them myself. After that I hadn't made another weapon. I was currently unarmed. I had to change that.